On a hot summer evening on Ember Island, the royal family was enjoying their vacation. Prince Ozai knelt in his royal palanquin with Azula accompanying him as their servants carried them into town, for royal firebenders surrounding them. It was getting stuffy in the royal vacation home, what with Iroh and Lu Ten joining them on their summer trip before the siege of Ba Sing Se, and Ozai was growing tired of the constant laughing and pleasantries his brother and Ursa kept generating, along with his nephew Lu Ten seeming to enjoy making both Zuko and Azula as energetic as possible. He thought a solitary trip into town would clear his mind, and he gave no objections when Azula pleaded to come along. She hasn't been ruined by their weakness yet, and it would do her good if he was able to keep her from becoming like them. Ozai perused the wares of an antique shop, the shopkeepers keeping their distance, allowing him the privacy to shop, but close enough to attend to any questions he may have. Azula, however, was bored, but tried to mirror her father's stiff demeanor, often mimicking his motions as he observed the wares. "Azula, come here," her father called out with her running to his side. Before them stood a golden statue of a frightening spirit that took the shape of a man with 2 heads and multiple limbs. Its glaring expression and plumes of fire emanating from each limb gave off an aura of power. In its fearful might, Ozai felt it would look magnificent in his study. "Tell me, Azula, who is this?" he asked, never turning his gaze away from it. It didn't take her long to answer as she recognized the spirit's visage. "That's Agni, great fire spirit of the sun." "Correct. And what is the most significant thing he has done for our people?" "Crowning the first Fire Lord." The corner of Ozai's mouth raised slightly in affirmation. "Yes." He kneeled down, scooping up his youngest child so she was at eye level with the statue on the table. "By crowning the first Fire Lord, the warring clans of the Fire Nation were united and became our triumphant nation." "Do you know how the first Fire Lord united the clans?" Azula thought long and hard, but didn't remember. That lesson was so long ago. Ozai answered for her. He had a vision for the future. A vision to unite our country, but there were fools that impeded his vision, so he showed the other clans his strength and wiped out those that would not kneel to him, and in doing so the other clans kneeled to his strength in respect of his might. He turned to her. "The one thing that matters more than anything in this world is strength, and to maintain this strength his subjects must fear him." Agni saw this and knew that he was fit for this role. That is the divine right to rule, and as his descendants it means that strength is in our blood, and to maintain it. He trailed on, waiting for her to answer. "The people must fear us." "Good." He nodded his head with a smile. "Fear is the lifeblood of any ruler. When someone is feared, it establishes order and discipline. They are respected, and no one would dare go against them. They tremble at the thought of someone like us raising a hand to them, and if a ruler is not feared, then he is weak. He invites his own downfall by the hands of someone stronger. Remember, Azula, Agni saw the strength in our bloodline. We must not dishonor his judgment, unlike some members of our family." He said the last part with displeasure. "But people don't fear Uncle," she said, pulling him out of his thoughts. "You're right, Azula. Iroh thinks that by ruling through love and kindness he will guide a brighter path for our nation." He scoffed. "Respect is earned through fear, Azula, and your uncle does not share this belief. He will invite the downfall of our family, our bloodline, and even our nation if he sits on the throne." He derided, looking into the eyes of the glaring statue. "If I were to sit on the throne, I would ensure the strength of our nation goes on, and if that were to happen, I will need you by my side as my heir. You'll also like." "But what about Zuzu?" she asked innocently. Ozai grimaced as he walked with her in his arms. "Your brother has been infected by the weakness in your uncle and mother. You, however, are still young enough to be taught properly, which is why I believe you are the future of the Fire Nation." Azula smiled brightly and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Thank you, Daddy. I'll make you so proud." Ozai awkwardly patted his daughter's back as she hugged him. "I'm sure you will, Azula." He turned to the shopkeeper, telling him he will take the Agni statue. As one of his servants came to give the shopkeeper the money, a commotion caught everyone's attention. Ozai marched outside with Azula still in his grasp, where they found one of the royal firebenders forcibly holding a peasant dressed in rags face down in the dirt. "What is going on here?" he demanded. One of the other royal firebenders bowed his head in respect. "This thief was attempting to steal from your palanquin, Prince Ozai." Ozai's expression tightened into one of malice. "Perhaps it is time for a demonstration in fear," he said to Azula before putting her down. He approached the dirty man, motioning the guards to allow him to kneel. The man prostrated himself before Ozai, planting his forehead into the dirt. "I'm sorry, my lord. I did not know that this palanquin belonged to you." Ozai only stared at him with discontent. Thievery against anyone within the Fire Nation is a serious crime, a crime that comes with a serious punishment. I am sorry, my lord. My family and I are poor. I only steal to feed them." Ozai remained silent, deliberately drawing out the man's dread. "Which hand did you use in your attempt to rob me?" The man quivered in terror as he raised his head. "And my right hand." "Better make it both hands to be precise." Azula watched as the two guards grabbed both of his hands, forcibly holding them out. Ozai outstretched his own hands, producing a scorching plumes of fire like the statue of Agni he purchased, and made an announcement before all present in the market. "Let it be known that thievery against the royal family will not be tolerated." Azula saw all the people around the market as they watched in fear as her father approached the man, mothers covering the eyes of their children, men too weak to watch looking away and others froze in place. This was what her father was speaking of. Respect through fear. No one would dare go against her father's decision, true strength at work. She would not be weak like them, so she looked on and watched as her father maliciously burned the man's hands. Azula continued to marvel at the cityscape. It truly was an amazing sight. As she was observing, Myrelle was digging for something in the ship, Sev and Gax discussing technical stuff she didn't understand, and Angara finishing a conversation on her communicator. She remembered the conversation she eavesdropped on regarding who would mentor her and how she would only allow the best to teach her, so she decided to seize this opportunity to gain an ally. She approached the bounty hunter as she fiddled with a device on her gauntlet and addressed her as standoffish as ever. "What do you want?" Azula gave her a honeyed smile and friendly demeanor. "I believe you, and I may have gotten off on the wrong foot. We both have very strong personalities, so it was only natural that we would clash, but given that we are both playing on the same team now, it would probably be mutually beneficial if we weren't at each other's throats all the time." Angara continued to ignore her. Azula gritted her teeth and bit back any remarks coming into her mind. "I'm not saying we have to like each other or that we should become best friends. Simply let us not be hostile towards one another." "All right, what do you want from me?" she asked, closing the screen of her gauntlet and fully turning to her. "What do you mean?" "I know your type, princess. You see, you're the type that only acts nice to someone like me because you want something in return. So spit it out." Azula's brow tightened and she lost her smile. Angara was smarter than she thought. "Myrelle is thinking of making me a bounty hunter. The only problem is I need a mentor, and I would prefer to be taught from the best." Angara wheezed out laughing, holding her belly as if it was the funniest thing in the world before recovering. "Tough luck, princess, but no." Azula's jaw clenched. "Why not?" "Well, for starters, I don't like you. I don't like people like you. Schemers, manipulators, liars." There was a hint of malice in her tone. "People that hide their intentions behind false smiles and pleasant words make my blood boil, and when I see you all I see is that." There it was again, that defiance that annoyed her to no end. "Besides, I don't take young bloods. They slow me down and get in my way. So you'll have to settle for someone else, princess. But if you beg, maybe I'll reconsider." she said with a sneering smile. I would rather have my bending taken away and rot away in a cell for the rest of my life than do that. Azula sneered back before shaking her head. This was a stupid idea anyway. Azula walked away. Angara waved to her as she kept her mocking smile. Bye-bye, princess. Try not to get stuck with someone like Davos as your mentor. He got his legs blown off while catching a small fry. Azula growled as she went back to Myrell's side. Of course nothing good could come from talking to that woman. Even trying to make peace with her was a fruitless battle. Myrell approached her, pulling her out of her thoughts. Before you go anywhere, be sure you take this. She handed her a small white box with a speaker. What is this? This is an audio translator. It'll translate everything you say into primary. Everybody in the storm wears a translator to make communication easy, but here in the city, not many people wear them. This will make sure people understand you. It never occurred to her that she was speaking in a language no one understood, but it made sense. She tested it out, saying something aloud only for the device to repeat it back in a robotic voice. It sounded like it was only echoing her words, but she knew if she removed the translator it would sound completely different. She attached it to her hip, dangling from her belt. Also take this communicator. She handed her a small rectangular device that flipped open, revealing a small screen and a few buttons. If you get lost, use this to contact one of us and we'll come find you. She then gave her a quick demonstration on how it is used. They were interrupted by the sound of sirens approaching from the sky. A black and white vehicle hovered towards them with red and blue lights flashing from its top and landed before them. Angara let out an annoyed growl as Seven and Gax approached from behind. Ah, great, Officer Fatso's here, Sev said in annoyance. Kekara Kai, Gax shouted from his shoulder. You said it, buddy. The door retracted upward as a large round creature with sickly green skin, round face, beady red eyes, short ridged horns growing along the length of his head, and small tusks protruding from his lower jaw, stepped out dressed in a white and black uniform and a scowl over his pudgy features. The way his wrinkled face was scrunched up reminded Azula of a bulldog. Myrell Tavanti, he announced with a gravely old voice, making sure to enunciate her full name with clear disdain. Proxley. Myrell said plainly, what seems to be the problem this time? Proxley snapped his fingers, with another officer handing him a tablet. Says here that your ship was directed to land in the spaceport from the altitude that we received your signal from, and yet you came into the city through the Badlands instead. I wanted to take the scenic route, admire the beauty of Kazima's wilds on my way in, she answered flippantly, which only seemed to provoke Proxley further. We have flight paths for a reason, Myrell. So air vehicles don't crash into each other. Relax, Proxley. Horizon City doesn't have enough air traffic. Also, this seems like a very small issue for the head of planetary security to be paying me a personal visit. Myrell held her ground as he marched up to her, standing a full head taller than her. Myrell was already quite tall by human standards. I just want to make sure mercs like you know your place, he growled, lowering his head to be at eye level. Out in space you may be tough and strong, but once you break atmosphere, you're in my territory, which means you play by my rules. Got that, merc? Azula could feel the mutual disdain the captain and this Proxley had for one another like heat from a fire. It radiated around them. Myrell's cold stoic expression then gave way to a smug smile as her eyes narrowed with mischief. I'll be sure to keep that in mind when the governor pays me for doing your job better than you can. Proxley's eye twitched in fury. Also, how long was that pirate den hidden at the edge of the system? 4, 5 months maybe? Pirates that were targeting merchants coming to and from Kazima. With Kazima being the only habitable planet in the system, I would think that that would be a primary concern for the head of planetary security. Would it not be? Proxley let out a low thunderous growl like that of a tigrardillo as he took a few steps back and crossed his arms. Yes, it would be, but I am just one man looking after an entire planet. Plus, I've had my hands full dealing with raids from your Cook-Yuvon friends. Myrel's smile faltered along with catching Angara's attention. What the Cook-Yuvon do is none of my concern, she stated firmly, the authoritative look returning to her eyes. Proxley's own smirk appeared. It should. After all, you were the one who brought them here. His eyes ran over her crew members, eyeing them all with disdain until they fell on Azula. I don't think I've seen you here before. What are you, some mutant Pandaren half-breed? Azula scowled at his words, but before she had the chance to respond, Myrel stepped in between her and Proxley. I think you've wasted enough time here, Proxley. Yours and mine. So why don't you go back to your job and leave my crew and I to our own business? The edge to her voice was enough to let everyone know this discussion was over. Proxley only grumbled to himself in response as he climbed back into his vehicle. Stick to the designated flight paths in the future. Or next time I won't be so nice. He closed the door with the other officer climbing into the driver's side and taking off. Sev whistled as the vehicle flew out of sight. What a prick. I'd like to rip those horns out of his head. Angara snarled out. Churro Karakine. Sev laughed. Gax is right, the captain might beat you to the punch. He seems friendly. Azula deadpanned to Myrel. He's just another headache. Myrel sighed before turning to them. I'm heading to City Hall to collect our payment. Azula, you come with me so we can get an ID made for you. The rest of you go do whatever you want, but stay out of trouble. Aye, Captain. Sev said, giving her a thumbs up with Gax doing the same. If you need us, we'll be in the market area buying tech. The two then departed. She turned to Angara. What do you plan on doing? Angara held out a small case she had strapped to the back of her armor. Gonna turn in some dead bounties. Then head out to the Cook-Yuvon camp to repair my helmet. Dead bounties? Azula questioned. Don't you need bodies for that? That's what the case full of frozen scalps is for. While you're at the camp, see what these raids are about. Myrel said. They won't tell me anything, not if it means ratting out their own. Then at least try and get back whatever they stole. Angara murmured, I'll see what I can do. Myrel directed Azula to follow her to a parked vehicle not too far away that waited for them. It was a sleek black vessel that housed enough space to fit several individuals with a small compartment at its nose for a driver. A humanoid-shaped robot standing by its side. Governor Belko is expecting you and has made arrangements for your arrival. The robot said with a polite digital tone. Myrel nodded to the robot as she entered the vehicle with Azula following. The robot entered the driver's compartment. The 4 hover modules on each end of the vehicle activated, sending the vehicle skyward with it floating over the city at a much slower pace than the ship. Azula watched as the buildings passed by with Myrel sitting across from her. You must be on good terms with this client for him to arrange such luxurious transportation. Azula said, making note of the extravagant interior of the vehicle. Oh yeah, Governor Belko and I have history. He used to be a smuggler before going into politics, but he managed to turn his life around once he came out here. History? As in romantic? Azula asked with a raised brow. Myrel let out a hearty belly laugh. No, nothing like that. History, as in I arrested him twice while I was in the Empire. She laughed so hard she had to wipe away a tear. Plus, he's not my type. Too many legs, and I'm not very fond of mandibles. Azula shivered at the thought of romance with something like that and decided to avoid this discussion going any further. So, the big fat one. Proxley, was it? Who is he? Myrelle's expression soured as she let out a noise of disgust, a gigantic pain in my ass. He's the head of security for the planet and surrounding territories, except he's terrible at his job. You remember the syndicate I told you about? The one that had control of the planet? Myrelle nodded. During that whole crisis, Proxley could barely fight against the syndicate, and they completely steamrolled planetary security, killing dozens of security forces. Until Belko hired us, and we steamrolled them and inadvertently exposed him for the incompetent fool that he was. Ever since then he's held a grudge against us, so he's made it his mission in life to be as petty and difficult towards us as possible. He sounds pleasant, Azula said sardonically, and here I thought it was because you rejected some proclamation of love. She joked. Well, he did hit on me when we first met and I rejected him, of course, so that might also play into it. Azula laughed at that, not expecting to hear that she actually was right with Myrelle sharing in it as well. Azula then reminded herself that Myrelle was an obstacle, not her friend. She was just as smart as her, and she couldn't afford to let her guard down around this woman. To keep her focus, she decided to probe for more information. He mentioned a Kukuvan camp and that you brought them here. What did he mean by that? Myrelle looked back out the window. That's a long story. Long enough to accommodate this ride? Myrelle let out a tired sigh as she leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees with an introspective expression. For generations the Pandaren Empire had been trying to tame the Kukuvan and their homeworld, Tenbani. But the Kukuvan are a proud and stubborn people that refused my people's customs and teachings. This has been the source of conflict for as long as I can remember. That, and they insist on being an independent nation when their home system is completely surrounded by imperial territory. Eventually, diplomacy failed and all-out war started. The Kukuvan were hopelessly outnumbered and outgunned, but that didn't deter them, so they kept fighting, so much so that members of the imperial military and navy started to fear them. The Emperor didn't take too kindly to this information, so if he couldn't tame Tenbani, he decided to get rid of it. Myrelle turned her gaze on Azula, her expression as cold as ever. 10 years ago. Through the aid of insurgents within the Kukuvan's ranks, the Empire destroyed Tenbani through orbital bombardment and ordered for the destruction of any ship attempting to escape. I disobeyed orders and defended several ships that escaped, even firing on my fellow Imperial ships, and brought them to Kazima where I knew they would be safe. That's why they are here, and also how I left the Empire. Azula's expression shifted to one of confusion. So you defected because you pitted your enemy? I respect the Kukuvan, Myrelle said suddenly, as if she was being accused of something, and it wasn't the only reason I left. Tenbani was the last straw on a very long list of last straws. She looked away with shame in her eyes. The empire I grew up with, the one that I was proud to serve, is gone. Now it's just another dictatorship run by a self-righteous man that believes the universe belongs to him and that all should fear his might. She scoffed in disgust. Well, being emperor, it would make sense to rule through fear by making an example of the Kukuvan so no one else steps out of line. Myrelle gave her a critical look. I'm assuming this is how your father ruled? Azula smirked. Yes, and his father before him, and it has served to create the most powerful society on Earth. Myrelle crossed her legs and rested her head on her hand. So you think that's the only way to rule? Of course, any other way invites weakness, and weakness invites someone else to come and crush you. Myrelle stayed silent for a few moments, thinking of how to properly continue the conversation now with a better understanding of Azula's thought process, and decided to challenge the younger girl. Let me throw a little scenario your way. Say a king who rules his subjects with fear decides to go for a hike. Why would a king go on a hike? Wouldn't he have better things to do? Azula interrupted, mostly because she didn't feel like listening to whatever Iroh-like metaphor the captain planned on delivering. Humor me. She rolled her eyes and listened. The king who rules with fear goes hiking with one of his subjects for whatever purpose he needs him for, but during that hike he stumbles and falls, breaking his leg. The king demands the servant that fears him to save him or else. What does the servant do? Azula snorts. The answer is obvious. The servant does as he is commanded and helps his king. If he doesn't, he fears punishment. Myrelle gave a nod. He could help him, but it's just the king and his servant, a servant that only fears him, doesn't respect him or frankly even likes him, and now the king is at his mercy. Sure, he can do as he is ordered and save the king, but that would mean further living in fear of him. The most likely scenario is that the servant will realize that he has an opportunity to get rid of the very thing he fears most. So he takes it and leaves the king behind in the wilderness, where he will die alone. She pauses to let Azula absorb the information before continuing. Now say another king goes on a hike with his servant, but this one doesn't rule through fear. He rules through respect and kindness. Like the first king, he falls and breaks his leg and is also at the mercy of his servant, but this servant doesn't fear him. The servant respects and admires him. What does that servant do? Azula was silent for a moment, thinking of the answer. He is weak, so the servant leaves him only to be ruled by someone else who is stronger. Myrelle shook her head. No. He respects and loves the king, so he would risk his own life to save that of the king. The king goes home, heals his leg, and continues his rule. Is there a point to this? The former princess asked in annoyance. Myrelle looked somewhat disappointed that Azula didn't get it, or she did and just didn't care. Fear can only get you so far, Azula. True strength comes from the strength and aid of others. If you constantly rely on fear to maintain your strength, it will become your weakness, and it will invite your own downfall. Azula was hit with the memory of her own downfall and how alone she was on her coronation. I'm not going to pretend like I know the full story on what happened to depose you and your father, but I can guess from context clues and my own experiences. Just know that kindness can get you farther in some cases than fear can. Their hover vehicle began to descend. Looks like we're here. Try to be on your best behavior. Azula only grimaced at her words as the vehicle landed, its doors retracting as they exited to a large pristine domed building with long curved pillars surrounding it that resembled the ribs of a great beast. Azula followed the captain inside, paying little attention to her surroundings as she pondered her words, especially regarding the Pandaren Empire. Myrelle's words on the follies of ruling through fear stuck in her mind. For as long as she's lived, Azula had been told by her mentor and father that fear was the proper and most effective way to rule, yet the captain's example of the king reminded her how she was left alone when she stumbled, how Mai and Ty Lee were the first to leave her side, and how empty her coronation was, along with how many rallied behind Zuko. She shook her head of the thoughts. Myrelle was a fool. She knew nothing of what it was like to rule. She's nothing but a filthy space peasant in charge of even dirtier space peasants. She couldn't possibly know what it's like to be royalty like she was. She would refocus her thoughts on a more pressing topic, the Pandaren Empire. It would seem Skeeve's warnings were true, as Myrelle's opinion of them was fairly similar, and the revelation of their destructive might was a cause for concern. Aligning herself with the Empire would be logical, as they seemed to be the most dominant force in the galaxy. However, that would ultimately leave her living under their thumb, which was less than ideal. Perhaps allying herself with others against the Empire would be a better bet. She managed to topple the Earth Kingdom, so perhaps she could do the same to an intergalactic empire. Only time will tell, but that was a problem for a future date. Now her main focus should be observing and planning, but she refocused her attention and found she and the captain were being directed to meet the governor in his office. They stepped through a large circular sliding door into a spacious office scarcely decorated, where they found the governor sitting behind a desk, seated in a chair that was suited for his anatomy but would be uncomfortable for others. He was a tall brown ant-like creature with large bulbous eyes, long feather-shaped antennae, dressed in regal white robes, his arms folded up against his chest like a mantis. The creature acknowledged their presence, putting away some paperwork as he rose to greet them on 4 multi-jointed legs, a round abdomen hanging from his rear. "Glad to see you in one piece, Myrel." A digital voice came from a translator that hung around his neck after a series of rhythmic clicks emitted from his 4-pronged mouth. The shock of seeing these bizarre creatures was beginning to wear off with each new one that appeared. "Almost came back in several, though. Had a run-in with a rival group, but we took care of it." She responded flippantly. "I noticed. Planetary security caught several surviving pirates trying to enter Kazima space after you destroyed their hideout. Though I was beginning to worry that maybe they had done you in when you didn't come to collect your money immediately. Belko, you know they can't kill me that easily. Plus, somebody needs to remind you how awful Proxley is at his job." Myrel said, patting his shoulder while they both shared a laugh. "He's not all bad, sure he's difficult to work with, but if you're constantly dealing with threats to Kazima's security you'd be as crotchety as he is. But enough of that, I have your units here." He scuttled back to his desk where he procured a large heavy black box, dropping it on the desk. At the press of a button the top slid open, revealing dozens of small golden bricks neatly stacked within, 40,000 units, as promised. "Didn't skim any for yourself, did you?" she said jokingly as she inspected it. The governor let out a series of clicks. His translator interpreted as hearty laughter. "You know I don't do that anymore. Especially after what happened when I did that to some pirates." He pointed to a deep scar on the carapace of the left side of his face. "Will this be all you're visiting for?" Myrel closed the case. "Not entirely. My protege here is new to Kazima and is in need of an ID. I was hoping you could help with that." The bugman turned to Azula, his large compound eyes scanning her up and down. "I was wondering who this was. You usually don't employ people so young." "She's the exception." "Well, there is a bit of a waiting list, however. If Myrel recommends you, then perhaps I can bump you up a little." Azula bowed respectfully to the insect and replied in a honeyed voice, "Thank you, Governor. I'm glad you would welcome me to your world." "Nonsense, all are welcome here. Hundreds come to the fringes of explored space in search for new opportunities, whether it be a new life, a second chance, or to hide from the troubles of their homeland. Kazima is a place of new beginnings and growth." His digital voice held a warmness that clashed heavily with his insectoid appearance. It was strange being so welcomed despite knowing nothing about her or her status. "Although we do need to run thorough background checks on all new potential citizens." "That won't be an issue," Myrel reassured. "Azula here is from an uncharted system away from galactic society. She doesn't have a record." The governor's body language shifted towards apprehension. "An uncharted system? Am I to expect a visit from a new civilization soon?" "Not at all." "Good, I'm in no mood to negotiate trade with a new civilization so soon, especially when there are problems that need solving here. I'll send a message to our immigration office and get the process started for you. We'll classify her as an unregistered species," the governor said as he typed away at his computer. Myrel thanked him as they went to the immigration office, where Azula was asked a series of questions, many of which she was unable to answer, but Myrel was able to bluff or fill in for her, and in no time Azula was granted her ID. She looked it over, observing the photo taken of her in a poised, regal expression. All her necessary information was on the card. After gaining her ID, both she and the captain left City Hall, the large box of money being carried by the same robot that drove them here as they returned to the hover car. "So, now that we have our money and I have this, what now?" Myrel sat opposed to her with the chest by her side. "Deposit this in the bank, and since I don't feel like going back into space just yet, and I'm sure you don't want to be stuck wearing that jumpsuit for the rest of your life, so why not go do some shopping?" She then tossed her a few of the golden bricks. "Try not to spend it all in one place." The vehicle took them to the market area of the city where Myrelle chaperoned the former princess as she was allowed to buy some clothes for herself, nothing too fancy. Mostly utilitarian wear for work as for now Azula prioritized functionality above all and also due to her not knowing what is considered fashionable in the galaxy. With Azula's shopping out of the way she tailed Myrelle as she window shopped the wares of the bustling market area. They had left the robot driver behind with their vehicle awaiting their return. The marketplace was located near the seedier parts of town near the slums. Myrelle warned her to keep an eye out for pickpockets. The captain stood at a kiosk selling various firearms with a clear admiration for them, often asking specific questions regarding their capabilities, range and materials used to make them. The enthusiasm she showed for these weapons reminded Azula of the subtle passion Mai displayed when it came to throwing knives and other sharp objects. Azula, on the other hand, only looked at the weapons with apathy. She saw these plasma blasters as a crude imitation of firebending. It took Azula her entire life to be able to firebend as brilliantly and lethally as she could. However, anyone could just grab one of these weapons and just fire away with no skill or discipline. However, she can't be too disgusted with their existence. After all, bending seems to only exist on Earth, so a substitute was bound to exist. She was quickly beginning to grow bored as Myrelle insisted on seeing more firearms. The remaining units in her pocket were the only thing she had to fiddle with to keep her mind stimulated until she felt a soft tug at her pant leg. She looked down to the source where she saw a little boy dressed in rags that looked very similar to Angara, only without the facial tattoos and dark hair instead of red, a Kukyuvan child. "Miss, can you spare some money, please?" he pleaded in a soft dreary voice as he looked up at her with his large amber eyes. Azula sneered at the little boy for touching her with his filthy hands. "Leave me alone. I have nothing for you." "Please, miss. We don't have enough for food." "What makes you think I have any money to spare?" The small child pointed to the golden hairpiece woven into her topknot. "Fair enough," she growled to herself. "If you want money for food, then go someplace else and maybe think about getting a job. Now get out of my sight." She lined her voice with a threatening edge that made the poor boy shudder with him running away alongside a little Kukyuvan girl. She returned to the captain's side as she held a large bulky blaster aiming down the sights. "Are you almost finished here? This place is starting to become suffocating." Myrelle continued to aim down the sights before pulling back on the barrel, causing cooling flaps to open along its sides. "Just a minute. I'm still debating on whether I want this blaster or not." Azula only groaned to herself as she reached into her pocket again to fiddle with the spare change. She had only to find that her pocket was empty. Confused, she quickly patted all the pockets on her legs, trying to find the few unit bricks that she knew she still had, only for a realization to kick in. She had her money until that little boy came up to her, and when she darted her head to the direction he had run off to, there he was with the little girl that ran past, counting her money between them. The boy must have been a distraction so the girl could pickpocket her. Enraged at their theft, Azula called out to them as she bolted in their direction, pushing past the various other alien shopgoers and leaving a confused Myrelle behind. The two children ran in fear as she chased them through the streets past various vendors. The two children dashed past a parked hovercycle with the boy revving the accelerator, causing it to dash towards Azula, but she jumped out of the way as the vehicle crashed into the side of a building, with her continuing the chase until she was back on their tail, following them up a stairwell. At the top, the girl spotted a cart of maroon vegetables with its owner distracted with a possible customer and pushed it down the steps, barreling towards Azula. On impulse, she shot the ground beneath her with blue flames propelling her in the air, flipping over the storming cart until she landed perfectly near them as the cart smashed at the base of the steps, spilling its contents everywhere. "My Casamin cabbages," the alien merchant cried out as Azula stormed past, still in chase. The two children ran into a narrow alleyway that perfectly allowed them to maintain their speed but slowed Azula down as she had to squeeze her way through until she pulled herself out into the outskirts of the slums. She scanned the horizon of run-down homes and dirty streets until she saw the children run into what looked like an abandoned warehouse. She growled in annoyance as she advanced to the building. The heavier gravity was causing her to tire out quickly. The hole in the wall that they crawled into was too small for her to follow, so instead, she kicked open a chained-up door off its hinges, where she found a group of other Kukyuvon youths of various ages loitering about with all of their attention on the intruder. The two children ran behind the eldest youth, with short dark red hair, narrow face and dressed in grungy streetwear, who turned to her with a snarl, flashing his teeth as he brought his raised hand down from throwing a knife at a poster with several other knives, and with a commanding, biting tone asked, "Who the hell are you?" "I'm the one who was just robbed by those two brats," she bit back, pointing to the two children who hid behind the teen. "I don't take kindly to thievery." The various teens got up from whatever they were doing and began to crowd around her, brandishing improvised weapons such as broken pipes, crowbars, or their bare knuckles. Azula scanned all five of them as they approached for possible weaknesses. None of them seemed as though they were skilled fighters, just a bunch of street thugs acting tough. She could clearly defeat all of them without the use of her bending. The leader fiddled with the knife in his hand as he waved for the two kids to get back. "Well, you should have kept better track of your wallet then." He squinted as he studied her. "What are you, some kind of deformed Pandaren?" She rolled her eyes. "I'm really starting to get tired of people asking me that. You should turn around and go back to wherever you came from. Pandarans aren't welcomed here." He waved the knife close to her face as he stood over her. "Well..." She pointed the tip away from her with her index finger. "First of all, I am not a Pandaren. Second, if I can just get back what was stolen, I will be on my way, and no one gets hurt." They all started to chuckle. "You're really threatening us?" the leader asked. "It's 5 against 1. I've faced greater odds," she said, smugly stated. The leader let out a mocking laugh, flashing his fangs, with the rest of his crew following suit, before he sent a fist flying towards her face. Already anticipating the attack, Azula pulled her head back, avoiding the blow easily before stepping in and striking his stomach hard enough to knock him back. He snarled like an animal, lunging forward with the knife, swiping at her, with Azula dodging each attack, the last swipe managing to leave a shallow cut on her shoulder. That last attack shouldn't have hit her, but the higher gravity was slowing her movements down. Not wanting to risk another attack landing, she grabbed hold of his wrist, twisting the knife out of his grasp before throwing him aside. The others soon decided to join in, with Azula ducking out the way of a pipe being swung at her and sidestepping a crowbar. The one with the crowbar swung down at her again, only for Azula to catch his wrist and deliver an open palm to his chin, disorienting him long enough for her to subdue him with a swift kick to the stomach. She quickly grabbed the crowbar and blocked another swing from the pipe, then sweeping his legs out from under him before firmly planting a drop kick on his chest, knocking the wind out of him and subduing him. The other two, who seemed to be a brother and sister pair, came at her. Azula threw the crowbar at the legs of the brother, sending him falling to his face. The sister, however, got behind Azula and was able to wrap her arms around her tightly. Recovering from his fall, the brother reared up and threw a fist towards Azula's face. She narrowly escapes the blow by moving her head out of the way, causing him to punch his sister instead. The sister's grip was still firmly around Azula, but the disorientation gave her the opportunity to throw both feet into the brother's chest, knocking him back and propelling the two girls into an old stack of empty crates. Now free, Azula delivered a hard punch to the girl's face, knocking her out. Azula was beginning to feel the fatigue set in, and no more was this present than when she turned to face her next opponent and was met with a shoulder bash by the leader that knocked her to the ground. He jumped onto her before she could get up, sending a flurry of blows down on her that she blocked with her arms. This would not be a viable defense for long. His fists felt like frozen turkeys hammering down on her, and the higher gravity only made their impact sting even more. As he pulled his arm back for another blow, she broke her defense and struck him with an open palm to the throat, then kicked him off of her before stumbling back up, where she was grabbed by the brother and thrown against the wall, the impact knocking the breath out of her lungs. After recovering, she saw the brother marching up to her, cracking his knuckles. From what she could tell, he was the biggest of the group and the strongest, as he was able to shrug off that kick to the chest. If she wanted to take him down, she would have to strike at a precise weak point. Just as he was getting ready to strike, she sent a kick between his legs, causing him to let out a high-pitched cry of pain as his knees gave out from under him, and he was left there holding his crotch as he fell over. It seems Pt.2 anatomy was very similar to humans, at least for the males. Now the only one left was the leader, who got back to his feet. He ran back to the wall, pulling all the knives out, and took on a throwing stance. "Taking me seriously now, are we?" she said in an almost mocking manner. "That's on me for underestimating you, but now I ain't making that mistake again." He threw one of the knives at her leg. She jumped out of the way as it landed where she stood. He threw a few more, with Azula dodging each. He was good, just as good as Maya when they sparred during their time hunting the Avatar. Thankfully that came in handy when dealing with this street rat. She managed to close the distance between them, dodging a few more until he was left with one in each hand. He lunged at her, swinging each blade with precision, managing to leave shallow cuts on her arms and legs as she tried her best to dodge his attacks. She couldn't keep up with his attacks, she was too tired and slowing down. He roared out as he swung a knife downward, a swing she could not dodge, and braced for the inevitable pain, yet it never came. When she looked down, she saw the knife landed on her audio translator, throwing out sparks. The leader tried to pull the knife, but it was stuck. Now was her time to strike. She swung her leg into his side, making him drop his blades before grabbing him by the collar, and with all her might and frustration repeatedly punched his face. Blood trickling from his nose and bruises forming all over until his body went limp and he fell backwards. His breathing labored and was on the brink of unconsciousness. She struggled to stay on her feet, exhaustion almost taking hold of her. She managed to defeat them all, but it took entirely too much effort on her part. She should have just used firebending from the start. Now she will rectify that decision. She held out a hand and summoned a blue flame just as the leader was beginning to recover, his eyes growing wide at the sight of it in fear. "Now I believe a demonstration of fear is in order." She echoed her father's words as she approached. "So tell me, which hand is your dominant one?" The leader crawled away as best he could until he touched the wall. "Why don't we make it both?" She summoned another flame, just to be precise. A sadistic smile grew on her lips as she got closer. She reveled in his fear. Finally she felt powerful again. She felt in control, like nothing could stop her, until a shovel collided with the back of her head, sending her sprawling to the floor. Behind her, the little boy stood with an old shovel. The leader got back up, grabbing both kids by their hands, leading them away, and kicked his friends awake. "Come on. Let's get out of here before this psycho wakes up." They all ran out following the leader. Azula, however, was still awake, a little disoriented but awake, and recovered herself. "Hey!" she called out while stumbling to her feet as she gave chase. "Where do you think you're going?" The group ran out of the old building, turning down the street with Azula in hot pursuit. Many of them attempted to do as the kids did, overturning various objects hanging by the streets and pushing people in her way. Still a bit disoriented and fatigued, Azula found dodging the obstacles difficult, with her being tripped up by a rolling trash can or running into a bystander that she promptly pushed out of the way. Seeing how relentless she was, the leader ordered they split up, with each member taking a different path at an intersection. Azula focused on the leader and the two kids he dragged with him, bolting up the street they took, and was almost able to catch them until a man herding several tall six-limbed camel-like creatures cut her off. The teenage Pt.2 grabbed both kids and tossed them onto a hover trolley passing by before climbing on himself, and with a smug smirk waved her goodbye as the two kids stuck their lavender-colored tongues out at her while making immature faces. Her blood now boiling, Azula used her firebending to launch herself over the group of animals, startling them into a stampede and landing in a roll that put her back on the warpath towards the three Pt.2. Her targets quickly lost their smiles. The trolley crossed over a bridge overlooking a canal, and with the road running out as it crossed a bridge that was clearly made only to hold the trolley, Azula propelled herself in the air once more, running along the side of the surrounding buildings, using her firebending to keep her afloat until she was close enough to jump onto the roof of the vehicle. She swung down through the open entrance and was met with the teen waiting for her and delivering a push kick into her stomach, sending her out and into a puddle. Now significantly battered and now wet, Azula vowed to make sure these three paid for the trouble they caused her, the water of the puddle boiling at her fury before she gave chase again. The leader, now seeing Azula using her fire to fly out of the canal and was back on the warpath again, he decided to look around the environment for a better means of escape. His amber eyes landing on the train station in view, with the train leading out of the city parked. Azula couldn't keep running forever, the weight of the planet was bringing her to exhaustion, but her pride wouldn't allow such a transgression against her to go unpunished, and with all her might used her firebending to propel herself onto the rear of the vehicle, where she climbed in through the emergency exit. The passengers parted way in fear after witnessing the jets of flames along with the small bursts of blue fire that emitted from her mouth every time she exhaled. Her eyes darted side to side looking for the teen and what she assumed to be his siblings, and finding no trace of them, she turned to a Cyclops alien with a thin head and grabbed him by the collar, forcing him into eye level with her. The three Pt.2 brats that were here. Where are they? He frantically pointed out the window towards the train station. After tossing him aside, she jumped out of the moving trolley and broke out into a light jog towards the station. Surely those peasants are just as tired as she is. The three managed to make their way to the station, the oldest keeping an eye out for their pursuer as the two kids followed him. Pt.2, is she still following us? The little girl asked with worry. Yeah, she's scary. The little boy followed up. Pt.2 pushed the two kids before him, encouraging them to go ahead as he continued to look over his shoulders. I don't know. Listen, Teo and Tia, if she shows up before we can get on the train home, I want you two to sneak on one without me. I'll make sure she doesn't follow you. The two siblings nodded in agreement to him. That girl is crazy, and what was up with that fire? How much did you take from her anyway? Tia, the little girl, dug into her pocket, pulling out the gold brick followed by a few silver and bronze ones, 5 units. His head shot back in surprise. 5 units? You're telling me she beat up our entire group and chased us all over town for 5 units? That's not even enough to buy lunch. She must really be crazy. He led them to a chain-link fence on the side of the building and pulled a torn end up, allowing the two kids to crawl under before going as well, with the end of his black jacket getting caught and tearing off as he went through. Azula finally made it to the station, now tired and out of breath, and marched to the ticket kiosk. Pt.2, 3 of them, have you seen them? I'm sorry, he asked in confusion. She slammed her fist against the glass. 3 Pt.2 brats came here. Have you seen them or not? She shouted in violent rage. I'm sorry, miss, but I can't understand what you are saying. She then remembered her audio translator, turning to her hip and seeing the knife still firmly planted in it and sparks still shooting out from it. Roaring out in rage, she pulled it away and threw it to the ground as she went to continue her search. Azula searched around the area and followed the fence, finding a torn piece of clothing at the end of a torn end of the fence, recognizing it as belonging to the oldest teen of the group. With her firebending, she shot herself over the fence, nearly catching herself on the barbed wire, and landed, not so gracefully, on the opposite end. She growled in frustration to herself as she jogged up and entered the only train just before it took off. Angara sat comfortably in one of the center carts, watching as the slums passed by, her broken helmet sitting in her lap. There were very few attending this cart, as at this time of day on Kazima the trains are not as fully packed with passengers, which is how Angara likes it. No one to bother her or get on her nerves. She already spent most of her days stuck in the law enforcement office, getting the scalps she collected scanned and authenticated, as the DNA testing machine was down for a good while, keeping her from collecting her bounties, adding to her already high temper. Now she is getting back to her people and can finally take some time for herself and enjoy the sounds of the train. That silence was interrupted when the door to the far end of the cart slid open with 3 individuals entering in a panic. She opened her eyes to see whatever annoyance came to disturb her solitude, but was surprised to see people she knew. Taito? Angara? He said in surprise. Big sis, the twins called out, running and jumping onto her with a hug. Stop calling me that, she said in annoyance as she patted them affectionately. Didn't expect to see you 3 so quickly. And you've dashed. She looked at Taito and was shocked at how bruised and bloodied his face was, so much so she stood up quickly, looking him over like a concerned parent. What happened? Who did this to you? We're being chased by a crazy lady, Teo said, pulling out from the hug. Yeah. She beat up everybody and chased us all over town. Tia followed up, still clinging onto Angara's leg. Really? Angara said flatly and gave Taito a scornful look. Why are you being chased? Taito, feeling the scrutiny in her gaze, looked away, scratching his head nervously. It's just like they said. She's crazy. Not believing a word he said, she grabbed his pointed ear, pulling at it hard enough to make him cry out. Are you making your cousins pickpocket again? No. I swear I didn't. She turned to the twins with a piercing gaze. Did he? The 2 children looked away, twiddling their fingers. A little, Tia answered. Angara pulled at his ear some more as she scolded him. And now you pickpocketed the wrong person, putting your cousins in danger, and you getting beaten to a pulp, like the idiot you are. Okay. Yes, it's my fault. Could you please stop trying to tear off my ear? Angara let him go. This crazy lady, is she on board? I don't know. I think we lost her. Taito held his ear, trying to soothe the pain. Angara growled as she rubbed her head in frustration. Sit down. I'll make sure this lady doesn't do anything if she shows up. Yay! Big sis is gonna fight her, the twins said in unison. Shut up. I'm not your sister. She grabbed the twins and sat them down, giving Teo her helmet to hold before turning to Taito. And don't think you're getting out of this unscathed. Your uncle is gonna be hearing about this. He sat down next to the twins with his head downcast and responded in a defeated tone, Yes, big sis. She lightly slapped his head. What did I say about calling me that? Now with the task of babysitting again, she kept a watch on each end of the cart, awaiting this crazy lady they came across. So what does this crazy lady look like? She was a Pandaren, Teo shouted. I think she was one, Tia responded, but she looked weird. How weird? She didn't have horns or black eyes like one, Taito answered. Ha! Angara responded, as this was beginning to sound familiar. She had weird hair too, Tia then said. She had a ponytail on the top of her head with a gold thingy in it, Teo added, pointing to his dark hair. That's called a topknot. She also shot fire from her hands. Teo tried to imitate her movements. Angara turned to them, her eyes widening in realization. Tell me it wasn't blue fire. It was, Tia answered. Yeah, she was like a walking flamethrower. Wait, how did you know it was blue? Taito asked just as the door they had just came from slid open with a very angry, scuffed up and soaking wet Azula stomped through. There you are, you brats, she announced, seething with anger. It's the crazy lady, Tia shouted, hiding behind her brother. Kill her, big sis, Teo shouted in support. Azula's brow furrowed, seeing Angara standing with those she had been chasing at the far end of the cart. You. What are you doing here? I just enjoy long train rides. Her sarcastic remark only added more fuel to Azula's frustration. What does it look like I'm doing? I'm visiting family. Taito got up behind Angara, standing between her and his cousins. Careful, big sis. She kicked the crap out of all 5 of us. Angara scoffed. That's not very impressive, Taito. Step aside, Angara. My business is with them, Azula said, making her way closer to them. The few other passengers grew uncomfortable. Angara stepped between her and the group and said with an audacious snarl, "Hold it, princess. They're with me, so if you've got an issue with them, you gotta take it with me." In an attempt to calm her nerves, she took several deep breaths. Those 2 children stole my money out from under me, and the other one assaulted me with his gang of misfits. The 2 girls locked eyes, neither willing to back down from the other. Angara snapped her fingers and held out a hand. Money. Tia dropped the units in her hand. She looked at the money, counting it. 5 units. She scoffed before tossing the change to Azula's feet. There's your money, now go sit in the other cart and use it to get a ticket back. Azula looked at the measly series of brick-shaped coins at her feet. This isn't just about the money anymore. After everything those peasants put me through, I demand retribution. Taito bared his teeth, letting out a defiant hiss, with the twins mimicking him. Angara only stared at her with a scowl. They'll get their punishment. I'll see to it. That's not good enough. Well, too bad, because that's all you're gonna get. Azula closed her eyes and took another long deep breath before stepping over the money, her voice becoming a demanding growl. Step aside. Angara bared her teeth and hissed, "Make me." Hey, we have a Patreon chock full of NSFW content. Audios, GIFs, sauces, captions and more in our Patreon. Most of the audios are free, however, everything else will cost you. I want to grow Story into an actual brand business. An actual animation, publishing, movie studio. So if even you follow our Patreon for free, it'll really help out. Azula and Angara stared each other down at the end of each corridor, waiting for the other to make the first move. The 3 young Kukyuvan standing behind the older huntress as if she was an impenetrable wall, while the 3 other passengers looked on in dread as to what's to come. Everybody who's not me or her, get out, Angara announced. The other passengers made no hesitation to run off. She leaned back, not taking her eyes off her opponent. That goes for you 3 as well. But, big sis, Taito pleaded. Beat it, she ordered. Taito grabbed his cousins and pulled them behind the sliding door, leaving Angara and Azula alone. You can turn back now, princess. We can forget this ever happened and just walk away, she said, grabbing her broken helmet from the seat. Getting cold feet already? I thought you were braver than that. Angara cracked her knuckles against her chin. It's good sport to allow the weaker opponent to walk away. Azula let out an exasperated laugh as she ran her fingers through her hair, straightening it out. I'm going to enjoy this far more than I should. Her expression shifted to one of detachment as her analytical mind took over. Compared to the previous group of untrained misfits, Angara was a force to be reckoned with. Covered almost head to toe in armor that turned her into a living tank, along with a series of gadgets. Azula knew she was at a disadvantage. The only edge she had was her firebending, but the chase and earlier fight had sapped her of a lot of strength. If she was going to stand any chance against Angara, she needed to bait her into making the first move. It shouldn't be hard. After all, she was like Zuko, an emotional brute who attacks in blind rage. I was such a fool thinking I could make peace with you. A savage, filthy peasant, part of a sad, dying, and defeated people. Too prideful to recognize their own weakness. Angara's snarl grew wider as she growled like a feral wolf bat, nostrils flaring. That's it. I'm gonna smash every bone connected to that mouth of yours." Angara took the bait and charged blindly. Azula smirked as she quickly lined up a shot and sent a small blast of blue fire towards her eyes. Angara reacted quickly and blocked the shot with her helmet before throwing it with all her might. Azula ducked out of the way as the helmet nearly collided with her face, but could not recover in time to stop the punch to her stomach, the force of which nearly knocked her off her feet. Angara followed up with another swing, this time directed towards her face. On instinct, Azula shot a blast of fire with her foot into Angara's stomach, pushing both opponents away from each other. Azula clenched her stomach as she braced herself against a seat. She had received very few direct physical blows like that in her life, but that one was by far the strongest and most painful one she's ever taken. Angara quickly shot up to her feet, her padded stomach covered in scorch marks, and was quick to go back on the offensive. Azula bolted up, ignoring the pain, and shot a continuous cone of fire at her. Angara threw up her arm with her energy shield unfolding and sent the blast in every other direction as she closed the distance between them, stopping the blast with a swift backhanded swipe with the shield. With the shield retracted, Angara sent a flurry of powerful blows with Azula ducking and weaving out of each, but struggled to keep up until one struck her face, almost sending her to the floor. "You'll also like..." The baited attack didn't work, so now Azula must remain on the defensive and wait for an opening. Angara's attacks were relentless, with her strategy clearly being to overwhelm Azula, her offense simultaneously being her defense. Thankfully for Azula, Angara's movements were slowed down by both the weight of her armor and the high gravity. She couldn't use her firebending at this range, as the narrow train cart gave her very little room to bend without the risk of burning herself. The only obvious weak point was her head, so Azula focused on sending a jab or punch to it any chance she got, with the Kukyuvan woman taking each shot like it was nothing. Azula went for another jab to her jaw, but Angara caught her by the wrist and pulled her in to deliver a devastating headbutt, her thorny head spikes digging into the princess's forehead. Heavily dazed from the attack, Azula was wide open for another that Angara greedily took by hammering her head 2 more times into Azula's, but in the process put herself in a similar daze. The two stumbled away from each other, Angara bracing herself against a pole trying to regain her senses, while Azula was in a worse state, sprawled out on the ground, forehead bleeding. She was on the edge of consciousness, the world spinning around her, ears ringing and nausea setting in, but she refused to go down. She would not allow herself to be defeated in such a manner, and she slowly pushed herself up and saw Angara attempting to reorient herself. She forced herself up and shot 2 more fireballs at her, one dispersing on her chest plate and the other hitting the edge of her armored skirt, burning through the fabric of her side. Angara cried out, holding her side, leaving her open to a flying knee that collided with the side of her face, sending her sprawling to the floor on her stomach. Azula wasted no time wrapping an arm around her neck, putting her in a chokehold. Angara struggled against her grip, but her position didn't allow for much flexibility. With her opposing hand, Azula summoned a plume of fire, with Angara grabbing hold of her wrists before the flame could be jammed into her face. "You know, my brother has this awful burn in the side of his face." She attempted to inch the flame closer to Angara's right eye. "I love to make fun of it and watch him get angry knowing he couldn't do anything about it. But I haven't seen him in a long time and I'm growing a little homesick." Angara struggled to keep the fire away. "It's light blinding. Why don't I make you my new Zuzu?" Angara couldn't keep this up forever, so she reached for her jetpack controls on her hip, activating the thrusters and propelling them both into the roof of the compartment, Azula taking the brunt of the blow and broke the hold she had over her. Angara summoned the blade from her gauntlet and swung backwards, landing a deep cut just under the princess's eye. Angara swung the blade, savagely roaring out with fury, trying to slice up the princess. Azula caught her arm, stopping her assault until the huntress grabbed the back of Azula's head and attempted to pull her neck onto the edge of her blade. "Still think you got the upper hand here, princess?" She let a feral smile creep up on her face. With the blade inching closer and closer to her throat, Azula found it difficult to breathe. With one last deep breath, Azula shot a small burst of fire, singing the Kukuvon's Scarlet Bangs with Azula kicking her away. The two glared daggers at each other and were about to lunge until one of the doors slid open, pausing their battle momentarily as an elderly alien slug woman pushed a cart of refreshments down the aisle. She was so old that she didn't seem to notice the carnage of battle on the two passengers. Not wanting the old woman to get involved in their fight, the two girls shifted out of their fighting stances and pretended to be passengers enjoying the ride while using this time to regain their strength. The old woman's droopy eye stalks turned to them. "Refreshments?" "No, we're good," Angara said in a rushed response, wanting the old train attendant gone. "Actually," Azula called to the attendant, "I'm feeling a little parched. Do you have any water with you?" Angara's glare intensified as the old woman searched the cart and presented her a bottle of water. 12 units, please." Azula took the bottle and feigned concern as she patted her pockets. "Oh no, it would seem I don't have enough money on me." She turned to the smoldering Angara. "You don't mind, do you?" she asked before opening the bottle and taking a gulp from it. Angara's face tightened further in rage to the point she was grinding her teeth as she reached for her wallet and presented a card to the attendant, not wanting to continue the fight while the older woman was still present. After scanning her card, the elderly slug woman returned the card before slowly slithering out the opposite door. "You owe me 12 units. Angara spat out bitterly. "Is that a lot?" She took another long sip. "For a bottle of water, yes." "Thank you for your sacrifice then." She gave her a snobbish smile before taking another sip. Angara gave her a long hard stare as she watched her drink the overly priced water she was forced to pay for. "I hate you." Azula screwed the lid back onto the half-empty bottle. "The feeling is mutual." She then threw it as hard as she could, managing to hit the bounty hunter in the corner of her forehead and disorienting her long enough for Azula to deliver a push kick into her stomach and send her into the cart window. The window cracking as Angara's jetpack made contact. She followed up with another blast of fire that Angara narrowly dodged. After rolling out of the way of another wave of fire, Angara grabbed her helmet from the floor and swung it, hitting Azula in her side, interrupting her attack before going on the offensive again. Azula attempted to throw another jab to her nose, hoping to blindside her long enough for a more devastating attack, but found herself punching the metal helmet Angara used as a shield at full force. After recoiling from the pain, Angara lunged towards her, tackling the princess through the sliding door, the door bending and breaking off its hinges and glass from its window shattering. Both opponents were exhausted and hurt, but neither were willing to stop the fight. However, Azula was hitting her limit and she was struggling to get up. Angara still had her strength though, and pulled herself up and knelt over her. "I said I was going to smash every bone attached to your mouth," Angara said in between breaths. Azula's eyes widened as she raised the helmet over her head and aimed for Azula's mouth. "I always keep my promises." Before she could hammer the helmet down, a metallic voice cut through the air. "Freeze!" Angara turned to see two law enforcement officers standing behind them with their weapons drawn. "Weapons down! Appendages in the air!" the other officers shouted. Angara slowly lowered the helmet and got off Azula, doing as instructed. Azula stumbled up, attempting to smooth over her appearance. "Officer, there's been a misunderstanding here." She attempted to smooth things over. "Appendages in the air," he repeated more forcefully. She couldn't bargain her way out of this situation, so she just had to comply. One of the officers began to list out their crimes as he made his way to arrest them. While doing so, Angara looked to her right towards the flexible membrane between the carts. She summoned her wrist blade and with a quick swing sliced it open. With the sudden shock of the outside wind shooting in, disorienting everyone present, she leapt out. Seeing an opportunity to escape, Azula followed, diving through the hole before the officer could catch her. Azula plummeted to the ground below, throwing her arms to her side, shooting jets of fire to slow her descent until she made an ungraceful landing in a dirt mound. The train sped away, following the elevated tracks towards its destination, leaving both of them behind in the Badlands of Kazima. Azula looked around herself, seeing nothing but pink savanna and sparse red trees. She attempted to stand, but her limbs buckled. She had used up all of her strength and couldn't continue, with her vision blurring until she fell on her face unconscious. Angara walked following the tracks until she saw Azula face down in the dirt. She snarled in frustration, "You've got to be kidding me." Angara marched up to her, flipping her over, finding that she was unconscious. A rhythmic vibrating came from one of her pockets. Angara reached into it, pulling out a communicator, and answered it. "Azula, finally. I've been trying to reach you for an hour now." Myrel's voice came through loudly in annoyance. "Where are you, right now?" "The princess is currently knocked out in the Badlands, Captain," she answered in a tired tone. "Angara? Why are you answering Azula's communicator, and what do you mean she's knocked out?" Angara looked down on the unconscious princess, wanting nothing more than to bash her face in, but her honor prevented her from striking an unconscious opponent. She sighed. "How much time do you have, Captain?" Azula awoke to water being poured over her face, making her jump up in surprise. "Wakey, wakey, princess," Angara said with a sneer, holding a canteen over her. "What happened?" she asked frantically. "We're stranded in the Badlands because of you," she said, sitting on a rock. "Horizon City is an 8-hour walk back the way we came, and the nearest place of refuge is the Kukyuvon camp, which is 3 hours that way." She pointed in a direction away from the other end of the tracks. Azula hissed in pain as she slowly tried to pull herself up. "Then let's make for the camp and try to dash." "Sit down," Angara ordered, drawing her blaster. Azula furrowed her brow in frustration, not wanting to deal with another argument. "Listen. If we are going to survive, we need to dash." A bright red plasma blast struck the ground by her feet, silencing her instantly. "Sit down." Azula slowly complied. "You know, I could redirect that beam," she cautiously reminded her. Angara flipped a switch on her blaster. "Let's see if you can redirect rapid fire, then." She looked at the sky, staring at the great ring and 2 moons orbiting overhead. "So are we just going to sit here and wait for whatever passes for man-eating animals to eat us, or are we going to try and get out of here?" "We are going to sit right here and wait until Myrel comes with the shuttle and picks you up. Then I'm going to go back to my people and try and forget you exist." "How long is that going to take?" "However long it needs to be. She could pick me up at the camp dash." For the 3rd time Angara interrupted her. "There is no way in hell I will ever let you anywhere near that camp." Angara stood over her, fury in her eyes, but winced at the pain caused by the burn on her side. "You chased 3 members of my clan all over town and tried to burn them over 5 units. My people already have a lot to deal with. I'm not going to bring a psychopath like you into the mix." "Would you have simply let it go?" "No, I wouldn't, but I saw Taito's face." "Yeah, maybe he deserved it. He's a stupid kid who can't keep his nose out of trouble, but you got your retribution, so you should have just taken the money and walked away." "That's what I would have done." Angara sat back down, attempting to calm herself. "You may have been the head of the pack on that primitive rock you call a home, but you're not there anymore. Out here you're not a princess, you're just some pup biting at bigger predators you think are prey." She chuckled to herself. "You know, I think that'll be my nickname for you. Pup. After all, I don't want to feed your ego by calling you a princess." "That's enough." Azula exploded, attempting to stand, but her wounds kept her down. "I will not sit here and be lectured to like I am lesser than. Especially by someone like you." Angara raised the weapon. Careful, pup, in case you forgot I won that fight and you're in no condition for a rematch. Azula glared at her before taking a seated position. I was exhausted, both from the chase, my fight with this Taito, and his lackeys, along with just how heavy everything is around here. That's the only reason you won. Right. Angara said slowly. Azula then turned to her glaring, and with an edge to her voice, if you ever call me pup again, I'll dash. You'll what? Break your nose on my fist? Angara responded with just as much edge. Azula turned away, seeing a small watering hole. I'm going to wash my face, or is that a problem? Angara gave her a long hard stare before responding, stay in my line of sight. Azula stood up and slowly hobbled to the pool of water and kneeled down and looked at her reflection. She was a disheveled mess. Her pristine skin sullied with bruises and cuts. Her topknot was a tangled, lopsided mess, strands out of place and hanging in her face. She looked just like she did on the day of the comet. Imperfect, broken, insane, monstrous. She looked at her hands and noticed they were shaking. Azula. A familiar voice called out from across the watering hole. She looked up and saw her mother standing amongst the pink grass, her red robes looking as though they belonged with the surrounding environment. She can't snap, not here. She can't show anyone else her weakness. Not again. She shoved her hands into the water, getting rid of the image, scooping up some water and cleansing her face. Azula looked up again, the apparition gone. She sighed in relief, then undid her hair, redoing it so that not one hair was out of place. She had to be perfect, it's the only way to keep her focused, keep her sane. Her skin was somewhat back to its original appearance save for the cuts and bruises, and her beautiful hair was perfectly tied back into its normal topknot except for one thing. Her right strand of hair that she allowed to hang loose to emphasize her jawline was cut in half, lining up with the cut beneath her eye. An imperfection created by the Kukyuvan woman sitting behind her, one that drove her ire as she clutched it in her hand, wanting to pull the offending imperfection away. Hurry up, pup! Angara called out. Angara's communicator buzzed. Myrelle was calling, Captain. You on your way? I've got some bad news. The captain's voice came in with clear annoyance. Angara snarled, pressing the sights of her blaster into her forehead as if to quell an oncoming headache. What is it now? Myrelle stood before the shuttle, arms crossed and a vein throbbing on her forehead. Staring at a bright yellow clamp attached to the upper platform of the landing pad with its opposite end locked around one of the shuttle's legs with a thick cable connecting them. She brought her communicator up to speak. Proxley clamped the shuttle and he's not answering any of my calls. Angara roared out a series of curses, drawing Azula's attention. How long until you can get here? I have no idea. You know how Proxley likes to drag things out. Her voice came through. Listen, I know you're not going to like this, but... No! I am not bringing her there. I don't want her anywhere near the camp. Then the both of you will be stuck out in the wilderness with no supplies. Myrelle's voice came through like a mother scolding her child. I don't like this any more than you do, but the camp is closer to you than the city. Just keep an eye on her until the morning. We should have this sorted out by then. Angara continued to growl like an animal, but deep down she knew the captain was right. Fine, but if she burns anybody, I'll kill her. Let me talk to her. Angara called out to her using her new nickname, then tossed her the communicator. Captain. Azula called, still not used to using such a device. Myrelle's voice came through with a serious and careful tone. Listen closely, Azula. You'll be going with Angara to the Kukyuvan camp. They're not very welcoming to outsiders, so I need you to follow and do everything Angara says. But dash. No buts, Azula. If you do anything to offend the Kukyuvan, you could end up dead or worse. You think Angara is a pain? She's nice compared to some of the other members in that camp. Do you understand? Azula gritted her teeth and agreed. Myrelle hung up, leaving the two to themselves. All right, pup, it's a 3-hour hike, so keep up or I'll leave you behind. Angara took back her communicator and marched towards the direction of the camp, looking up at the sun. It's going to get dark pretty soon, so we better hurry. Azula grumbled to herself and followed her as they began their trek through the pink grass, hating every moment of being stuck with the bounty hunter, but at least the scenery was pleasant. Myrelle knelt at a table within her and her crew's favorite restaurant, Nogshivas, with 7 gax, as she messaged her temples, trying to soothe away a migraine. First she spent all day running around the market looking where Azula took off to, then tried calling her 11 times on her communicator only to hit voicemail every time. Then when she finally does get through, it is Angara who answers, only to tell her that Azula was unconscious and mildly injured because they got into a fight on a train over Azula trying to inflict capital punishment herself for petty theft. Not to mention proxily clamping their shuttle down because of the detour they took. The petty bastard. Myrelle kept repeating in her head. Now she can't help but worry that her newest recruit is going to get herself killed either on the way to the camp by either Angara or some wild animal, or in the camp. Things were truly a mess. Seb, seeing the captain's dejected Domnor, decided to offer some friendly words. Hey captain, want some squig? He held out a green cube-shaped bottle. She snatched the bottle and took a long gulp from it, slamming it back down before him. I meant a glass, but all right. That girl. Myrelle ran her hands through her ebony hair. She's only been with us for, what? 2, 3 days? And she's already causing trouble and giving me stress headaches. Angara didn't even do that, and she was a massive pain when she first joined. Sev reached above them and pulled a hose down from the jellyfish-shaped hookah machine that hung above their table and offered it to her. Take a hit of some spice. It'll cool your nerves. Myrelle did just that, inhaling the fumes of the herb and puffing out a cloud of pastel blue smoke. She could already feel its calming effects take hold. Maybe I should just assign her to mess hall duty. Sev puffed out a cloud of blue smoke as well. It's just one bad day, Cap. We've all got our bad days. The fire spitter is new to how things work out here. Maybe this'll be a humbling experience for her. Right, Gax? Gax sat in a squat position, his large eyes drooped as blue smoke leaked from his nostrils. Guraka and Ikeshka. His voice was mellow and soft as the spice took hold of him. See, he agrees with me. Myrelle wasn't even sure if that was true. After all, she barely understood what Gax says. She shook her head as she let the hose retract back into the machine. I just don't trust her. Do you too? Not particularly, no. Sev answered, but I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt and offering her a hand in friendship. Hopefully she doesn't spit in it. Gachita Gunda Korakata. Gax said with Sev chuckling. He says he trusts her as far as he can shoot her. You didn't exactly trust us when we first joined the crew, and look at us now. 2 of your finest weapons engineers. And that was after we tried stealing your ship. I was in a good mood that day. Any other day I would have thrown you out into space. Myrelle jabbed, taking the bottle of squig. Gax let out another cloud of smoke, letting the hose retract. Karakuru Shergal? He said calmly to the captain. She looked to the mechanical giant. Sev, translate. He's asking why you let her join if you don't trust her so much. Sev drank from his glass. Why her, and not some other person from her planet? The practical answer, she was already on board and willing to work. And the not-so-practical answer? Myrelle thought long and hard about what to say. I see a little bit of myself in her. Young, arrogant, dogmatic. She shook her head at the memory of her younger self. I also see someone who is confused, lost and alone. I guess my motherly instincts kicked in and decided I should take her under my wing. She had nowhere else to go and an ability that we could use, so I offered her the job and thought that maybe I'd offer her a second chance after whatever happened on her world. After all, almost everyone in this storm is there for a second chance. 7 Gax accepted this answer. I just hope she doesn't get herself killed before then. She poured herself a glass and downed it. While we're here, keep your ears to the ground. She changed the subject, with her expression shifting to one of stony indifference. Someone wants us dead, and I have a feeling they're not gonna stop just yet. Sev shifted his weight, with his jolly demeanor shifting with it. There's a lot of people that want us dead, Cap. Syndicates, pirates, rival mercs. Hell, most of them want us dead because the storm is a Pandaren-run group. I know, but we can narrow it down to whoever hired the Death's Head to grab the fabricator. Duratax said they were offered a bonus to kill us. Typically, a client would just tell them to get the job done, but this one made it a point to pay extra to have us gone. Something tells me this was personal. The only people who knew about the client were Duratax's inner circle, and the Firespitter shot them all out into space, and we already interrogated all our new members about it and got nothing. They would keep a record of it in their home base. We just need to access it, find out who hired them for the job, and persuade them from taking further action. 7 Gax gave each other a look, hitting Death's Head HQ? That's a tall order, Cap. I know, but without Duratax the group is disorganized and panicked. However, we have another issue, Cortex. Both Sev and Gax grimaced at the name, the Butcher of Axelin 4. He's going to want revenge, and he'll strike soon. He's not exactly known for his patience. What should we do then? Just wait for him to show up on our doorstep. Myrelle sighed as she poured herself another drink. We might have to, but thankfully for us he's a thick-skulled idiot, so he'll be easy to strategize against. He might be lacking in the strategy department, but he's a sledgehammer that hits like a runaway hover truck. Sev warned. But if you see the truck coming, you can get out of the way. Myrelle countered before downing her drink. Enough talk about work. I'm tired, and I want to at least enjoy some of my time planetside. With that said, Myrelle and her 2 crewmen ceased all conversations involving their line of work. Azula and Angara continued their journey in relative silence through the rose-colored grasslands, the sun beginning to set over the horizon, turning the orange sky into shades of dark purple. The hot, dry air was beginning to cool down, and creatures of the night began to call out to one another. Azula may have had time to rest while unconscious, but it did little to help regain her stamina, with the high gravity continuing to sap away her strength, with it beginning to become a struggle to keep up with Angara's brisk pace. As Angara walked, she continuously attempted to make contact with the camp, but the signal within the Badlands was proving to be spotty. Hey! This is Angara. Can anyone hear me? She was only met with static. Angara to camp. Your signal sucks. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I'm hiking to the camp after falling off the train. I've got a +1 with me, so don't kill her, at least until I say so. Only more static came. Azula eventually stopped, placing her hands on her knees as she tried to regain her breath. Hold on. I need a few minutes. Angara looked over her shoulder. Every moment we waste is a moment we can use to keep going. I'm exhausted. And I'm mad that I'm stuck here with you, but you don't see me complaining. You did plenty of that earlier. Azula muttered under her breath. What was that? Angara hissed. 5 minutes. That's all I need. Then we can continue. Angara growled, fine. You get 5 minutes, pup. Azula growled in annoyance, stop calling me that. I'll stop when you beat me in a one-on-one fight. The snark in her voice only further rubbed salt in the wound for Azula, who only growled in response. Azula saw the canteen strapped to Angara's side. I'm thirsty, give me some water. She thrusted her hand out expectantly. Oh, you mean this? Angara unhooked the canteen. 12 units, she demanded, before strapping it back in. You thought I forgot about that, huh? Azula rolled her eyes and focused back to regaining her strength. 12 units for a freaking water bottle. She continued to grumble to herself, by the way. You can definitely forget about trying to win me over as a mentor. Like listening to you shout at me all day for inconsequential things would do me any good. She sat down and decided to change the subject before it turned into another argument. I imagine your siblings would have returned by now and informed them of me. So what should I expect when we arrive? They're not my siblings. Angara corrected. I'm sure I heard them call you, big sis. Angara groaned. None of my siblings are at the camp and all the kids call me that for some reason. As for when we get there, don't expect a friendly welcome. They don't like outsiders, especially Penderants, for reasons I'm sure you already know. She scoffed. Both of them recalled Azula's baited words. I'm not a Penderan. Azula growled in annoyance. But you look like one, and that's bound to cause some problems, so when we get there let me do all the talking. Don't say anything to anyone, don't go anywhere without me, and keep that fire magic to yourself. Bending. Whatever. Angara looked over the horizon and saw several streams of smoke emanating from behind a patch of trees. The camp wasn't far, but during her scan she spotted on a hill a dark purple feline creature staring at them. Crap. She cursed loud enough to draw Azula's attention. What is it? She stood back up and followed her line of sight to the animal. Laugh cats. Angara answered, unholstering her blaster. Azula snorted at her reaction to the small creature. It doesn't look so tough. The problem with laugh cats is that there's never just one. She fired her blaster in its direction with the creature disappearing into the grass with a whooping call. Your 5 minutes are up, let's go. Azula didn't feel any more rested than she was before, but followed anyway. She just wanted this trip to be over and done with, and was happy to continue their journey in silence. The silence didn't last as Angara began muttering to herself, I knew I should have just taken my ship down here, but no, I wanted to save up on gas and take a shuttle down, then take the train. And look where that got me. Stuck in the Badlands with a pyromaniac. You know I can hear you, right? I said it loud enough to be heard, didn't I? Azula groaned. All right, I get it. You are angry with me. Sulking about it isn't going to get us anywhere. Angara ignored her retort. The sound of high-pitched laughter came from behind, and she spun to face it only to be met with tall grass that stood with the movement of something within it. She quickened her pace to match Angara's. How much further is the camp? We're getting close, keep up or they'll drag you away. It's the dry season, you know. They can't afford to be picky. She responded in a taunting manner as more barks and howls began to join them. Azula made sure to do just that as she caught glimpses of small creatures scurrying about in the tall grass. They'll disperse once we get to the camp, Angara lazily assured, then fired her blaster into the brush. Several whooping barks followed. You mean if we make it? Azula muttered as she summoned a torch in her hand, its sudden appearance causing some of the creatures to stir in apprehension. If you don't make it, you mean? I ain't dying here, not yet. Angara fired again to her left, 2 creatures bolted away. You sound so certain that you'll be able to fight off however many of these things there are. Azula swiped the air to her right, throwing a wave of fire after hearing another laughing howl that was too close for her liking. It'll take a lot more than a pack of laugh cats to take me down. She roared at one of the creatures before firing again, this time with a loud yelp following. Besides, I can't die knowing that he is still alive. The determination and bitterness in that explanation caught Azula's full attention. Really? And who exactly is he? Angara didn't answer for a while before finally saying, "Just forget it. Focus on getting to the camp." Azula's expression fell into disappointment just when she was actually starting to get interested in what she had to say. The eerie whooping laughs continued until they were impossible to ignore. She could hear the grass crumple under multiple sets of feet, the gaunt features of the creatures poking out of the openings in the grass, and she could even smell the thick odor of wild animals surrounding them. "Pick up the pace, pup!" Angara commanded as she marched, firing her blaster ahead of her with Azula throwing waves of fire behind them. The fire illuminates a dozen sets of eyes. It didn't matter how many times they shot or threw fire at them, the laugh cats pursued them relentlessly. Azula wished to hit them directly, but the slow decline of daylight made pinpointing each individual creature difficult, and with the added knowledge that it was the dry season meant there was risk of causing a wildfire if she is careless. The last thing she wanted was to be stuck in an inferno of her own making. She continued to tail Angara until a pair of small hands grabbed hold of her ankle. She stumbled down, turning over while throwing out yet another arc of fire to repel her attacker, and under the blue light she got a clear view of the creature gripping her leg. It was the size of a dog with a skinny emaciated body covered in dark purple skin, a line of dark hair running along its back, its clawed forelimbs firmly grasping her trousers with a second pair behind them. The most unsettling thing about it was its face, as it had small beady sunken-in eyes that had a look of boundless hunger within them above its toothy maw that took the shape of a wide unsettling ear-to-ear smile, saliva dripping from it. She was horrified at the sight of it, to think that something like this was just a simple animal, yet it looked like a sinister spirit that belonged to stories meant to frighten children, all the while emanating a ghoulish bark that sounded like inhuman laughter. She ripped her foot from its grasp and planted a hard kick in its grinning face and ran back to Angara's side as she summoned her shield and started swinging at them. She continued to wave flames at them, but the smiling creatures refused to be scared off. "There's too many of them." "Thanks for stating the obvious." Angara shot two more and struck another with her shield. "Think you can use that fire to fly?" Azula shot a fireball striking another creature, then kicked another, not for long periods. "Better than nothing, follow my lead." She activated her jetpack and ascended. With both arms, Azula pushed the creatures back with a tornado of azure flames before boosting herself into the air behind Angara. In the air, they saw that they had been completely surrounded by the laugh cats who gave chase. Azula couldn't maintain her altitude for long. Firebenders were never meant for prolonged flight without the aid of the comet, and she found herself slowly descending. "Keep up or you'll end up as dinner," Angara called out. Just as Azula was going to respond, one of the laugh cats leapt from the grass and clamped its maw around Angara's ankle. The armor protected her, however, the creature's added weight was pulling her down. Another jumped and latched onto her front, trying to bite at her throat, only for her to throw it off. Another jumped and used its four forelimbs to grab hold of her other leg. The added weight had pulled her back to the ground, tumbling into an exposed patch of land where the rest of the pack exited the tall grass and began to surround her, each taking turns leaping on her, only to be thrown off or beaten back with her glowing shield and wrist blade. None of the creatures attempted to leap at Azula, the jets of fire deterring them. The laugh cats seemed to have settled for Angara, circling around her like a living tornado of starving animals. She could easily leave her there to serve as a distraction, however Azula knew that if she were to show up to the camp without her, the Kukyuvan would definitely kill her, and walking back to Horizon City was not an option. Azula growled in irritation as she turned around and boosted herself higher in the air again to fly back. Angara will owe her for this. Angara switched her blaster to rapid fire and sent a flurry of blasts, hitting several of the creatures dead, with the rest scattering momentarily before regrouping. As she was going to fire again, another cat lunged, catching her gauntlet in its jaws, the sudden shifting in weight flinging the blaster out of her hand. She jammed the edge of her shield into the creature's face, forcing it to let go of her before another jumped on her back, biting at her shoulder pad, its claws being dragged over the vital components of her jetpack. She threw this one off into another and summoned her wrist blade, slashing another. She then summoned her needle launcher as a substitute, only to be attacked by another that pulled the launcher off her suit. The laugh cats continued their manic calls as they scampered around her relentlessly. She let out a furious roar, baring her fangs in defiance of them. If she is going to die here, then she won't make it easy for them. Just as a large group of them began to make a move, they were disrupted as a ball of blue fire collided with the ground below them. Azula came soaring back, kicking several waves of fire at the laugh cats, scattering them further before landing by Angara's side. "So you do have enough heart to not let me get eaten alive," Angara said, taking a defensive stance. "Shut up. I'm only doing this because I need you alive." She swept an arch of fire at another group. Now standing back to back, the two fought the horde of laughing creatures as they boldly leapt at them. Angara slapping them away with her shield and striking back with her blade, while Azula put up walls of fire between them and the pack, following up with quick shots of fire, managing to hit several of them. One laugh cat leapt past their defenses, colliding with Azula, throwing her to the ground. Before it could wrap its jaws around her throat, she grabbed it by the neck, using all of her strength to push its grinning visage away from her. Its jaws snapping viciously just inches away from her face as saliva was flung into it, all the while it snarled savagely. Angara sent a powerful kick to its stomach, sending it flying off of her and pulling her up before another could take its place. Azula spotted three coming up behind the bounty hunter and quickly dashed behind her, sending a smoldering roundhouse kick, coating them in fire. This attack left Azula open with another cat flanking her side, but Angara plunged her blade into the creature before it could get close enough to strike. The two switched positions, with Azula swinging her legs into a low swipe, sending a blast into another group, while Angara brought the edge of her shield down on the neck of another. They continued to attack and defend each other while sustaining damage from the swipe of their claws and shallow bites, until Azula shot a jet of fire at the ground and ran around her and the huntress in a circle, dragging the flame with her until a ring of fire separated the both of them from the pack, Angara tossing and kicking the few that were trapped in with them out as the blue flames faded to orange. With the fire barrier set, the two women are momentarily safe from the pack. The laugh cats circled the ring, barking, hissing, and laughing as they poked and prodded for weaknesses. Both Azula and Angara fell to their knees exhausted and took the time they needed to catch their breaths. Azula studied the animals as they failed to break her defenses and began to settle down themselves and lick their wounds. They were clearly not going anywhere. "What's the plan now?" Angara shifted to a sitting position, holding her burn. "Don't know. Let me try and call the camp again, see if the signal is any better." Azula focused on maintaining the fire, as it was their only barrier against the feral beasts, and watched the laugh cats circle them, hunger still present in their eyes. Many of them licked their wounds or that of a neighbor, while others began to cannibalize the dead. She couldn't help but wince in disgust of these feral creatures, and it didn't help that they had a permanent smile plastered on their faces. Her eyes landed on one that had a severe burn on the left side of its face, almost completely covering the eye. It whimpered as it limped around the fire until another began licking the wound. The burn reminded her of Zuko, and she began to wonder if the Avatar informed the new Fire Lord of what happened to his dear little sister. Does anybody know, or would anyone believe the Avatar and his friends? It didn't matter. Once she takes control of the Crimson Storm, she'll show them her newfound might, that is, if she manages to escape these creatures. She couldn't help but think of how rotten her luck had become as of late. Nothing came easy to her anymore. People were looking down on her more often, people were less afraid of her, and now she's stuck with a savage that came closer than most, almost completely destroying her face, surrounded by starving monsters. It was as if the universe was working against her. What happened to her being born lucky? Oh, Azula. A voice came from beyond the fire. She looked on, seeing the scarred laugh cat staring at her. Were you ever truly lucky? It said in a distorted voice that she vaguely recognized. Azula gasped at the creature and looked behind her to Angara, seeing that she did not react at all to the voice that was loud and clear to her. Think about it, Azula. What was so lucky about you? The creature's face began to distort as it circled the fire. Did you ever have anyone to look out for you, who really cared? The creature's face distorted further, its dark purple skin turning pale white. The thin line of hair on its head growing longer and thicker, along with its face changing shape until it took on the haunting visage of Zuko, but still had the wide, unnerving fanged smile of the laugh cat. She was hallucinating, she knew it, and cursed her broken mind for choosing now, of all times, to have an episode. She brought her knees to her chest, covered her ears and looked away, repeating to herself internally that this wasn't real, hoping that the illusion would go away. You had all of our father's love and acceptance, but where was that during the day of Sozin's Comet, when father abandoned you? He didn't abandon me. She muttered under her breath. He crowned me Fire Lord. And you lost it because you weren't strong enough to keep it. You were weak, everyone abandoned you because they saw your weakness and saw how strong I was with the Avatar on my side. His already wide grin seemed to grow wider. I saw it too and came to my aid, then Ty Lee followed. The laughs of the surrounding creatures seemed to grow louder, as if to mock her. On impulse, she shot a flame bolt at the thing wearing her brother's face, with it scurrying away. A familiar giggle crept in from her right, one she recognized as belonging to someone she once thought of as friend. Poor little Azula. She turned to face it and found another laugh cat with Ty Lee's face, unsettling grin and all, with an aura as inky and black as yours. It's no wonder you're so unlucky. An aura fit for a lonely monster. It laughed harder with a distorted convulsion that was a mix of human and laugh cat. It's a shame, really. Another voice droned from her left, this time coming from a lounging laugh cat with the visage of Mai that was even more unsettling, as like the others she too had the wide grin on her usual dour face. Someone as mighty and powerful as you lost it all because of how weak you really are. I should have abandoned you sooner. The laughter grew louder and louder. You betrayed me because of your foolish love for Zuko. And look where he is now, sitting on a throne surrounded by people who love him, while you're sitting out here waiting to be eaten alive. The Mai creature began laughing. Mocking laughter filled her ears, forcing her to cover them to try and drown them all out. I guess you weren't really born lucky at all, Azula. The Zuko creature approached. You were just lucky to be born. The creature cackled loudly in disgusting delight, with the hallucinations of her former friends joining in with the inhuman laughs of other creatures, turning into the familiar laughs of humans. Mocking her failures, mocking what she has lost and what she has become. Her breath was becoming labored as she was beginning to lose control, with the ring of fire shining blue and growing more wild. Hey! A sharp jab to her side from Angara's elbow brought Azula out of her trance. What's up with you? You're breathing like you're about to have a heart attack. Azula looked around, the laughter returning to alien barks. Laugh cats continued circling them with normal animalistic faces. The cat with the half-burned face just sat there licking a wound on its paw. The fire grew shorter and returned to orange. And nothing. I'm just tired. She breathed, clutching her head in a desperate attempt to maintain her sanity. Were you able to contact the camp? Angara sighed as she leaned back against Azula. Nope. Couldn't get a signal through. Great. Azula sighed sarcastically. If Pt.2 and the twins made it back to the camp, then there's probably a search party looking for me. So we'll just have to wait until they show up. If they show up, Azula said cynically. Then get your strength back and be ready to fight again. Angara sat more comfortably. The two sat in silence for what felt like hours. Many of the laugh cats continued to circle them, continuing their laughing howls, while most lounged about as the sun fully set in the east with the starry night sky above them. The darkness that was only making things worse for Azula, as every now and then the creature's barks turned into derisive laughs. Her eyes darted between the creatures, trying to spot any wearing the faces of people she knew. She couldn't take this. The hallucinations always came when she was unfocused and left alone with her thoughts. As much as she hates Angara, she needed to hold a conversation with her just to keep her sanity. Say something. What? Just say something. Anything. This silence is going to make me go insane. Angara didn't know just how literally she was being with that statement. Angara relented with a sigh. It wouldn't do her any good if the person responsible for their current defense lost it. You held yourself pretty well against these things. Azula didn't expect a compliment to be the first thing out of her mouth, but took it for what it's worth. Thanks. I was trained to fight people and equally skilled benders, not wild animals. But I suppose those skills transferred over nicely. She rubbed at a deep cut on her upper arm. I'll admit, even against me you did pretty good. Angara dragged her fingertips over her bruised jaw, remembering the knee to the face she took. Definitely didn't make it easy for me. Of course. I was taught never to show mercy in a fight. The pain from the burn on Angara's side shot up her body as she shifted her weight, I noticed. Once in a comfortable position, she continued, so who taught you how to fight like that? Normally Azula wouldn't be privy to speaking about the inner workings of her life, but training was the rare topic on which she was open about, and it gave her a reason to boast about her skills. My father trained me himself in the art of firebending, and several tutors filled in for him when he was too busy to give me lessons. Being Fire Lord didn't give him much free time. What about you? Did your father train you in your savage way of fighting? Angara's face dropped at the mention of her father. No. My father died when I was young. The other warriors at the camp taught me what I know. Well, as much as I hate to admit it, they taught you well. Although you could use a lesson in being more graceful, fighting you felt like fighting an animal. Azula begrudgingly complimented her. Angara smirked at her words. Thanks, pup, I appreciate that. Azula gave her a scornful look. That last part wasn't a compliment. Well, I took it as one. There was a long pause filled only with the chatter of the laugh cats until Angara suddenly asked a question. Your brother. Did you put that scar on him? Of all things to talk about, it just had to be about her brother. No. He did that himself with his own foolishness. Thoughts of Zuko's Agni Kai flashed in her mind. So that means you're not fireproof? No, I'm not. Angara smirked and with a chipper attitude said, Good to know. Azula didn't like the way she said that, another weakness she exposed to her enemy. Older or younger? Older, by 2 years. Well, there's something we've got in common. We're both the runt of our litter. I thought you said you didn't have siblings. I said I didn't have any siblings at the camp, not that I didn't have any. So then, how many do you have? 3. 2 brothers and an older sister. Azula couldn't imagine having so many siblings. Zuko alone was already exhausting enough sometimes. That must have been a constant fight for attention. Not really. My oldest brother and sister were in their 20s the last time I saw them and getting ready to have families of their own. Sure, we fought sometimes, but we were all very close. Angara's mood of irritation changed to one of nostalgia of the many times her brothers would play with her and how her sister would braid her hair the way she liked. Angara looked over her shoulder. You don't seem like the kind and caring sister type. Azula scoffed as she waved some fire at another laugh cat. My brother and I used to get along and play with each other every day. She looked distant into the stars. That was a long time ago. Now, I can't even think about him without wanting to light something on fire. The flames grew higher as she remembered seeing him standing over her, the water peasant by his side with pity in their eyes. He took everything from me. Angara chuckled. Well, there's another thing we've got in common. Family that betrayed us. Now her interest had been piqued. Oh? Is this the same person you want dead? Angara gave her a look that almost made it look as if she regretted mentioning it, but continued, Yeah. My uncle murdered my father, his brother, and paved the way for Tanbani's destruction. Azula didn't expect such a level of betrayal that it took her by surprise, that gave way to confusion at how such a thing could lead to the destruction of an entire world. Well, I don't exactly know what to say to that. Angara only grumbled before continuing, Yeah, well, don't ask for more detail. It's not something I like remembering. Wait. How did that turn of events lead to Tanbani? If that were the case, then your father must have been quite important. Angara's eyes widened in realization as she turned away to focus on the current threat still kept at bay. Her analytical mind took over as she disregarded the pack of hungry animals and began probing for more information she could use. You know, the captain mentioned how after she saved your people she accepted you as repayment. Strange how she could have demanded that they all work for her, or at least a good portion of them, but she settled for just you. She got up and began pacing around the fire. I wonder. What is so special about you? Her tone was like that of a mischievous child asking an obvious question. Drop it. Angara growled. You said that the death of your father led the way for the Pendurant's victory, which means he was a very important person. I said drop it. Angara's tone grew more hostile. Azula continued to pace, thinking aloud. He could have been a resistance leader, maybe, an important military commander, politician, or maybe even a king of sorts. She glanced at her and noticed a slight twitch at the last statement. A smile grew on her lips, and she pounced on it like a starving laugh cat. That's it, isn't it? Your father was a king, wasn't he? Which would make you a princess as well. Angara shot up, grabbing her by the collar and lifting her off her feet, roaring out in fury. Kill me and you kill the fire. Azula reminded smugly, Remember, I'm the only thing keeping you from them. She gestured to the crowd of grinning faces that watched them intently, drool still dripping from their fangs. Angara reluctantly eased her down, baring her teeth. Don't ever mention that. Azula fixed her shirt and suit collar. And why is that? The warrior princess of the former king has a nice ring to it. I can see why Myrelle would want you as a pawn. Shut up. I haven't been a princess since I was 8 years old, and keep your damn mouth shut about that. Only a few people in the storm know. Why hide it? Your royalty, or whatever passes for royalty by your people's standards. Your title alone could rally all the support you'd need to lead your own campaign. Like my oldest brother did? After our father was killed and the Empire came through, he was trapped off-world and did just that and was slaughtered by my uncle's forces and the Pendurans. She scoffed. Nothing good would come from using my former status to lead yet another doomed resistance. Besides, I'm not a princess anymore. I'm just a bounty hunter, and that's all I ever want to be. Angara's words had a weight of finality to them, suggesting that the conversation was over, with her turning away from Azula and sitting back down, going back to watching the beasts. Azula, on the other hand, couldn't believe her. She had what she craved, people with a shared hatred for a common enemy. Access to military power and resources, yet does nothing to take revenge against the one who wronged her and is complacent with being a nobody. She was beginning to think that she and Angara were quite similar, but now she was certain that they couldn't be any more different. She shook her head before taking a seat on the dirt. You're pathetic. I thought you of all people would want nothing more than to make your uncle suffer. Just because I have no interest in raising an army doesn't mean I'm gonna let him just get away with that. I'm going to kill him. I'm just doing it my way, without anyone else to get in my way. They went back to sitting back to back in the ring of fire, with Azula spotting the scared laugh cats staring at her and panting. Her grimace tightened. I'll be sure to take you down my own way as well, Zuko. With an army to rain hell on you, she declared to the creature under her breath, glaring daggers at it while it only stared at her with blind hunger despite the nasty burn it suffered. The laugh cats continued to circle them, however some started to let out a panicked yelp, causing them to scatter in fear. The two princesses shot to their feet and took on defensive stances. "What's going on?" Azula questioned. "Don't know, a pack of laugh cats don't spook very easily unless..." "Unless what?" A twig snapped, catching both of their attention as a much larger creature crept from the darkness, a bulky beast with ridged plated skin as pink as the tall grass covered in black stripes held up by 6 thick clawed limbs. Quills on its rear that resembled the grass and a face that looked like a pig with long tusks. It approached the fire slowly with no fear of it while emitting a low rumbling noise. "So, what is this thing?" Azula asked, annoyed at yet another obstacle that fate decided to throw her way. "Theron, biggest land carnivore on this side of the planet." Angara answered as she extended her wrist blade once more, also the biggest cause of death for travelers in the Badlands. "Oh, that's just great." Azula shot a bolt of fire at the large creature, however, it bounced off its thick hide. This action only angered the creature as it roared out in fury and reared up on its hind legs, standing almost at a height Azula estimated to be 13 feet. "Now would be a really good time to do that lightning trick you did before. I need time to charge it." "I don't think he's gonna give us that." Angara summoned her shield as the beast approached. It was about to clear the ring of fire until a bright yellow plasma bolt collided with its shoulder, drawing its attention away. From the brush came the sound of thunderous footsteps until a large 6-limbed rhino creature came stampeding, throwing its horned head side to side with a man riding on its back clad in armor just like Angara's, carrying a rifle. The Theron recoiled as the rider fired more blasts at the beast's underbelly, forcing it back on all 6 limbs. A second rhino came stomping behind it, with its own rider firing at it as well. The rhinos roared like deep-pitched trumpets as they threw their large nasal horns into the Theron's sides until the predator galloped back into the darkness, one of the riders firing several more shots as it ran off. One of the riders turned to them, removing his silver helmet, revealing an older Kukuvan man with a receding hairline of brown hair, longer head spikes, and wrinkled features. Angara's face relaxed into a happy smile. "About damn time." Hey, we have a Patreon chock full of NSFW content. Audios, GIFs, sauces, captions, and more in our Patreon. Most of the audios are free, however, everything else will cost you. I want to grow Story into an actual brand business. An actual animation, publishing, movie studio. So if even you follow our Patreon for free, it'll really help out. Azula watches as Angara runs through the ring of fire and jumps into the arms of the older Kukuvan, embracing in a friendly hug, the second one still firing at the Theron from his mount. Angara pulled away, still smiling. "I guess my message got through." The older man, who shared the same style of facial tattoo around his eyes as Angara, spoke with a low croaky voice worn by time and the experiences of hardship, but had a warmness to him that reminded her of her uncle Iroh. "We heard you, but the signal was spotty, and we couldn't respond. Thankfully we got to you before that Theron did. You should have gotten here earlier. Had a real problem with laugh cats." "I can see," the older one said, studying the weathering and damage on Angara's armor and hearing their whooping laughs far off in the distance. His gaze turned to Azula, who still stood within the ring of fire as if it was a cage to keep out danger. His warm, friendly gaze hardened with his stature becoming ridged. "So this is the +1 you mentioned. You know, my nephew said that you were fighting a girl that can manipulate fire. One that gave him quite the beating. His hand hovered over his holstered blaster. Azula studied him for any weakness if he decides to attack, her 2 fingers already tensing up in preparation to fire. Angara stood between them. Did Taito also tell you that he's using your grandkids to pickpocket again? The older man pulled his gaze away with a raised brow, and also that the fire girl here is his latest victim? The older man sighed in annoyance as he pinched the bridge of his nose, and suddenly this all makes sense. His demeanor relaxed and some of his elderly warmth returned in his eyes. I apologize for the actions of my nephew and grandchildren. I will make sure he suffers the consequences. Azula was finally able to somewhat relax with the fire dying down. I suppose that will suffice. Now if we can get out of here, I would be truly grateful, she said with as much respect she could muster. The older man's brow furrowed in confusion as he leaned over to Angara. Does she not speak primary? It was then Azula noticed that he didn't have a translator in any of his ears and mentally groaned at the thought of another language barrier and the loss of her audio translator. I'll speak for her, Angara said, giving Azula a sense of dread at what she may purposely mistranslate just to spite her. Azula, Tekken. Tekken, Azula. She introduced offhandedly. Don't worry, I have a translator in my helmet. Takon said, making his way back to his rhino. Would you like to ride with me or kick Charn off of his mount? Charn. Hop off, I'm taking your ride. Angara ordered, catching the rider's attention. The pup here will ride with me. She's got an attitude, so I gotta keep her in check. Pup? Tekken asked. The other rider jumped off his creature, allowing Angara to climb up while he rode with the older man. Are we really taking her with us? The rider known as Charn asked. I don't like it either, but she's kinda a coworker, so I gotta look out for her. A metallic scoff came from his helmet. Did that Pandaren captain of yours order you to? Angara shot him a hard look as Azula climbed up the saddle. Don't start. Tekken put his helmet back on and took the reins to his rhino. Let's leave talk like this for another time. You've had a long day. I'm sure you and your coworker want some rest. You'll also like. You have no idea. Angara whipped the reins with the rhino following behind Takken's. The rhinos trotted through the tall grass with ease under the light of Kazima's 2 full moons. The Kukuvon didn't seem to have an issue seeing in the dark, whether it was because of their helmets or some natural night vision. It was unknown to Azula, who remained silent behind Angara. However, she could feel the stare of Charn behind his visor bearing into her as he sat facing backwards, rifle in hand. Before you ask, no, I am not a deformed Pandaren or a half-breed. Then what are you? A subspecies? Leave her alone, Charn. Angara interrupted. This one's got a mouth, and I'd rather not hear it right now. How do we know she's not some Imperial spy in disguise trying to give our location away to the Empire? She bleeds red like us. No amount of fancy Imperial tech can hide a Pandaran's blue blood. Besides, if she was one, she's a terrible one. Charn grumbled. I still don't like it. What about you, Tekken? You can't be okay with bringing an outsider to the camp, especially after what she did to Taito? I trust Angara's judgment. If she believes it's all right, then I'm fine with it. So long as our guest doesn't wander or cause trouble. He looked over his shoulder to Angara. Angara rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I'm keeping the pup on a leash, and if she causes trouble, I'll smack her around a little bit. Azula gritted her teeth. Stop calling me that. Charn giggled. So is she like your pet or something? I am nobody's pet. Angara laughed at her mockery. No, she's just some new recruit that tried to punch above her weight and lost. To me. Azula scoffed, rolling her eyes at the huntress's smug comment. I could burn you right now, you know. She threatened through gritted teeth. Do that and they gun you down and leave your corpse for the laugh cats. Angara threatened back. Azula groaned in frustration as she settled for a more comfortable position. She had always been the aggressor to teasing and name-calling, but has never been on the receiving end of such retorts. She was in no position to bite back with comments of her own and could only bear with it. A part of her wondered if this helplessness she felt from it is what Zuko felt in her many years of verbally torturing him. For now, she would just remain silent and ignore any comments made her way, and thankfully none, whereas the majority of the trip was spent with Angara chatting with Charn and occasionally Tekken would join in until they finally reached their destination. Just beneath a hill, they saw the camp, a large collection of tents, vehicles, and what looked to Azula like portable homes. Bonfires lit various spots of the camp with several hundred Kukyuvan going about their business. Several beetle-shaped ships like Angara's could be seen parked outside the encampment, with a few larger vessels that resembled dragonflies alongside them. When Azula was told of a camp, she pictured a small group of tents, but the numbers she saw made it seem as though this camp was a small town. Finally, home sweet home, Angara announced as she directed her rhino down the hill, not even bothering to wait for the others. Quite a large encampment for one tribe, Azula commented. Not one. This camp is made up of members from 15 different tribes. Or, what's left of them. As the rhino trotted downhill, Azula could see a series of large bulky dog-like creatures with leathery tan and black skin, muscular limbs, and angular reptilian faces chained down surrounding the camp. Several of the creatures looked up at her and growled menacingly. Careful with the Tharks. They bite, Angara warned. Azula didn't need the warning, as she could clearly see they were meant to deter any wandering wildlife, two of which snarled loudly at each other as they fought over a bone. She even managed to spot several domesticated laugh cats of a healthier weight chained down with them. After finally entering the camp proper, Angara dismounted her rhino and was met with greetings from various Kukyuvan, all ranging in shades of greens, yellows, and brown. Some having the same scarlet hair as Angara, while others had darker shades of brown, black, and blonde. The warriors were easy to spot as they all wore armor and gadgets similar to Angara, but in different styles, colors, and markings. Almost every individual was marked with some kind of black tribal tattoo on their bodies indicating which tribe they belonged to. The only ones who weren't marked were children and young teens. The people all gave their former princess a hug, playful punch, or some form of friendly greeting, while almost completely ignoring Azula, passing her by like she didn't exist or giving her an unwelcome scowl. It was strangely off-putting seeing Angara act so friendly and smiling so much when being around her people, when all Azula has ever witnessed was her bitterness and scowl. It was also strange seeing the welcome she got. Azula was the princess of her nation, yet no one had ever cheered or showed as much enthusiasm for her arrival as these people did when back on Earth many reacted in dread at her arrival. If she didn't know any better, she'd say she was a little jealous. From the crowd, Pt.2 appeared, his face bandaged up, and went to embrace her before stopping dead in his tracks when seeing Azula by her side. "What's she doing here?" He pointed an accusatory finger at her while slightly shaking in fright. Azula took some pleasure in his display of fear, but it soon turned to apprehension when noticing the scowls of the others that followed, notably the stares of the warriors. Angara stood between them. "My coworker is here because of a miscommunication," she lied before shooting him a glare, "and because someone couldn't keep out of trouble." A firm hand gripped Pt.2's shoulder as Tekken stood over him, his brow wrinkled in a scowl of disappointment. "You and I need to have a talk," he said firmly. "I'll take care of this, Angara. You and your friend go see the chief and explain your little situation to him. I'm sure he'd be happy to see you again." Angara nodded in acknowledgement as he forcefully pulled Pt.2 away with him. "Come on, pup," she growled to herself, hearing that name again, and begrudgingly followed. The crowd cleared a path for them, Angara getting waves and greetings from passers-by while they only stared at Azula, mothers pushing their children away from her. Men snarling and baring their teeth as she passed by, and wondering children hissing like threatened vipers. To say she was unwelcomed was an understatement, as the hostility each individual around her emitted almost felt suffocating, almost like the heat of the fires in her father's throne room when he was feeling very displeased. Just as they passed a large building-like vehicle, a Kukuvan man that looked to be as old as Angara spat at Azula's feet, stopping her in her tracks to glare at him. "You should go back where you came from. Pandaren trash." Before Azula could respond, Angara snarled at the man before pulling her away. "Everyone here seems friendly," she muttered sarcastically. "Told you they didn't like outsiders," Angara responded. "When we meet this chief, please explain to him that I am not a Pandaren." Yeah. I'll get to that, just keep your mouth shut." Chief Kaori can be a reasonable man, but he can also be temperamental if you say the wrong thing. They arrived at the center of the camp, where the largest vehicle sat, with a tall tower covered in satellite dishes extended from its rear. Cables fed into it from other parked vehicles nearby. The vehicle itself was obviously of military make, covered in turrets and small cannons while being held up by 6 massive wheels, and almost looked like a mobile fortress. Undoubtedly where the man in charge would be staying. They entered, with Angara leading the way to the center of the vehicle, into a large open room that looked to be some kind of military command center, but was redecorated to be a makeshift throne room. It almost looked as though one of the water tribes had taken control of a Fire Nation facility. In the center of the room sat a holographic table with several other Kukuvans standing around it, discussing something of irrelevance, until the largest of them turned to them, his right eye having a mechanical glow to it. He shot a glare at Angara, who shot one back before waving off the others in the room and marched towards them. He was a beast of a man, covered partially in armor. Sharp angular tattoos covered his bare arms and extended to around his eyes like Angara. The right side of his face was severely burned with a mechanical eye and what seemed to be a built-in translator for an ear. His long dark dreadlocks were tied back out of his face. The spikes of his head were chipped in the area of his scar, and he gave off the aura of a conqueror. There was no doubt in Azula's mind that this was Chief Kaori. "Angara! You've got a lot of nerve walking in here and showing your face to me," he growled. "Well, excuse me for thinking it would be polite to let the man in charge know I'm here, lest he spend the rest of the day crying about it," she growled back. Kaori snarled, baring his fangs at her as he glared harder, with Angara doing the same. Azula was confused. The way Takon had worded it made it seem as though these two were on good terms with each other. The two continued to growl at each other until Angara's growls turned into a chuckle, with the chief following suit, until they both started laughing. The chief scooped her up off her feet in a bone-crushing bear hug. "Glad to see you haven't gotten soft. Careful with the squeezing. Got a real bad burn on the side," she shouted in pain. "Whoops, sorry." He dropped her and inspected the wear and tear on her armor along with the damage on her face. "Clearly you're still as tough as me if you're throwing jabs looking like that. What happened to you?" "Long story, but right now I've got a guest." She pointed over her shoulder to Azula, who watched from a distance. Just like every other person, Kaori's welcoming demeanor shifted to hostility at the sight of her. "Who is this?" he asked with an edge to his voice. "She's part of that long story," she sighed before explaining. Azula didn't want to relive the whole experience again and instead chose to survey the makeshift throne room. After all, room decor often exposes a lot about a person. The floors were covered in carpets with tribal patterns depicting creatures, people, and other objects. They seem generations old, meaning the chief has a clear respect for tradition. A suit of gunmetal gray armor with golden highlights sat in a kneeling position against the wall. It was similar in make to the other Kukuvan armor she's seen, only this one looked a little more intricate and flashy, with jagged patterns etched into its plates, almost making it look as though it was made of textiles instead of metal. It didn't look like it belonged to Chief Cowrie, as it was far too small to fit him, and the style looked too immaculate for someone as rough in appearance as him. It could possibly belong to a well-respected member of this group or ancestor. She looked to the throne and saw it was a simple chair on a raised platform. Nothing too fancy, meaning he was modest. The only thing of note was the strange animal skull that sat above it. She looked to the walls that weren't covered by panels or screens and detected various weapons displayed, from blasters to blades of various shapes and sizes. A warrior at heart, and judging by the wear on some of them, they were for more than just for display. She continued to observe the wall and noticed several creature skulls mounted on one of the walls by the entrance. He seems to enjoy hunting, a brutish sport typical of men like him. However, that thought would differ when seeing a line of skulls that were very human-looking, the only difference being the black horns sprouting from either the temples or foreheads. Pandaren skulls. She didn't put it past someone like him to keep such barbaric trophies, given what had happened to his people, but to see it gave her a sense of unease. Perhaps it is just the uncanny similarities between a Pandaren skull and a human's. It even made her speculate if what she thought were animal skulls may actually belong to sentient beings. Looking back to the chief, she saw a set of horns incorporated into his left pauldron and noticed a silver ring circling one horn, the same type of ring Myrelle wore on hers in that picture she had seen in her ready room. The hatred for Pandarens was proudly displayed, and she keeps being mistaken for one. Myrelle was right when she warned her about offending members of the camp. Mixed with the less than stellar greetings she received on arrival, she'll have to choose her words and actions very carefully. And that's how we ended up here. Angara finished explaining, Cowrie running a hand over his wary face. Pt.2, that boy. I ought to talk with him and the rest of his band of troublemakers. He sighed heavily, and of all things to bring it had to be a Pandaren. She's not a Pandaren. He gave her a strange look, then observed Azula once more. You're telling me that's not a Pandaren? Do you see a pair of horns on her? They can live without horns. Angara rolled her eyes. We found her on a backwater planet in the middle of nowhere. They're a bunch of primitives that happen to look like Pandarens and have no idea that the Empire or us even exist. They probably still think the world is flat there. That last comment struck a nerve in Azula's pride in her people and stepped forward. All right, I think I can speak for myself now. She stood before the chief and gave him a slight bow of respect as she formally introduced herself, Azula. My apologies for intruding on your reunion and taking up your precious time. However, I only ask that you allow me to stay the night, and I'll be out of your hair by the morning. Hopefully this brisk display of respect will feed his ego enough, and his more pragmatic nature will appreciate her getting straight to the point. Cowrie eyed her carefully, certainly more polite than any Pandaren I've met. Fine, but only one night. We'll pitch you a tent outside the camp. After that I want you gone. He waved for one of the others that remained. Take her to the medical tent to get patched up. Can't have Myrelle saying we don't treat our guests right. One of the other Kukyuvan motioned her to follow, with her doing so leaving Angara alone with the chief. He made his way back to his throne. I take it you did most of the damage on that girl? More or less. She bragged before stiffening from the pain in her side. She roughed you up pretty good too. Angara scoffed. Yeah, whatever. So how has everything been since my last visit? Rough. The dry season drove all the animals that could feed us down south, and fuel is getting too expensive for us to keep the nomadic lifestyle going. We're thinking of planting roots down somewhere, just don't know where yet. She nodded, taking in all of the news before cutting to a different topic. Sorry to cut to the point, but I need to talk to you about something. I heard something about Kukyuvan stealing stuff from Horizon. Cowrie leaned back with a sultry expression. How do you know it was us? We're not the only Kukyuvan encampment on Kazima. Angara narrowed her eyes at him. It was a train transport going out of Horizon City and into the Badlands. I looked at the locations of the other clans, and our camp is the closest one. Kaori sighed, knowing he couldn't deflect her questions forever. It was just a few water filters. That's all. Angara crossed her arms in disapproval. You didn't think of just buying some from the city? Angara, we're not exactly swimming in units here. Most of our money goes into keeping the lights on and making sure there's enough food for everyone. So stealing is what you're going to rely on? The disappointment in her voice was clear to him. You always taught me that the dishonorable only turn to thievery. That was before. We were conquerors then, Angara, but now we are struggling to survive as is. The time of honor for our people has long passed. Now we must do what we must. His expression softened as he looked at the armor on display, going to it and placing a hand of the glass separating him from it as he bowed his head in respect. It was the armor of the former king of the ruling house, the armor of Angara's father and good friend to Kaori. They were lucky it survived the destruction, mainly due to it being in the trophy room of a Pandaren general, but thankfully they were able to track it down and recover it. Not for honor, but for our people to live another day. We're already unwelcomed by the people of Kazima. That Pandaren captain of yours had to convince them to let us stay, and when they did, they threw us in their ghettos. So what if one transport loses its cargo? A lot of things get lost in the Badlands. Angara's accusatory expression softened as she joined his side. Things are hard, I get that. She began, then gently placed a hand on the chief's shoulder, but stealing from the city is only going to make things worse. They'll probably start hiring mercs like me to go after you if you keep this up, and the last thing both of us want is to be on the opposite side of that fight. I'll just tell Myrelle that it wasn't you guys, mistaken identity. Just this once, though. She warned, why not have some of the people come work with us in the storm? We just lost a lot of people, and to be honest, I don't think their replacements are gonna stick around long. Kaori turned to her in dissatisfaction, and be under the heel of that Pandaren woman. No. I am thankful that she saved our people when she did, but let's not forget the reason why she was there to begin with. Angara groaned in annoyance as he went back to his throne. She's not like the Pandarans we've met in the past. The words of a Pandaren always have a dual meaning, and her people have done too much for us to ever forgive. She'll pay enough to fix your money problem. I will not work for or with a Pandaren. That's final. If you can convince any of the others to do so, then that's fine, although I don't think you will get much luck out of that. Angara growled in annoyance at his stubbornness. Even though he was just complaining about how little money they had, he always let his pride and hatred for Pendarans take over whenever Angara mentions working with Myrelle. She gave up on trying to convince him, as she never could even make him budge the first dozen times she brought it up, and wouldn't do so now. There is a solution to our problem, though. He caught her attention. Really? Then what is it? Her voice dripped with sarcasm as she was disinterested in whatever scheme he may think of. Some of our hunters in the city heard that a group of pirates that were at the edge of the system had a fabricator. Angara's disinterest turned into concern. That thing is a piece of miracle tech that'll meet all our needs. The only problem is when we went to scout out their hideout, the Crimson Storm had just got done plundering their plunder. He leaned in, his brow creasing as he looked her in the eye. You guys didn't happen to find it, did you? Angara kept a neutral expression as her body became rigid. She wanted to tell him, but Myrelle had already claimed it for the storm and didn't seem willing to rent it out. But if she told him that there's a chance that conflict could arise, as Kaori has shown, he is willing to turn a blind eye to his honorable teachings if it means serving their people. No. She lied reluctantly but hid it with a firmness to her statement. It must have just been a rumor. We swept that place and didn't find anything like it. Kaori's hard gaze lingered on her some more, as if he was probing her for lies, before sighing and shaking his head. A shame. We could have really used something like that. Yeah. I'll keep an ear to the ground if it turns out there is some truth to that. Thanks, Angara. Right. She wanted to change the subject to something else, and something the chief should know about. Listen, Chief, there's something else I've got to tell you. What's that? Our guest, she knows who I really am. Cowrie's eyes widened. What? How? I don't know. She figured it out somehow. She didn't want to let him know that she accidentally shared information with him that allowed her to unravel the answer for herself. Cowrie pinched the bridge of his nose, growling, "This is a problem. If it gets out that you are still alive, the Pandarans will send out their best hunters to execute you, and if your Uncle Turon finds out, he will slaughter anyone who harbored you." I know, all right. That's why I'm telling you now. So how should we deal with this? There's only one thing to do. He unholsters his blaster and hands it to her. She can't be allowed to leave. Angara reluctantly took the blaster. I don't like her, but is this really the only option? Do you trust her to keep it a secret? She didn't answer the question, already knowing the answer. Myrelle's taken a liking to her. She's gonna want to know what happened. Just say she died out in the Badlands. We'll throw the body out there and let the laugh cats take care of the rest. She nodded in agreement. She's tougher than she looks. She came close to beating me in our fight on the train. So it'll be a difficult fight in the morning. No, there will be no duel. Wait for her to go to sleep, then enter there. Angara gave him a look of contempt. Kill her like a dog? Cowrie, I don't like her, but she's a warrior like us. To end her without giving her a fighting chance? That's not our way. Cowrie let out a sad huff as he put his hands on her shoulders to refocus her. Like I said, Angara, the time of honor is gone. We can't risk her leaving and putting everyone here in danger. She looked at the weapon in her hand, its weight becoming more apparent to her, as did the weight of this task. She hated Azula, but respected the strength and confidence she displayed. If she was to kill her, then it should be as an equal in combat, not with a cowardly knife in her back. But Cowrie's words also held true. She didn't trust Azula to not leak this information. After weighing the options, she holstered the weapon and gave Cowrie a determined look. Okay, I'll do it, but I don't like it. The hardest things we have to do are never things we agree with. Cowrie said in a drained manner, with the weight of past decisions he didn't agree with coming to mind. Go get patched up and some food in you. I'll let the armorer know that he's got something to fix. He pointed to the broken visor of her helmet that dangled at her side. Angara agreed and left him to go back to whatever duties he still had. Azula winces as the Kukuvan nurse sprayed the cuts on her face with a medical mist that formed into a waxy substance, mending the wounds, but left a stinging sensation behind. The cuts and scrapes were the first things to be treated. Next was the gigantic bruise that formed on her stomach, caused by Angara's sucker punch. The nurse slapped a patch on it ungracefully, making her groan in discomfort as she held the end of her shirt up. The nurse gave her some water and pills. Take these for your concussion. Don't pick at any of the sealant on your cuts, and try not to piss off Angara again, or you'll end up back here, she said in a disinterested tone, not even looking at her as she chewed on something while reading a magazine. Azula gave her a scornful look as she snatched the pills from her hand. What makes you think I won't put Angara in here instead? No one puts Angara in the medical tent. Not without ending up here themselves, she said, walking away. She rolled her eyes at that statement before taking the pills, the pain of her migraine beginning to disappear. The medical tent was large and long enough to hold a large number of people, but was sparsely populated with maybe one or two others. Angara slapped away the door flap as she hobbled in, holding her burned side, and sat on a bed next to her, all healed up. Pup? Azula fumed at the nickname again, feeling better than before, although the help needs a better bedside manner. The nurse shot her an annoyed look as she went to treat her burn. So, where is my tent? It's getting pitched. It wasn't exactly ideal for her, but she was in no position to be picky, and being away from the rest of these people would probably be best. Her stomach began to rumble. What about food? I'm starving. Angara's stomach also growled at the sound of food. Fine, dinner then bed. After Angara was patched up, she led Azula towards one of the temporary buildings that was serving food and was served a bowl of stew. The two went to one of the bonfires, where several other warriors sat, their helmets sitting beside them as they dined and chatted away loudly. Angara sat next to a few, happily gossiping away, while Azula sat further back on a tree stump. She's already unwelcomed as is, no point in trying to socialize with these people. Instead, she'll just try to listen in and learn as much as she can. After all, if her plan for the Crimson Storm doesn't work out, she's certain she can talk Chief Kaori into helping her take back her throne. She took a sip from her stew and almost spat it out, as it was the most bitter stew she's ever had. She looked around, watching as the Kukyuvan mingled about. Festive, fast-paced music played in the background as men and women chatted about as they did their chores. Old men gathered playing some sort of tile-based game, and children ran around playing with unchained tharks. Some of the animals sat close to those with food or lying by the feet of their masters. She heard a whimper at her side and saw that one thark sat by her leg with its reptilian eyes focusing on the bowl in her hands. Get! She kicked some dirt at it. The creature whimpered and remained at her side. Another thark troughed head to her other side, nuzzling her leg as it begged for her stew. Get away! She stood up with both tharks following and whimpering. She may not like the stew, but she is very unwilling to give it to these animals. Angara and the other hunters noticed as she held the bowl far above her head as the two animals reared up, dragging their dull claws across her body as they whimpered, causing the hunters to laugh at her misfortune. Having fun there, pup? Angara laughed. Get your animals. Angara whistled to the creatures, drawing their attention as she fished out a strip of meat from her stew and tossed it away, the tharks chasing after it. Another thark pranced up from behind, touching its nose to her leg, also wanting a treat. Azula found herself having to join the group to get away from the pestering of their pets. Why are your pets roaming free? She sat next to Angara as another hunter pulled the thark away by the collar. Should they not be chained down to keep watch? The chuckle from Tekken drew her attention. Now wearing a translator, tharks aren't meant to be chained up their entire lives. They have to be allowed to roam every now and then, even if it means they beg for scraps. Yeah, didn't your parents ever let you have a pet? A young hunter with long dark hair asked from across the fire. She recognized his voice as an unmasked Charn. No, she said plainly as she saw several small children laughing and playing with an old thark that lied lazily as they hugged the creature. My father always said that pets were a waste of time and resources. That's depressing, Charn said as he slurped up the rest at his stew. Don't mind her, Angara said. Pup here had a long day, what with getting her ass handed to her by me and almost getting mauled to death. Azula growled at the comment but didn't dispute it. So how has the hunt been for all of you since I've been gone? A gruff older bald man with a long gray beard and long head spikes was the first to speak in a hearty, gruff but grandfatherly voice. Oh, you know, girl. Chasing ne'er-do-wells across the galaxy for a few units. Caught a Zetrian pirate captain a few days ago that was wanted for some heist. Got 7,000 units off him. Ha! That ain't nothing. A woman with fiery orange hair lined with streaks of gray. I caught a serial killer last week on Bedhose. Not alive, mind you, but he was worth 80,000 units dead. How much would he have been worth alive? Charn asked. 100,000 units. What about you, young blood? Charn made a displeased noise as he put down his bowl. I would have caught an arms dealer on Rithla 4, but my prey was snagged from me by the Nizar twins. Who? Angara asked after slurping her stew. Corporate mercenaries. Apparently the arms dealer screwed over someone high up in the galactic food chain, so they hired the twins to nab him right before I could take him in. Would have taken him back too if it wasn't for the 3 broken ribs I got from getting to him. Tekken was next to speak. You would have died in that attempt, even if your ribs weren't broken. I've heard of those too, they are in a league of their own. How about you, Angara? Charn changed the subject. Angara tossed her empty bowl aside. Meh, you know. I caught some baddies back to back, nothing major until we were ambushed by the Death's Head and crashed on some backwater planet. That's how we found the pup. She pointed to Azula, and also how my helmet got damaged. She held up the broken visor of the helmet. Tekken gave a saddened look. Your mother's helmet. She protects you even in death. Azula raised a brow to this new information that answered the question as to why she didn't just get rid of the helmet and get a new one. It's the main reason I came back, other than to gloat about how much of a better hunter I am than all of you. They all chuckled at her jab. So what's the pup's reason for being with ya? Charn asked, using her nickname, striking a nerve. That's because I killed the Death's Head leader. Azula boasted. One of the older hunters spat out his stew, almost choking on it. That sounds like a load of thark crap, girlie, the orange-haired huntress said. Yeah. Duratax ain't foolish enough to let himself get killed by a scrawny little thing like you, the old bearded hunter said. Just ask Angara if you don't believe me, she was there. Azula said with a smug attitude, much to the Kukyuvan princess's dismay. Angara groaned, yeah, it's true. Granted, you had no idea he was on the bridge when you blew it up. Still killed him though. Bet you don't even know what he looks like. Angara commented. Who cares? He's dead and we survived. She finally took a sip of her stew only to find it was much too spicy for her taste. You killed his son too, right? Tekken asked. He has a son? She asked after choking down another spoonful. Charn sucked in some air sharply. Oof. That means no, so better watch your back. Azula's interest had peaked. Who's his son? You killed Duratax without even knowing who Cortex, the butcher of Axelin 4, was, another young female huntress asked. That man is a monster, the older bearded hunter added. I tried to go after the bounty on his head years ago. He then grabbed his left shoulder and pulled it off, revealing his armored left arm was actually a mechanical prosthetic. Cut my arm off with his laser machete. I was lucky that was all he cut off. We lost a few of our seasoned hunters that day. Kaori forbid anyone from going after his bounty because of that. Tekken said as memories of old friends lost went through his mind. If Cortex doesn't already know who you are, he'll find out and he will stop at nothing to have your head. Azula snorts. Many others have tried and failed. Angara rolled her eyes at her hubris. It didn't matter if Cortex came for her, Angara knew that she had to end her tonight. Some of the other hunters laughed at her hubris as well. They underestimated her, but that is only because they haven't seen her in action or what she is capable of. You overestimate yourself, pup. Charn laughed, using Angara's nickname struck a nerve again. You're just some teenager and Cortex is a raging maniac who slaughters armies for fun. There's no way you could take him out. The older orange-headed woman joined in, and now that Duratax ain't there to keep him on his leash anymore, you're as good as dead. Not content with being laughed at, she subtly waved her hand to the bonfire before them, with the flames suddenly turning blue and shooting high into the air, stopping their laughs and causing them to jump back in surprise, lounging Tharks jumping to their feet and barking at the fire, with some of the surrounding Kukyuvan reacting as if they were being attacked. The flames returned to their original color and lowered, with Azula crossing her legs and sitting in a domineering posture that radiated arrogance with a vain smile. Still think so? They all stared at her as if she had suddenly grown a second head. Angara grabbed her arm and forced her to her feet. Your tent is pitched, let's go. She pushed her hard to start walking. Azula complied with a smile, knowing she was able to startle these skilled deadly hunters with her own power. Angara led her to the tent she would be staying in. It was small and pitched outside the main encampment, with room for only one person, with only a stretcher inside for a bed with a flat pillow, blanket and a lantern dangling overhead, just enough for one night. Stay here and don't go anywhere, Angara ordered. I'll get you in the morning. She then left her and retreated to the camp. Finally, Azula was alone and away from anyone who could be considered an irritation. The first thing she did was pull the translator out of her ear and pocketed it as it was beginning to cause her inner ear to grow sore, then undid her topknot, letting her long hair drop as she sat on the stretcher. The whole day had been nothing but exhausting for her, and her body was aching for rest. She didn't even want to think of her plan for taking the storm. She just wanted to sleep and get out of this place and away from these rotten people, especially Angara. That coward who would rather hide than use her title to take down her foe. At least she was able to end the night on a high note with that display of power. The cut ends of her hair came into view, only reminding her that Angara did indeed win that fight, and it made her blood boil knowing she was too weak to beat her. Such a shame, your bangs always accentuated your face nicely. Azula looked up, and standing before her was the vision of her mother. She closed her eyes and groaned, "Can I not just have one moment of peace? You two are more alike than you think," the vision said. Azula groaned at her words again as she undid her boots. "You are not real. You are just a fiction my mind has made to torture me for some reason," she announced, hoping this declaration of what she knows will make the vision go away. "Well, at least you are aware of it," the vision of Ursa responded. Azula scoffed, "Oh yes, I've been more aware of it since actually seeing the real you. Seeing you hiding behind a false face with your new family and replacement daughter. With no memories of your little monster." She cut herself off as her voice rose, remembering her mother was only a vision. "What am I doing, arguing with thin air? Just go away." She threw the blanket over herself and turned her back to her mother. Ursa knelt down. "You have every right to blame me for what I did. I just hope you can forgive me someday." Azula covered her head with her flat pillow, hoping to drown out her voice. The commotion from the main camp could still be heard from her tent. "They are a fascinating people, aren't they?" Ursa said with a faint smile, "so full of life and energy despite everything they've been through. They're nothing but a bunch of savages, and weak ones at that," Azula scorned. Ursa's smile dropped. "Not everything needs to be a contest of strength, Azula. That's how the world works. If you are not strong, then you are weak, and if you are weak, you are eaten up by the strong. They just manage to not be fully eaten," she said cynically. "Strength takes many forms. Being there for those that remain and ensuring their well-being can take more strength than conquering a nation." Azula shut up and faced the visage. "Oh, that's rich coming from you of all people. Where was that strength for Zuko and I? You weren't there for us. For me, when I needed you." The specter remained silent. "Nothing to say to that, huh? No motherly comment to share or lie to tell?" Ursa stared back with the same solemn look she always wore. "I never lied to you when I told you I love you. Don't." Azula choked out as her eyes began to water. "Just don't." She looked away, hoping her hair hid her weakness from the vision. Ursa stood up, folding her hands back into her sleeves. "I've always loved you, Azula." She couldn't take it anymore, hearing such obvious lies, and grabbed the nearest object and with all of her strength threw it at the visage of Ursa, with it passing through and punching a hole in the tent. Her mother had disappeared, just as she always did when she got violent, leaving her hyperventilating from the stress. She was thankful that she had just enough self-control to not burn the tent down before collecting herself. It had been such a long time since she's had this many episodes back to back. She thought she had gotten better after escaping her brother and leaving the Forgetful Valley, but now it just seems to be getting worse. She shook her head and wiped her tears, deciding she was just tired and overstimulated from the various new experiences she has gone through in such a short amount of time. After lying back down, she forced her eyes shut, hoping sleep would come quickly, but before she could do so, a question went through her mind. What did she just throw? She got back up and realized there was almost nothing in the tent for her small enough to make the hole. Nothing except her crown hairpiece. Cursing, she threw the blanket off and haphazardly strapped her boots back on. Just her luck that her mind would make her throw away the one thing that reminded her who she was. She had to retrieve it before any of these peasants stumbled upon it and tried to either melt it down or sell it for drinking money. Angara returned to the bonfire, sitting back down in an empty chair, sighing heavily, the other hunters looking to her for answers as to what just happened. So it's true, she does have abilities. Tekken said, I thought that was just something Taito made up just to get out of trouble. Yeah, it threw us for a loop too. How does it work? Charn asked. Angara gave him an annoyed look. I don't know. What do I look like, a scientist? 20 units say she emits gasoline from her hands. The orange-headed woman said. This topic was annoying Angara to no end, and she roared out in fury, cutting everyone off. Can we talk about something else? I spent the whole day stuck with her, and she is the most annoying person I've ever had to deal with. All of the hunters stared at her in silence because of her outburst. Geez, what crawled up your tailpipe and died? Charn blurted out, causing her to glare at him. You seem more agitated than usual, Angara. Tekken said, is something bothering you? I'm just tired is all. She's all I've been hearing about for the past 3 days, all anybody talks about back at base. She then began speaking in a mocking tone of admiration, the fire princess that blew up Duratax and saved the ship. Can you blame them? Tekken asked, putting his finished bowl down. A teenager killing one of the most ruthless mercenary leaders on this end of known space with a strange ability to control fire, gives me goosebumps thinking about it. Not only that, but it looks like she gave you a good run for your money, too. The old bearded hunter said, pointing out the bruises and scratches on her face. Angara snarled and bared her fangs to him. I won that fight. But how close was it? Tekken asked. That burn on your side was really limiting your movements. It was just a lucky shot. Prey only needs to be lucky once in order to escape or injure its hunter, and you are one of our best. Angara took the older hunter's wisdom into consideration. A mischievous smile crept up on Charn's light green face. What, is our little princess jealous of the new girl in town stealing her spotlight? A few of the other hunters chuckled at that, making Angara simmer with her rising temper. I broke your arm once already, Charn. You want me to do it again? That was a training accident. She gave him a piercing gaze capable of cutting metal, was it? Charn's smile dropped faster than a heavy stone being tossed from above. The orange-haired huntress decided to join in the conversation. Well, if you're so butthurt about it, why not just challenge her to a duel in the morning? Angara tensed up. I can't do that. Why not? Neither of you look too bad of shape. Tekken asked. She sighed heavily before explaining, because the chief ordered me to kill her, tonight. Tekken furrowed his tattooed brow. Why? She may have strange powers, but I don't see how it affects us enough to kill her. She knows. They all looked at her with surprise. If she knows, then the Pendarins will come for us, the bearded hunter said with fear in his voice. Or your uncle, the older woman huntress remarked. He already suspects that you're still alive. We don't need his hunters showing up at our doorstep. Why do you think he ordered me to kill her? Just gotta wait for her to fall asleep, then take her out there. Angara said. Kill her in her sleep? While she's at her most vulnerable and can't fight back? Tekken scrutinized as he looked at her with disappointment, like your uncle did to your father? Angara snarled, standing back to her feet. You think I don't know how this looks? I don't want to kill her like that either, but I have to do it to keep us all safe. Through an act of dishonor. Tekken accused, rising to meet her. If you are to do it, then wait until the morning when her strength has returned and she has a chance to fight for her life. I can't, I have to do this. She is strong, and if she escapes, because I let her have a chance at a fair fight, it puts the entire camp at risk and also the Crimson Storm. Tekken shook his head as he pleaded, this isn't our way, Angara, you know this. The older woman made her opinion known as well. I agree, challenge her to a duel and kill her that way. You beat her once, you can do it again. Hold on, it doesn't sound that simple. Charn added, you see the state she's in. If anyone can make Angara look like that, then maybe she has a chance of actually beating her. No offense, Angara. Angara snarled at him and began to pace. The woman scoffed, we are Kukyuvan, we face adversity head-on knowing the challenge could end us. We have to think about this realistically. If she does somehow beat Angara in a fair fight, she could be spiteful towards us and let the secret out. If we can take her out here, we can get rid of a problem before it becomes one. Tekken snarled in anger, you can't be serious, Charn. I am. Think of this from the chief's perspective. An outsider came into our camp knowing one of our most protected secrets and can expose it to our enemies. It's his job to protect us, and if he sees a threat to us, why shouldn't he order her dead if it means we are all safe? He's right. The bearded old hunter said with a hard look on his face, the outsider is a threat to us and should be dealt with. Tekken gave the older man a look of betrayal. Caver. Not you. A young blood like Charn I can understand, but you. When I faced Cortex in honorable combat, I adhered to the ways of our people, and you know what happened? He took my arm and got away. Didn't even honor me with a warrior's death, said my blood wasn't good enough for his blade. The money I could have gotten from his bounty could have helped the camp greatly, but our ways kept me from doing what I needed to and cost us that. Our enemies have never fought with honor, so why should we let honor keep us from doing what has to be done? Tekken felt as though the whole world was against him now. The Pandarans have already stolen so much from us. Our home. Our families and friends. Our unity as a people, and now you are going to let fear of them take away who we are. Our culture? Our traditions? What makes us Kukyuvan? His words caused many who agreed with this action to turn away in shame and rile up the others who were against it. It's time we adapted, Tekken. Charn fought back, if we stay down the path we have been following then we are doomed to die off. Caver made his way to Tekken, placing his mechanical hand on his shoulder. Tekken. None of us likes this, but it is the right thing to do. The balding hunter pulled out of his embrace in disgust, giving them all a hard look. I can't believe any of you would be okay with this. He turned to Angara. You especially. The guilt of this action was already weighing heavily on her mind, but his words were like a knife being twisted in her stomach. He turned and stormed away, with Angara following after pleading with him, Tekken, don't go. Where are you going? He responded in a hard commanding tone lined with exasperation, to make sure my dishonorable nephew is still cleaning the rhino stables. Perhaps I should impart some wisdom on him so he doesn't start adopting these disgraceful ideals. He continued on, leaving all of them to the bonfire. The orange-haired huntress looked at Caver, shaking her head in disappointment. I guess your arm isn't the only thing Cortex took. She stormed off as well. Many of the other hunters that agreed with them left grumbling to themselves while others stayed, but the mood did not allow for light-hearted conversation to continue with a heavy, awkward atmosphere. Angara watched as they left, questioning if what she must do really is the right thing. Charn approached her. Don't listen to him, he's stuck in his ways. If you need help carrying this out, I don't. Angara said sharply, the dishonor will be mine and mine alone. It's not dishonor, Angara. Kaver stated, you are doing what is right. His words put her at ease momentarily but didn't erase the shame. And who cares? She's just some outsider that you don't even like. Right? Charn continued. Honor had always been something that was taught to her by both her parents and Kaori, but now everything she had been taught was being put into question. Should she kill Azula in her sleep like she's putting down an animal to keep her adopted family safe, or give her the fighting chance she knows she deserves? Azula searched in the dark of night for her crown only with the light of a blue flame in hand. She must have thrown it pretty hard as she was starting to get farther away from her tent. She kicked through the short grass, hoping the gold would catch the light, but saw nothing. She could have sworn it flew in this direction. As she turned to look in another direction, the light of her flame illuminated a shape in the grass. It was one of the Thark creatures. This one seemed to be older, with its angular face having more wrinkles, and the black ridges on its back turning gray. She already had enough dealing with animals today and didn't appreciate being startled by another, but on a closer inspection she saw the creature had something shiny in its mouth. It was her crown. Drop that. She ordered the creature, but it only stared at her in indifference, completely ignoring her order. She gritted her teeth as she approached it slowly, however its lips peeled back, revealing short but thick fangs as it let out a low rumbling growl that stopped her advance. She glared at the Thark's defiance towards her. As tired as she was ready to fight this animal if it meant regaining her hairpiece, but after an analytical view of the creature she saw that, unlike the laugh cats that were small and frail, with small razor-sharp teeth meant for tearing flesh, this animal was larger with a sturdier build whose wider jaws were made for crushing bone. It would definitely be a tougher fight than a laugh cat, and it would be much easier to find a Kukyuvan to make it drop the crown, but Azula didn't do things the easy way. She'll show this mindless beast her strength and force it to yield to her if she must. All right, if that's how you want to do this, then so be it. She took on a fighting stance, ready to hurl a fireball at it, but before she could do so it turned and trotted away. Hey! She shouted as she followed it. The Thark paid no mind to her calls as it continued its steady trek away from the camp until it led her to a large yurt sitting farther out from the camp in isolation, made from dark fabrics of blue and purple that made it look like a void in the night. The Thark quickly made its way through the tarp. Azula studied the large circular tent and saw a steady plume of smoke rising from the top, meaning somebody was home. Better for her at least, because now she can demand the owner to take responsibility for their pet. She slapped the tarp open and was immediately met with the heavy smell of incense burning. It was almost suffocating, and saw the inside was filled with various trinkets and ornaments on display. Prayer beads dangling from above and statues of alien beings littering the corners of the tent. She could see a figure sitting by the fireplace in the center, draped in dark robes, prayer beads wrapping around them and a wide-brimmed hat obscuring their features from her as they carved away at wood, seeming to be creating more beads for a necklace. The Thark dropped her crown by their side and laid down, catching their attention as they inspected its find. "Excuse me," she said as loud and bluntly as possible, with the figure slowly turning to her. "Your pet stole that from me." The figure was silent for a short time before speaking slowly in a croaky old voice that sounded as old as time itself. "My apologies. Kazoo brings me trinkets from time to time, things that people discard, but every now and then she takes something that is still cherished." He held out a yellow hand with 6 long spindly black-tipped fingers, presenting the hairpiece to her. She was a little drawn back at the sight of his spider-like hand. Whoever this was, they were clearly not a Pt.2. Just see that your pet stays out of people's belongings. She snatched it away from him and turned to leave. May your fire remain burning, serpent of blue, he said, going back to carving. She stopped, turning back to him with a scornful look. Excuse me? What did you just call me? Serpent of blue. He repeated slowly, the name that echoes from your soul into the outer world. Her scorn turned into confusion as she tried to make sense of this strange being's words. The outer world? The world that overlaps ours and houses the voices of times long past. She couldn't help but chuckle at that statement. She meets many new beings of different backgrounds and finally meets one who hears voices like her. In some grim twist of fate, she wonders if she'll end up like him in a hut collecting junk. So you hear voices? What, pray tell, do they tell you then? She was mocking him, hoping to gain some pleasure after her recent experience with her mother's illusion. Voices of the outer world whisper of the world of the bridge, and a child of fire walking through stars. He held up a bead, inspecting it before putting it aside with a pile of others and grabbing another wood chip. She bursted out laughing. It wasn't exactly funny, but the ramblings of old crazy fools always seemed to make her feel better about her own predicament. Well, I must say, oh great soothsayer, that was quite the rambling. She calmed down, wiping away a tear. If only Zuzu were here, maybe he'd be able to make sense of whatever that was, since he's always around Uncle listening to his proverbs. The scarred brother has learned wisdom through hardship and isolation. I wonder what it is you will learn. He droned out. Azula's laughing fit ceased. What he had said sounded too much like Zuko, someone she had only briefly mentioned by a nickname. How do you know that? The stranger held up the wood chip as he inspected the detail before continuing. The voices of the outer world share many things if one is open to listen. She rolled her eyes at his cryptic words and brushed some hair out of her face. When doing so, she realized that she wasn't wearing her translator, and yet this creature was speaking in her native language. Her interest was far beyond being piqued. Now she was wondering if this creature had visited the earth. Who are you? He shifted his head, allowing her to see his 3 faintly glowing blue eyes, a vagabond of the stars who seeks to guide others who are lost. But you may call me by the title the Pt.2 have given me, the Mystic. And you believe I'm lost, Mystic? He went back to carving. Some walk without knowing they are lost. Some who walk know exactly where their destination is. Azula saw an empty space and invited herself to kneel before him. So these voices, they tell you things? Things about people that aren't spoken? Truths of one's nature, masked by ego and fabrication. Azula rolled her eyes. Speak plainly. Yes or no? The stranger put down the half-formed bead and carving tool. Yes. So you can answer any question about myself I ask? If the voices of the outer world know the answers and see its truths, you know of my abilities then? That fire and lighting burn and crackle at your fingertips. Yes. Azula held out her hand, producing a flame to test his resolve, causing his Thark to spring up and growl at her. He did not react and instead seemed to expect it. He calmed the defensive animal with a gentle pat on her head. Then answer a question that has been on my mind since I left home. She continued to play with the flame in her palm, making false movements that suggested she would drop it in order to get some kind of reaction from him. My bending fluctuates from being weak and powerful, and I just can't seem to find the answer for this. A tentacle appendage slithered out from beneath his hat and grabbed a nearby pot, bringing it closer for him to grab a handful of sand and allowing it to trickle past his fingers into a pile. As the tentacle put the pot away, he drew 4 symbols in the sand with his long finger, each being an unfamiliar symbol for the 4 elements. The 4 basic elements all exist in constant balance with one another. Fire burns with passion, but requires the other elements to flourish. Fire needs air to fuel it, earth retains the heat it produces, thus further warming the flame, and water's coolness keeps it from growing out of control. He explained, pointing to each symbol. Space is absent of these elements, and the artificial environments of ships and stations can only mimic a fraction of the natural world. The farther you are from the four elements, the more your balance between them is disrupted. He waved a hand over hers, and with a movement to close it, extinguished the flame she held to punctuate his point. What of the sun? It still grants me its power as long as I am out of extra-dimensional space. A cup can only be filled if there are no holes within it. He spoke with nonsensical proverbs just like her uncle, but the meaning behind his words made sense with everything the four nations on Earth seemed to stand for, and was in line with what she has experienced in both leaving and landing on a planet. She finally has a piece to the puzzle surrounding her bending. Quite interesting. What else can you tell me? He didn't answer at first and seemed to be in a trance, but after a few moments spoke. I have said enough. What do you mean? Azula's face dropped into a frown. The voices of the outer world have silenced themselves. They have provided enough answers for now. What? No! I still have more questions for your voices. The outer world will remain silent until it chooses to speak once more. He said cryptically before grabbing the half-formed bead and carving tool. Perhaps another time, serpent of blue. She gritted her teeth and lashed out, grabbing his wrist. You will answer my questions, old man. Or so help me. As soon as she touched his skin, she felt a surreal surge of energy shoot up her arm into her mind as if lightning had been shot into her. She jumped back, nearly falling over. What in Agni's name was that? The mystic's body language shifted to contemplation. I see. She took on a fighting stance. See what? The Thark got up and growled to defend her master. He looked up to her, his luminous eyes meeting hers. A defeat from one you deemed a failure, and the abandonment of those close to you has formed cracks in your mind. Voices not of the outer world, but of your own mind haunt you, and there is much sadness in your heart. Her eyes widened in shock and horror. He knew. He saw her weakness. If those voices he spoke of didn't tell him, then whatever he did to her exposed every secret she had to him. Fair warning, serpent of blue, the mystic said suddenly, the path you have chosen to follow will not bring you satisfaction, only destruction and pain, not just for you, but those around you. You are but a large fish who has escaped her small pond into an ocean of leviathans. Your cunning and strength will not be enough against the titans of the galaxy. It is not too late to forsake this path. It was too much for her to process, and she needed to end him. He not only knows her weakness, but also of her plan. She needed to silence him permanently before she could be foiled. She brought her fingers up to send a bolt of fire to his heart, but the stranger moved far faster than she could perceive, and with a simple flick of his wrist knocked her hand away and pressed the tip of his index finger to her forehead. A surge of energy went through her body that calmed her mind and relaxed her muscles, sending her into unconsciousness. He caught her before she made contact with the ground, Kazoo growling and barking at her as she lay in his grasp. Angara made her way to Azula's tent. She had decided what she must do. Azula had to be silenced for the greater good. She held her honor in high regard, but this went farther than her, and she must do what is best for her people. She saw the tent in the distance, and she drew Kaori's pistol. She must be asleep by now, making her an easy target, a dishonorable target. However, the light of the lantern made her take a silent and more deliberate approach to mask her presence and push the flap open slowly with the barrel of the blaster before peering in. To her surprise, the tent was empty, causing her to jump in, looking around frantically for Azula. She had escaped before she could even go through with her decision, making her curse and roar in frustration as she bolted out of the tent, looking around her for any possible sign of where she went. In her frantic search, she felt a presence behind her and turned with the weapon drawn at whoever it was, only to find the mystic standing tall over her, carrying Azula in his arms, bridal style, with his Thark by his side. Mystic, she said, surprised, quickly pointing the weapon away from him and bowing her head in respect. I didn't see you there, and what are you doing with her? Red Cap. The mystic greeted and bowed his head calmly. The Serpent of Blue wanders, uncertain of her place in the world. He glided past her into the tent and laid her down carefully on the stretcher before placing her crown on the ground next to her. Before exiting, why do you visit her when anger is all you feel towards her? I was just checking in on her. Making sure she's sleeping well, you know, she gave the mystic a nervous smile. Lies are unbecoming of someone who speaks in blunt truths. Her smile fell. The mystic always seemed to know things and see past lies. Is it not Kukyuvan tradition to slay a beast head on rather than slit its throat while it sleeps? She swallowed hard as she looked down, not even wanting to face the mystic. I have to do this. I have no choice. One of the greatest illusions in the universe is the belief that there is no choice, he countered. She growled, well, this time there is no choice. If I don't kill her now, everyone could be in danger. Do you know for certain? No. The Serpent of Blue has lived a life believing she has no choice, and you would rob her of being able to make her own choices now that she is free because of an uncertainty? Angara turned to him. How do you know that? He held out his long spindly hand. She has touched me and inadvertently allowed me to peer into her mind. Angara recoiled at the thought of being in Azula's mind. That must have been unpleasant. Can't imagine what goes on inside that head. She is delicate. Believing she too has no choice and plagued with false beliefs that pull her towards a dark path. Then I'd be showing her mercy by just ending her. Mercy through a blade delivered in shadows is not mercy at all. Biting her lip in frustration, she then shouts to the cloaked figure, then what do I do, huh? Let her live, so she can tell the whole galaxy that the youngest princess of our people is still alive and lead all of our enemies here. The mystic did not answer right away. Instead, he waited for her to calm down. Violence does not have to be the first option. Then what would you have me do? She asked with frustration. Action may speak louder than words, but actions can only convey so much. The two of you are more alike than you think. Perhaps a dialogue would be more productive. Dialogue? Every word out of her mouth makes me want to strangle her. As do the words that come out of your mouth to her, Red Cap. Angara only groaned as she looked out at the stars, pondering what to say next. You speak of letting her make her own choices. What if those choices lead to our downfall? They may not. We will never know if we let our fears overcome our better judgment, and it would be a shame to cut her down at the very beginning of her journey. Really? Angara questioned unenthusiastically. What do you see in her? A broken soul who was robbed of the chance to walk her own path. Pride and ego are all she knows, and because of this, suffering awaits her no matter which path she takes. It is up to her to decide how that suffering will mold her, but she must be allowed to choose. Angara said nothing as she contemplated his words. The mystic began to walk away with Kazu following. The choice you make now is entirely your decision. Angara watched him leave until the darkness of night swallowed him away, leaving her alone to contemplate his words. She looked at the blaster in hand, wondering if she should go through with this, if she should rob Azula of her choices, just as her uncle had robbed her of so many of hers and their people. Hey, we have a Patreon chock full of NSFW content. Audios, GIFs, sauces, captions and more in our Patreon. Most of the audios are free, however, everything else will cost you. I want to grow Story into an actual brand business. An actual animation, publishing, movie studio. So if even you follow our Patreon for free, it'll really help out. Azula awoke feeling more rested than she has ever felt in the past few years. Her mind felt at ease, at least for now, but her body was incredibly sore. She recalled the events of meeting the mystic, however, everything was hazy. He was so strange, stranger than the other beings she has met thus far. Surely he had to have been a dream. The Kukyuvan were not a warm and inviting people, so they most likely wouldn't allow someone like him in their community. She decided it wasn't worth thinking about and got ready to leave. She's had enough of these people and would rather be around the menagerie of creatures on the home base instead. After preparing herself for the day, she exited the tent, putting the translator back in her ear, and made her way to the main encampment. The sun was rising just beyond the horizon, turning the sky pink, its light making the red vegetation beneath it take on a purplish hue, with the ring streaking the sky in pure white. The camp wasn't as lively as it had been last night, with many of its inhabitants still asleep and only a few hunters keeping watch, whether it be in the camp or on the back of a rhino patrolling the outskirts. Most didn't pay her any mind as she strolled by looking for Angara, while the rest glared at her. "You have joined the waking realm, Serpent of Blue." The haunting voice of the mystic startled her into a fighting stance. The mystic stood outside the rhino stables, stroking the head of one of the creatures while clutching a tall walking stick wrapped in beads. "I am glad to see you, and glad of the choice made." She was frozen in place as the realization that he was not a dream at all. This man, no, this creature did something to her, something that allowed him to know everything about her, the plan to take the storm, her history, and even the voices in her head. She even began to wonder how she got back to her tent, as she doesn't remember returning herself, in which case, what did he do to her? "You! What did you do to me last night? I apologize for what occurred." He spoke slowly as he fully turned to her. "I should have taken better precaution to prevent contact with your mind. I did not mean to pry into your subconscious." "You read my mind? How is that even possible?" She eased out of her stance after deeming that he was not a threat. "Contact through touch is the easiest manner in which to do so." "So does that mean you read that creature's mind just now?" She pointed to the rhino. "No, through great effort I can silence this ability." He continued to pat the rhino's head as it grunted in appreciation. "But that is not why you are here." "Is it, Serpent of Blue?" She grunted in annoyance. "That's not my name. You know things about me, things I can't have anyone else know." The mystic stayed silent for a moment as if pondering her words. "Yes, but do not fear. I have no intention of sharing what I know with others. Forgive me if I don't believe you. The transfer of information between minds is a sacred and intimate process. To share such things is the ultimate violation. I have taken a vow of silence against speaking of such things unless given consent by the one who was read." She decided to test the resolve of that statement. "Even if I hold information that could endanger you and this camp?" "If you are referring to Angara's status as a wanted princess, yes. However, that is a secret that I do not need to keep, as many in the camp are aware that you know, and they do not approve. All the more reason for me to leave." "Leave you should. An attempt was made on your life last night, but thankfully I was able to persuade them to make a different choice. You'll also like." Azula couldn't say she was surprised at that. She suspected it was Angara who would have done the attempt, but was confused as to why he would intervene. "Why save me? What do you gain from my survival?" "Nothing. All life is sacred, even the lives of the wicked. One day we all shall venture into the outer world and become one of its many voices, but there is no need to rush or send others before they are ready." She rolled her eyes at that. "Speaking of this outer world, is there anything those voices would like to share?" "The outer world remains silent in regards to you, for now. If that's the case, then tell me where I can find Angara." He pointed to his right with his mighty walking stick. "Red Cap will be in the center of camp within the chieftain's war horse." She assumes he means the giant vehicle the chieftains stayed in, and turned to take her leave, but the voice of the mystic stopped her. "I have something for you, Serpent of Blue." He dug into his cloak and pulled out a small bracelet made of wooden beads. Reluctantly, she took the bracelet from his spindly fingers, taking extra caution to not touch him. She looked at the bracelet and found a wooden pendant of some strange serpentine creature curled in a spiral with swirling patterns running along its body. What is this? A charm carved from steel wood. A wood that is notorious for its difficulty to burn. May it help guide you down the path you choose to follow and bring you good fortune. The mystic turned back to the rhino and patted its head. She thought nothing of his words as she pocketed the tacky bracelet and followed the direction he pointed towards. When she arrived, she found Angara was already awake, standing at the top of the vehicle, no longer dressed in her armor, leaning against the railing at the top of the vehicle, seeming to be watching the sunrise while contemplating something deeply. "Hey!" Azula called out to her with the former Kukyuvan princess, who gave her a scornful look. "Are we ready to leave yet?" "I just woke up. Give me a few minutes," she shouted. "And why are you awake so early?" "I'd expect you to be sleeping in after the beating I gave ya." "I don't waste time sleeping in. Firebenders rise with the sun after all," Azula responded. Angara rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Of course you'd have some dumb saying like that. Anyway, I talked to Myrel last night. They're still working things out with planet security, so we might need to catch a ride from either someone here." She rolled her eyes. "As long as we leave, I don't care." "Hang on, pup. There's something you and I need to talk about." Angara leapt from the railing and landed close to her. "You know something about me that I can't let get out." "You mean the fact that you're a princess?" Azula asked, as if she didn't know what she was talking about. "Yeah, that." Angara growled. "You knowing that is a really big problem, and I don't trust you to keep your mouth shut." "Really? And here I thought our little experience out in the wilderness helped us to grow closer as friends." Azula purred sarcastically. "So what are you going to do about it? Strike a deal with me? You don't seem the negotiating type." "But..." She tapped her chin as a smile creeped up her face. "I would still like to have the best bounty hunter in the Crimson Storm to show me the ropes." Angara made an annoyed face. "You're still on about that? Like I said, I only accept the best. Agree to that, and maybe I'll consider keeping quiet." "No." Azula was taken aback from how quick that response was, right when she thought she had her. "No? You do realize I have some very valuable information?" "Yup. So why refuse such a simple request?" "Like I said before. When I look at you, all I see is a liar and a schemer. Someone like that can't be trusted to keep her mouth shut even if a deal is struck." The defiance returned to Angara's cat-like eyes. "I spent all night thinking of how to deal with that problem, and I think I've got a solution that'll make everyone happy." "Really then?" "Well, don't keep me in suspense," she responded in a sardonic manner. With Angara's gaze hardening, she spoke clearly and confidently, loud enough for several of the passing hunters to hear. "I challenge you to a fight to the death." Azula wasn't expecting this, especially so suddenly, but with her strength back and better knowledge of her environment and opponent, a devilish smile spread across her face at the prospect of a battle to the death with the woman she hated. "I accept." After the two princesses ate breakfast and geared up, Angara back in her armor minus her helmet and needle cannon, while Azula remained in her jumpsuit. They met outside the camp with almost the whole camp circling around them, cheering Angara on while shouting for Azula's death. "Break her legs, big sis," Teo shouted while clinging to his grandfather's leg along with his twin. "Beat her up," Tia cheered. Tekken patted both of their heads. "Now remember, you two, this is a battle of honor between warriors, not some common street brawl meant to gawk at for cheap spectacle. A battle to the death like this should be witnessed not for the sake of watching two people beat each other senseless, but by virtue of bravery in the face of adversity and dash." Smash her face in and send her to the outer world. Pt.2 cheered on in glee, disregarding any lesson his uncle was trying to impart with his cousins cheering with him. Maybe I should stop letting you three watch those fights on the OmniNet, Tekken said flatly. While side-eyeing his nephew disapprovingly, he noticed the tall cloaked form of the Mystic appear next to them, spectating with the rest of the crowd. Mystic, I didn't think you'd be interested in witnessing an event like this. You're normally indifferent to our warrior ways. The Mystic murmured, a choice was made, one that has spared the life of another. However, another was made that may end with a similar, grim outcome. Choices I helped initiate. Regardless of outcome, I must bear witness and accept responsibility. Tekken turned his attention back to the makeshift arena, always so cryptic. Aren't you? Chief Kaori pushed past the crowd, still in a drowsy state after being woken up. What is going on out here? It would seem our princess came to her senses and challenged our guest in honorable combat. Tekken answered. What? Kaori shot his gaze to the makeshift arena, his eyes widening, seeing Azula still alive, stretching and ignoring the crowd's boos. Why is she still alive? Come now, Kaori, you shouldn't be surprised. This is our way after all. Tekken gave him a judgmental look. You disapprove of my orders? Greatly. Then you know why I gave them. That girl knows too much. She's a fighter like us. She deserves to die on her feet facing her opponent, unless you don't think Angara can defeat her. Kaori shot the older man a hard look, taking great offense to that statement. You think I doubt her abilities? I taught her everything she knows. Which makes it even more insulting to her that you would have her shoot a girl in her sleep. Kaori's glare tightened at his words. A choice made in fear is a choice made in ignorance. The Mystic murmured. You had something to do with this, didn't you? The chief accused. He never did care for the Mystic, but he was vital in keeping morale up in the camp, along with advising many in their day-to-day lives. It helped that he also shared in their beliefs of the outer world. Red Cap was at a crossroads, unsure of which path to take. I merely helped guide someone who was lost. Tekken softened his own gaze, not wanting another fight to break out. Let us not argue on this matter here, old friend. Let's see just how much our princess has grown since we last saw her fight. Coming out of another stretching position, Azula spoke to her opponent as she began stretching her legs. I know I agreed to this little death battle quite quickly, but what exactly are the terms for our duel? Angara cracked her knuckles against her chin before cracking her neck. Simple. If I win, you die, so you can't leak me being alive out. You win, I die, giving no reason for anyone to bring harm to the people I care about. Angara looked to Kaori as she said this. Her words resonating with him, as he knew that this could potentially save the clan no matter the outcome, but would result in losing the girl he raised as his own. If that is all right with you, Chief. Kaori huffed. Kill her and be done with it, Angara. She nodded in affirmation before activating her shield and unsheathing her blade. That sit well with you, pup? Azula, now in a fighting stance, responds as confidently as ever. The terms sound fair. Now why don't we stop wasting time and get on with it? A cocky smile came to her face. Are you sure you're not going to need a weapon? Tekken asked. This is supposed to be a fair fight after all. I already have my weapon. She felt the heat of the rising sun filling her with his strength. The two combatants eyed each other, looking for an opening to attack, neither willing to make the first move now that they have a better understanding of each other's skill. Azula now adjusting herself to the heavier gravity. Their circling of each other continued until Angara activated her jet thrusters, propelling her forward using her shield as a battering ram. Azula used her bending to propel herself out of the way and followed with a blast to her side. The crowd ceased their boos and calls for her death after witnessing her blue flames, their obscenities replaced with gasps and whispered speculations. The blast bounced off the backplate of her armor harmlessly as she rolled out of her charge and lunged at her while swinging her blade. Azula jumped back as the blade almost severed the other strands of hair she allowed to hang freely. She wouldn't allow Angara to further ruin her hair. Azula shot a blast of fire at the ground between them, throwing up dirt and forcing Angara back, then threw a series of blasts at her that she blocked with her shield but kept her from engaging further. Azula knew that Angara was at her most dangerous up close. She had the advantage when it came to range and needed to keep her opponent at a distance if she had any chance of winning. Angara was pushed back, almost to the ground, as an intense and constant blast of fire coated her shield, almost as if she was blocking the flames of a dragon. The heat was so intense she was struggling to keep her eyes open. For her next move, she needed to rely on luck. Angara retracted her blade, then swung her free arm low, firing her grappling hook in a swinging motion low to the ground. The wire wrapped around Azula's legs and pulled them together, throwing her off balance before Angara pulled her feet out from under her. Now that the flames were gone, Angara closed the distance, once more attempting to slam the edge of her shield down on Azula's stomach. The firebender managed to roll out of the way in time, only for her opponent to bring it back down on her again. Azula managed to catch the edge of the shield before it could collide and struggled to hold the shield back, making her very aware of the difference in physical strength Kukuvan had over humans. She could barely move. She was using most of her strength to keep the shield from her abdomen, and her legs were still bound in cable being held in place by Angara. On the gauntlet that housed the grappling hook, Angara summoned the wrist blade once more and made a jab for her legs. Thinking quickly, Azula took a deep breath and breathed out a small blast, narrowly missing her face, but enough to make her miss her mark. Azula was able to push the shield away and saw the cable had gotten wrapped around the blade. She yanked her legs as hard as she could, pulling the cable against its edge, severing it and freeing her legs. She tossed the hook and cable aside before sweeping her legs in a spiraling motion that sent flames everywhere, pushing her opponent back far enough for her to recover. The crowd backed away as well in fear of getting hit with the flames. Angara swiped at her with the blade, managing to leave a laceration on Azula's arm. This weapon was becoming a nuisance to her. One lucky strike from it could end it all for her. Azula noticed the cut cable and grappling hook and dove towards it while dodging another swing. She held it between her hands, ready for Angara's next move. Angara swung downward, but Azula held out the cable, managing to catch her arm before wrapping it around her gauntlet and redirecting the blade into the ground. She repeatedly hammered her foot down against the blade until it snapped, then sent a knee into Angara's face. The crowd winced at the blow. A look of concern appeared on Kaori's face as he watched on. Angara had indeed improved in her close-quarters fighting skills. However, her opponent was just as skilled and more resourceful than he had anticipated. As angry as he was with Angara not killing her in her sleep, he allowed the duel, fully believing in her ability to handle this problem, but now seeing this manipulation of fire and the skill that it was being used with brought worry to him. Angara still had the advantage when it came to defense, with her suit of armor and shield, where Azula was a glass cannon. Kaori knew Angara only needed one lucky shot, and this fight is as good as over. He just hopes Azula doesn't get a lucky shot of her own. Angara continued to hold her shield before her as blast after blast of fire forced her on the defensive. She could barely get close to her long enough to do any damage. She then remembered a gadget she hadn't used yet, but it would require her to retract her shield. Angara activated her jetpack and put as much distance from her and Azula before ascending into the air. Running away? I thought you were braver than that. Azula taunted, sending more blasts into the air. Angara retracted her shield, and with the same gauntlet a small compartment opened with 2 small missiles flying out. Azula wasn't expecting that and jumped out of the way as the first one exploded where she stood and the other tailed behind it, exploding just inches away from her, the shockwave momentarily disorienting. Once she got her bearings back, she couldn't find Angara in the air or on the ground. She spun around just in time to find Angara barreling through the smoke with her jetpack and shield already open, delivering an upward backhanded swing that collided with Azula's chest and chin, the force of which sent her flying back into the crowd that caught her only to throw her back into the arena. Kaori's worry eased. This was the opening he was waiting for. Now Angara could finish her off and they can be done with this. On a watchtower just outside the camp, two Kukyuvan hunters watched the fight from a distance, one using the zoom-in feature of his helmet to get a closer look while the other used a pair of binoculars. "Angara's really giving it to her, ain't she?" the helmeted one said. "Of course she is. It's Angara we're talking about," the binocular one responded. "Holding back isn't her specialty. 10 units says she breaks her neck," the helmeted one said. The other one chuckled. 15 says she bludgeons her to death with her bare hands. "Deal." They both continued to watch the fight from their tower, and in doing so failed to notice the long-range scanner flashing red, indicating several ships were coming straight towards them from Horizon City. Azula had not recovered yet from the shield bash, but just as she did, a fist collided with her face. Then a hand grabbed her by the collar of her shirt before she felt the familiar sting of Angara's head spikes collide with her forehead as she delivered another headbutt. The crowd's cheers grew louder as Angara delivered a flurry of blows before ending it with a hard jab to the stomach with the edge of her shield, sending her stumbling back. Azula was now on her knees holding her stomach as Angara stood over her, regaining her breath. "Got nothing else to say?" Angara taunted her. "You're usually a chatterbox, can't get you to shut up." She then delivered a swift kick to her side, then grabbed her by the hair, forcing her up. "Normally I'd try to get this done quick and easy, but I think I'm gonna drag this out a little bit longer. Just for the fun of it." A malicious smile spread across her face, a smile Azula was all too familiar with. The crowd continued to cheer Angara on, however, Kaori grew restless. Tekken groaned. "She's showboating again. Why does she always feel the need to do this?" Kaori face-bombed. The mystic only looked on in silence. Angara pulled her up higher by the hair, forcing Azula to cry out as she raised a fist. Azula thought quickly on how to get out of this situation and remembered the burn on Angara's side. It wouldn't have healed fully so quickly. Just as Angara was going to hammer down her fist, Azula grabbed a hold of the second-degree burn and squeezed with all of her might, stopping Angara's attack and making her howl in pain. Now open for an attack, Azula sent an open palm into the side of her face, pushing her back and disorienting her. Now it was Azula's turn to deliver a flurry of blows to her face, and exploited the weakness of her burnt side by delivering a sweeping kick to it every time she attempted to retaliate. Angara managed to catch her leg with her right arm and with her left to grab her and attempt another headbutt, a seemingly favored move. Azula was prepared for this, and just as she was pulled closer to deliver the blow, she countered by flinging her elbow into Angara's face, striking the bridge of her nose. The strike was enough to make Angara lose her grip, allowing Azula to send a blast directly into her chest plate, making her fly back before beginning another assault of fireballs, this time her attacks becoming more savage and relentless. Angara struggled to defend against the assault with the reawakened pain in her side. The blasts of blue flame became too quick to follow, with several blasts colliding with her armor and almost knocking her over. Azula was growing tired of the shield and decided it was time for it to be destroyed and to further demonstrate her power. With her right two fingers she drew them into a circular motion, generating a crackling of lightning, swinging it in the air and catching it with her other hand, further charging it up. The crowd grew silent at this display in shock and horror. Kaori especially. Once satisfied with the charge, Azula flexed her fingers towards her opponent's energy shield, generating an explosion that sent Angara flying back so far the crowd had to leap out of the way in hopes of dodging her. Silence now filled the arena as Azula stalked up to Angara, who laid in a small crater, her armor covered in glowing scorch marks, smoke rising from her energy shield damaged beyond repair as sparks shot out of it, but she was still alive. Angara looked up trying to regain her bearings, a numbness coming to her shield arm, and saw Azula standing over her with a malicious and triumphant smile plastered across her bruised face. "I win." Angara could give her a glare of defiance and spat out some blood. She could barely move, and if she could, her body screamed in pain. She was right, she had been beaten. Angara pulled herself up into a sitting position. "All right, get on with it." She accepted her defeat with grace. She won't let it be said that she was a sore loser in her final fight. Azula's smirk faltered a bit. "What, no remark? No insults? Not even gonna beg for your life?" "Nah, I don't beg. I said that if you win I die. So just do it already before I find some way of killing you first." Angara gave her the most arrogant smile she'd ever seen. There was no fear in Angara's eyes, no hint of regret either, and this only made Azula's victory feel bitter. This wasn't what she wanted. She had beaten her, humiliated her before her own people, and proved her weakness, yet she still holds that defiance that sapped away any joy she could have obtained from this moment. She raised a hand, drawing up a sapphire flame, and was ready to make her final strike, until the voice of the mystic shot through her mind. "Is this the path you wish to continue down?" She froze as he stood far away in the crowd, yet his voice was so clear, it was as if he was standing inches away from her. "A choice can be made here, your choice. Free of the influence of others, and one that may shape your future. Choose wisely." His voice echoed to her and deaf to all other ears. "Well, you gonna finish it or what?" Angara said impatiently. Azula, now drawn back to the situation, looked down on her, hoping seeing her defeated form would reignite her fire, but it did nothing. She wanted to see Angara broken, but instead she sat there accepting what is to come with the same defiance as ever, unafraid of the bite of her fire. Unlike her, who faced defeat ungracefully, sobbing and screaming like a child. The shame of that memory still haunts her. She couldn't understand this feeling. There was anger that she couldn't break her, but behind that lay a sense of admiration for Angara's calm disposition in what should be her final moments. Was this respect for someone she defeated, someone that she proved was weaker than her and unworthy of her admiration? Kaori noticed the hesitation in Azula and activated the blaster on his gauntlet to end this himself. A hand grabbed him by his arm. It was Tekken holding him back with a pained and saddened look on his face. "Kaori, don't. I can't stand by and allow this to happen." She knew the risks when she initiated the challenge. Tekken urged, "You do nothing but dishonor her by intervening." Kaori growled before pushing him out of the way and taking aim. "To hell with honor." As Kaori lined up his shot, the two watchtower guards looked on, fully absorbed in the matter, until one heard the sounds of engines roaring. He turned his binoculars to the horizon and saw several ships incoming. Ships. Ships on the horizon. The alarm came too late, as several black and white ships soared overhead, stopping everyone from what they were doing. The crowd dispersed as they circled the area. The winds generated by their engines kicked up clouds of dirt and threw loose objects into the air. Said winds extinguished the flame in Azula's hand, along with throwing her off balance, with Angara pulling herself back to her feet as one ship landed before them all. Azula recognized these ships as belonging to planetary security, mainly because of the flashing red and blue lights. Kaori approached the landed craft, with several other hunters following behind, preparing for a fight, as the door opened and Proxley's round frame sauntered out, followed by several other security officers. "Chief Kaori, how are you this fine morning?" "Well rested, I imagine," Proxley greeted sarcastically. "What is the meaning of this, Proxley?" Proxley pulled out a tablet. "I'm here because I'm looking for your little red-head hunter Angara and this new girl." He squinted at the tablet. "Azula. Think that's how you pronounce it. Anyway, these two are wanted for disorderly conduct, destruction of public property, and resisting arrest." And given how this camp is the closest location from the Badlands where we lost them, this is where they'd likely be. With a glance to his right, he saw the two individuals he was looking for, battered and bruised. Would you look at that? The girls of the hour. Cuff M. A pair of officers approached them with cuffs in hand until several hunters stepped between them. You have no right to just come here and make arrests. Kaori growled. Actually, I do. You see, as a member of planetary security, I can arrive at any settlement on Kazima and neighboring territories to make arrests and do searches if I suspect threats to security, smuggling, foul play, or in this case, harboring criminal fugitives. And given how two lawbreakers have been found here, maybe I should do a search of the whole camp just in case I find something else that shouldn't be here, like say some water filters that went missing a few days ago. Kaori said nothing and only growled at him. But given how I found what I came here for, I can just take them and be on my way. Less files I have to fill out. Angara pushed past the crowd until she was before Proxley. If I come willingly, you'll leave? You and your fire-breathing friend. Fine. She held out her hands, allowing one of the other officers to cuff her. Don't fight them, pup. Not unless you want to leave unconscious. She said over her shoulder to Azula as the crowd parted for the officers to make their way to her. Azula would rather not be bound, but this seems to be her only option out of the camp at the moment, and she'd rather not live as a fugitive again. Let's just get this over with. She too held out her hands. Angara, no! Kaori said, coming to her side. This is foolish. You see any other option? I'll be fine, Myrelle will pay my bail, and I'll be out in no time. But what of her? Kaori pointed to Azula as two officers escorted her into the ship. I don't know. She admitted, refusing to look him in the eye out of shame and thinking that maybe she should have just followed his orders. The officers pulled her to the ship. I'll figure something out. She was shoved onto a bench in the center compartment of the ship, a few seats away from Azula, with several officers in between them. Been a pleasure seeing you again, Chief. Proxley said as he waddled back onto the ship. Make sure you and your people stay out of trouble. I'm always watching. After all the officers returned, the doors closed, and the vehicle ascended back into the air, returning to Horizon City. Kaori watched as it left with his adopted daughter, hoping that she would find some way of dealing with Azula. He turned to the crowd. Fight is over. Go back to your business. He glanced over to the mystic, whose robes flapped to the winds as he too watched the ships fly off. The girl hesitated. Did you have something to do with that? The mystic's sky-blue eyes met his. I only asked her a question. One she does not seem to be ready to answer yet. He turned and began walking back to his hut. His words had always confused Kaori. For now, he decided to forget about the cloaked man and turn his attention to a more pressing matter: who was in charge of the watchtower. The two youngblood hunters tried to disappear into the crowd after seeing his glare land on them. After having her handprints scanned, mugshot taken, and all the few personal belongings she had with her confiscated, Azula sat isolated in a glass cube in a hallway lined with other cubes, several of which housed various aliens in cuffs like her. The cells had nothing in them save for their occupants, meaning they were only temporary housing until planetary security figured out what to do with her. She took the time to try and meditate and refocus her mind so she could get out of this unscathed. However, she was aggravated that her duel was interrupted right as she was going to deliver the final blow, but also of her strange feelings of respect for that abhorrent woman, and the intervention of the mystic didn't help. The sound of a cell near her opening pulled her from her thoughts as Angara, now stripped of her armor and only dressed in a mesh suit, was shoved into the cell, hissing at the guards who left her cuffed before leaving. Once Angara noticed her stare, she glared at her before taking a seat on the cold floor. Well, this is quite the predicament we find ourselves in, Azula said aloud. Angara ignored her. So, how long will it take for Myrelle to get us out of this? No clue, so shut up. Clearly she was in no mood to speak, so Azula didn't push the matter and went back to meditating. However, Angara decided to ask her something. Why didn't you finish me off? You won the duel, so you had the right to end my life then and there, but you didn't. Why? Azula wasn't sure if she should mention the voice of the mystic, and she would rather die than letting her know she might have developed some modicum of respect for her. But he did have strange abilities. Perhaps the truth may be the best answer. I heard a voice speak to me from within my head, the voice of the mystic. Angara rolled her eyes and scoffed. Of course. Figured he would have done something like that. Azula felt more at ease knowing that Angara believed her. He mentioned that there was an attempt on my life last night and that he was able to talk them out of it. That was you, wasn't it? Angara remained silent, confirming her hunch. So we both hesitated because of interference from this mystic friend of yours. It wasn't just him. Something else got in the way. Azula snorted. Like what? Angara sighed as she spoke in a calmer tone. It would have been an honorless death. As much as I hate you, I respect you as a warrior and know that if you are to die by my hands, it should be as an equal in combat. Their eyes met. Angara's remained defiant as ever, while Azula's face was blank and expressionless until she started snickering until it turned into full-blown laughter. She laughed so hard that she fell over on her side, cackling uncontrollably. You didn't kill me, B, because of honor? She gasped in between breaths. That's so stupid. You could have easily taken me out and never have to worry about me again. You really are like Zuko, she continued laughing, filling the detention center with her erratic howls. Her laugh struck a nerve in Angara as her eye twitched at the ridicule, making her jump to her feet and start slamming her cuffed fists against the wall of her cell, shouting threats. When I get out of here, I'm gonna strangle the life out of you. That wouldn't be very honorable of you. Now, would it? Azula said mockingly, still laughing. Angara roared in frustration as she kicked at the walls until a guard opened the door to Azula's cell. On your feet. He grabbed her and pushed her down the hallway. Azula was led into a small gray room that only housed a table, a chair for her to sit, and Proxley, who sat at the opposite end reading something on his tablet. He motioned for the guard to seat her and leave. Cuffs over the magnet, Proxley said, pointing to the black circular plate on her end of the table. She did as instructed, with the magnet pulling her arms against the table, catching her by surprise with the force it grabbed her with. She tugged her hands away, but the magnet was powerful and didn't allow her even an inch. Proxley didn't say anything to her, only continued to read his tablet in silence as if she wasn't there. She knew this tactic, using silence as a weapon to be in control of the situation. A favored tactic her father used for intimidation and one she used often. She took the time to look around and noticed a mechanical eye in the corner of the room watching them. So, Azula. Am I pronouncing that correctly? He finally said, looking up at her. Correct, she said flatly. First day as a citizen of Kazima, and already you're causing trouble. He put the tablet down and reached into his pocket, pulling out what seemed to be a pack of cigarettes, and ignited one in his mouth with a lighter, taking a deep inhale before breathing a puff of smoke into her face. Got reports from a dozen different people about you chasing after some Kukyuvon brats and spewing fire out like some Cavadarian. Only you weren't breathing it out your mouth like one, and instead they were shooting out your hands like a jet. He flipped the tablet over to her, tapping the screen with a dull claw at the video of her using her fire bending. That's a neat trick, but a very dangerous one. I could put you behind bars for a good while for that alone. Add in you hopping on a train without a ticket, your fight with Angara, the damages to the train, and fleeing arrest. I've got enough evidence to kick you off Kazima permanently. He took another drag from his cigarette and released the smoke from his 4 nostrils. Gotta say, it's not looking good for you. Did those reports mention the fact that I was robbed by those brats and was only trying to get back what was stolen? She said accusingly. Is that right? He shook some ash onto a tray. What else happened? I ran into a gang of them, fought them all, and chased the ones that stole from me to the train. And that's where you had the confrontation with Angara. Can't say I don't believe you. Those Kukyuvan are nothing but trouble, but if that's the case you should have contacted one of our officers and we would have taken care of it. She scoffed. And wait for someone to come so the thieves have just enough time to get away? I don't think so. Where I come from, thievery isn't tolerated. And where is it that you come from? He put the cigarette back in his mouth as he went back to his tablet. Says here you're an unregistered species from an unregistered planet. We have nothing on your background and no information on this fire thing you do. Fire bending. She corrected. He gave her a look indicating that he didn't like being interrupted, right? Fire bending. Your species, what is it? Human. And your homeworld? Earth. Where is this Earth exactly? Azula smirked. Honestly, I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to ask Myrelle for the exact location yet. He tapped some more ash out onto the tray. That makes you a part of the Crimson Storm, correct? I suppose it does. You look a little young to be part of a mercenary crew, 16 years if what I'm reading is correct. How did you get involved with them? I'm sorry, but I don't see how this is relevant to the crimes I'm being accused of. I believe it's relevant, which means it is. He punctuated by smashing his cigarette butt hard on the ashtray. You're a complete mystery to us, and if there's one thing I hate more than anything else in the galaxy, it's mysteries. So, you are gonna answer all my questions, or I'm gonna kick you off my planet. He was losing his patience, and Azula could see it. Azula kept an indifferent gaze. Has Myrelle been informed that I am here? I would much like to speak with her first before I proceed any further. Proxley gave out a snorty chuckle. That ain't how things work around here. You are in my domain where I ask you questions and you give me answers. I believe I'd be able to answer more clearly if I had someone present who has a better understanding of the law here. Proxley's thick brows tightened as his scarlet eyes bore into her. I am the law here. Azula gave him just as hard a gaze. They both glared at each other like two predatory animals trying to intimidate the other into submission. You sure you're not Tevanti's bastard child? Azula's gaze hardened even further at such a rude remark. You mean Myrelle? Yeah, you've got that same look in your eyes as her. Cold arrogance that says you think you can do whatever you want. He lit another cigarette. Those imperial types never change. Azula raised a brow. She left the Empire, though. That must count for something? The round alien only snorted. A Pandaren can leave the Empire, but the Empire never leaves a Pandaren. Perhaps, but from my observation she seems to have gone through a change in worldview. Proxley laughed further. Listen, little girl, I've worked this job for over 43 years, and you know what I've learned? People don't change, and if they do, it's never for the better. I'll always be who I am. The Kukyuvan will always be nothing but a bunch of savage raiders, and Myrelle will always be an arrogant Imperial, no matter how much she pretends she isn't. And you. He took another long drag of his cigarette and breathed out another cloud of smoke into her face, causing her to wince and cough a bit. You look like some stuck-up, spoiled rotten brat who thinks the universe revolves around her, and that's all you'll ever be. Azula now had a clear picture as to who the head of security was, a self-righteous and rude man who uses the law and possibly abuses it to his advantage. He has no care of protecting lives, but instead coasting off the benefits his position provides and treats anyone at the opposite end of the law as trash. A hard knock came from the door, causing Proxley to replace his self-righteous grin with a look of annoyance. I'm in the middle of an interrogation here. An officer entered the room. "Apologies, sir, but it's Myrelle. She's here demanding to speak to you again." "Tell her I'm busy." "We did, sir, but—" He trailed off for a moment, noticing Azula's attention on him, so he went to tell Proxley in a hushed whisper. Proxley sighed and snuffed out his cigarette. "Bring her in." Within minutes, Myrelle stormed into the room. "Why was I not informed that Azula was in your custody? As her legal guardian, I was to be informed that you had her immediately, and no interrogations were to be made until I was told of her status and well-being." This caught Azula by surprise. "Legal guardian?" "Yes." She turned to her. "You are only 16, and because you are considered a Pandaren-adjacent species, that would make you a minor in the eyes of Kazima's law, therefore I made myself your legal guardian." She turned back to Proxley, "Which is why she should have stayed in a cell and not be probed with questions." Proxley waved for the guard to leave. "She's an unregistered species, we have a little more leeway. She could be saying she's 16, but she could be 100 for all we know. That wasn't recognized when her ID was being made. You just don't want to admit negligence on your part. That doesn't erase the crimes she and Angara caused." Myrelle positioned herself next to Azula and blocking the view of the camera before reaching into her jacket and putting a stack of units on the table and spoke in a hushed whisper. "Consider this payment for the damages." She then pulled out another stack, "And this for letting my people go." Proxley's brows raised at the sight of the bribe. He covered the stacks with his tablet. "Get your brats out of my sight, just this once." With that, the magnet keeping Azula's hands to the table shut off, allowing her to pull them free. Without another word, the two left Proxley and were escorted by an officer to the main office, where Azula's cuffs were removed and her personal belongings returned. Mainly her communicator, crown, and the serpent bracelet she had forgotten to discard. It took a little while longer for Angara to join them as she put all her armor back on and was still recovering from their fight. After leaving the police station, they took a cab back to the spaceport, riding in silence before Myrelle broke it. "You have any idea how much of a pain in the ass you two were?" They both remained silent. Myrelle turned to Azula, who sat beside her watching the buildings go by. "You're still new here and don't really understand how things work, so I'll be lenient with you. But you," she directed a critical look to Angara, who sat across from them, "you know better than to flee from planetary security and cause damage to public property." Angara looked away like a child being scolded. "Proxley is the last person any of us wants to deal with, I get that, but that stunt you pulled on the train was reckless. Remember, the governor is allowing us to remain on Kazima, and if we become too much trouble he can and will use planetary security to get rid of us." Azula snorted. "Won't do them much good, since their security force couldn't handle a small-time syndicate." "That was years ago, Azula. Proxley has been building up his defenses and armaments since then. He actually has the resources to go toe-to-toe with us, and he's just waiting for an excuse to use it." The cab entered the spaceport. "I'll let this whole fiasco slide for now. Don't let anything like this happen again." Her orders were absolute, with an authoritarian edge that kept both of them silent as she exited the vehicle. The words of the mystic came to Azula's mind. "You are but a large fish who has escaped her small pond into an ocean of leviathans." As much as she hated to admit it, he was right. This whole experience has taught her that she was overestimating herself and getting in over her head. She would never have done this 2 years ago in her prime, but now she keeps making little mistakes. It's time she started to change strategies. She needed to try and predict the unpredictable, keep an open mind to anything, and expect that any encounter could be her last. After all, she is in a setting that is truly alien to her. Myrelle is an obstacle to her, but perhaps she could use this obstacle to her favor. She has had years, maybe even decades, of experience as a leader, so perhaps it would prove useful to maybe take some notes. They exited the vehicle where their shuttle awaited in the same landing pad, clampless and unmoved since its arrival. Sev sat within the compartment with Gax at his side fiddling with a piece of tech, both waiting on the return of the rest of their party. "There y'all are," Sev greeted, his smile fading seeing the bruises and scratches on both Azula and Angara. "What happened to you two?" "Got into a fight," Angara answered, taking a seat next to Sev. "Chungari?" Gax asked as Azula sat next to him. "He's asking who won," Sev translated. "I did." They both answered at the same time, which followed with them glaring at each other. "I won round 1, though," Angara scoffed. "And I, round 2. Azula responded. "So when's round 3? Sev asked with a cheeky grin. "Never," Myrelle announced from the seat behind them as the compartment doors closed and the shuttle began to levitate, "and that's the last I want to hear of it." Sev leaned over Gax towards Azula. "Pretty eventful first day, huh, Firespitter?" Azula rubbed her tired eyes. "You have no idea. The pup ruined my day off." Angara growled from her spot. "Pup?" Gax repeated. Azula shot her another glare. "It's my new nickname for her, because she's like a lost puppy," she said with a sneer, as if to drive the humiliation knife further. "Daw, that's cute." Sev laughed. "Got one more nickname under your belt, huh, pup? Call me that again and you'll need a prosthetic tongue." Sev's smile faltered quickly. "Okay, I can take a hint." Everyone remained silent after this exchange, and it continued as the shuttle broke atmosphere and went towards the ring. Azula could feel the strength of her firebending fade as they ascended. It seems the mystic was right about her bending's balance being disrupted in space. The shuttle re-entered the hangar and allowed the passengers to disembark. "You two," the captain addressed the two bruised fighters, "go to Bevel and get patched up." Azula followed after Sev and Gax, who agreed to lead her to the medical bay while Angara hobbled to Myrelle before she could leave. "Captain, we've got to talk." "What about?" "Azula knows." Myrelle gave her a perturbed look. "Get patched up first, then report to my office. We'll discuss this further there." "Honestly," Dr. Bevel announced with a look of disappointment as she treated Azula and Angara with Sev and Gax hanging about, fighting like a bunch of children in the schoolyard. "Should I expect to see you two in my medical bay every time you interact?" Azula winced as Bevel sprayed a healing mist on the cut of her arm. "We're fine, Bevel," Angara stated nonchalantly. "You have a second-degree burn on your hip. You are not fine." She then applied a patch to her burned side, making her cringe in pain. "And you have suffered a severe concussion." She pointed to Azula. "I'm recommending you two stay away from each other for the time being so you don't do any more damage to one another. At least until you learn to get along." "Better listen to her," Sev said. "The doc will bang you up even worse than you are now if you don't listen." Gax giggled. "And he speaks from personal experience," Bevel stated, shooting the cyborg a glare. As she continued to lecture them, Azula dozed off, looking towards the window displaying the hallway outside until the scaled face of Lectro slapped against it, startling her as his eyes darted around, searching until they landed on her with his face lighting up. "There you are," he said enthusiastically before tripping over as he ran to the door and ran to her side. "I've been looking everywhere for you. Then I heard that you went to the planet's surface without me. Then I heard you went to one of the Kukuvon camps." "Which? Why would you do that?" "Those people are savages." He turned to a now glaring Angara. "Not that I think you're a savage or anything, and geez, what happened to your face? It's all bruised and dash." "Doctor!" Bevel cut off his rambling before it could go on any longer. I understand your concern and interest in Azula, but right now she's a patient of mine and I won't allow you to bombard her with your rambling. Oh. Sorry, my bad. He apologized, scratching his head before turning to Azula. Just don't forget lab time after you recover and relax in whatever quarters you are assigned to. It was then she realized something. Where am I sleeping? She felt a nudge from her side where she found Gax standing there, Chani Kishni. Azula looked up to Sev. Care to translate? He says that Chani volunteered to have you as her roommate. Why would she volunteer? She barely even knows me. Gax spoke in his native gibberish with Sev continuing to translate. Think of it as thanks for saving the Sakor and by extension him. Then I'll go thank her myself. Where is she? Gax and Sev led the way with Lectro returning to his lab after reminding Azula to stop by his lab yet again with Angara remaining behind in the med bay. They took her to one of the smaller asteroids attached to the home base through a series of pipes and wires, the gravity going between the two rocks fluctuating until they were on the main structure. This smaller asteroid was mainly used as a storage depot for ship and vehicle parts, with some spare space used as barracks. Sev gently knocked on the door where it slid open with Chani on the other end. Good morning and welcome. She greeted them happily with her brother and Sev greeting her in a similar fashion. Azula, however, made no attempt at pleasantries. Azula, welcome. I hope you don't mind sharing a room. I figured you would prefer having one roommate rather than be stuck in the barracks with a dozen other people and no privacy. She was as bubbly as ever, too much so for Azula's liking. Azula put on her best appreciated smile she could muster. Yes, that does sound like a better option. May I? Oh yes, come right in. The pink girl stepped aside and allowed her to enter with Sev and Gax leaving. Inside, Azula was met with a small room with a set of bunk beds against one wall and a desk at the opposite end, with a circular window on the ceiling displaying Kazima's majestic view. It was a serviceable room, nothing fancy, but gave her a bed to sleep in, a small closet to put her recently purchased clothes, and a roof over her head. There was only one problem: the decor. There was so much pink everywhere, pink pillows, pink blankets, pink carpets, pink everything. All of which reminded Azula of Ty Lee to a disgusting degree. It's so pink. Oh yes, pink complements my inner thumb so much. She beamed. I hope it's not a bother. No, it just reminds me of someone. Oh, like a good friend? I did consider her my friend once, but then she betrayed me and helped pave the way for my downfall. Chani's smile faltered. Oh. Azula turned to her. You wouldn't happen to be a contortionist, would you? Chani was confused by the question. No, I don't think I'm flexible enough for that. Why? A genuine smile came to her. Oh, good. You would have reminded me too much of her, and I'd probably have to kill you. Chani's already large eyes grew wider in concern. Azula noticed the mood of the room shift after her words and the growing discomfort Chani was showing, so she decided to salvage the situation by letting out a light-hearted laugh. You're so tense. I was only joking. Right. Joking, that was all. Chani gave an awkward laugh. Azula smiled to herself triumphantly as she expertly maneuvered out of an awkward situation, or at least that's what she thought. Chani, however, couldn't shake the feeling that what she had said wasn't entirely a joke, so she changed the subject. Make yourself comfortable. We don't have a bathroom, so you'll have to use the locker rooms down the hall. Azula tossed her bag on the top bunk and began to climb it. That's actually mine. You don't snore, do you? Azula cut her off. I'm a light sleeper and I don't enjoy being awoken. Not really. Azula then noticed a round device in the corner of the room that was spraying steam into the air. What is that? That's my humidifier, I need it to keep my skin moist. I can turn that off when you're not here, right? The room feels too humid. Well, actually I would prefer it to stay on for health reasons, as too dry of an environment could cause problems for my health and Dash. Can this window close? She points to the ceiling. Chani was starting to grow annoyed with how often she was being cut off. Yes. She hit a switch on the wall with a metal curtain closing over it. Well then, I think I'm going to take a short nap. That fight with Angara drained me. Turn out the lights for me, would you? Azula pulled out her translator before Chani could give any type of response and threw a blanket over herself. Oh, okay. That's fine, I have to get to work on our budgets anyway. Azula didn't respond. And, you can't understand anything I say right now, can you? Azula still didn't respond. I'll just let you sleep then. She cut the lights off as Azula asked and left the room. Chani was a kind person who didn't mind sharing her space with another, but now she couldn't shake the feeling that her space had just been hijacked by her new roommate. Suddenly she doesn't know if volunteering her room was a good idea. Hey, we have a Patreon chock full of NSFW content. Audios, GIFs, sauces, captions and more in our Patreon. Most of the audios are free, however, everything else will cost you. I want to grow story into an actual brand business. An actual animation, publishing, movie studio. So if even you follow our Patreon for free, it'll really help out. Azula shot waves of azure flames around her, creating a blazing cyclone for a complex fire-bending display within the training dojo of the Fire Nation Royal Palace. Ozai, the current Fire Lord, watched on from his seat at the far end of the dojo, with a servant providing him tea with her instructors Lo and Leith sitting by his side. It was rare that her father would spare time to sit and observe her training, meaning he was curious to see how much she has improved since the last time he saw her. It had been a year since Zuko's banishment, and all eyes were on her to become the Fire Nation's future. She needed to be perfect, needed to surpass the incredibly high standards her father expected of her. Zuko was no longer around to soak up her father's ire, and she would be damned if she took on that role. She somersaulted through the air, bringing down a flaming dropkick that completed the kata in a dazzling display of strength and agility. The sound of a slow clap echoed throughout the dojo as Ozai raised from his seat, his mouth curved in a subtle smile of pride. Excellent, Azula. Just excellent. He praised, a remarkable display of the crane phoenix form. An incredibly advanced form, the croaky voice of Lo said. One that many fail to master. Leaf followed. Mastered in only 3 attempts by the princess. Both Croans said in unison. She knelt to him, accepting his praise. Thank you, father. It wasn't as difficult as I imagined it being. Spoken like a true prodigy. His words were filled with pride. Her smirk grew wider at his praise, and he returned to his seat. Now, show me the roaring fire ferret form. Her smile quickly dropped. The roaring fire ferret was a less advanced form than the crane phoenix, but still quite advanced, that focused on low leg sweeps and ended on a triple flaming wheel kick. The latter part of the technique being something she struggled to perform no matter how many times she attempted it. Such a low-level form, father. I wouldn't think you'd be interested in seeing that. She hoped to redirect his interest into a different form. Yes, low level for you, but still quite advanced, yet I've never seen you perform it. Surely you wouldn't have trouble doing so? He said with a raised brow, expecting to see it. Her twin masters remained silent, having no words, knowing just how difficult it was for Azula to perform. Azula swallowed hard. Of course not, father. She rose up from her knees, knowing full well that she had to perform it. No one tells the Fire Lord no. She took the stance and began the kata, throwing quick low kicks, sending waves of flames like quick strikes from a prowling fire ferret. She sent several blasts upward from a low stance, followed with a leg sweep, all the while Ozai watched, keeping an analytical eye on each and every movement. She performed another sweeping kick, finishing the main portion of the technique, and now must perform the dreaded triple fire wheel as the roar of the fire ferret. She ran to build up momentum before leaping and flipping through the air as fire trailed behind her feet, turning her into a smoldering wheel, and sent a fireball towards the farthest wall, and now must stick the landing. She planted her feet on the floor, hoping that she could finally catch herself. However, the momentum of the attack sent her tumbling on her stomach. Ozai's expression tightened and the room went silent, the only sound being Azula's heavy breathing as she recovered. "You'll also like..." Azula quickly pulled herself up, trying to save what little dignity she still had left, but didn't face her father. She didn't want to see the scorn in his eyes, she could already feel it boring into her back. "What was that?" Ozai's contemptuous voice cut through the air like a sharpened knife. Azula bit her lip as she searched desperately for an appropriate response. "Come here, Azula," he commanded in a biting tone. She quickly marched to his feet, standing straight and looking him in the eye like he would expect from her. The roaring fire ferret is an advanced form for most, but trivial for benders of our caliber, and especially for a prodigy like you. He stepped down from his raised platform, standing over the princess like a tiger dillo overlooking a cowering badger piglet. "Explain yourself." Azula calmed herself mentally and spoke with confidence to not appear weak, the spinning fire kick at the end of the technique. "I build too much momentum and am unable to stop myself when landing." The rest of the form was executed perfectly, though. "I almost had it, ... He held up a hand to silence her. "Almost? Did my grandfather secure our rise to power because he almost didn't defeat the air nomads?" He walked away and began to remove the long flowing outer layer of his robes, tossing them to the servant. "Did we become the greatest nation on Earth because we almost didn't rise above the lesser nations?" He took the starting stance of the roaring fire ferret and performed the technique perfectly, from all the low-angled attacks to the flaming triple flip kick, with an intensity that dwarfed Azula's. Before turning to her, proclaiming, "Almost isn't good enough. You either can do it or not. There is no almost. Failure is failure, no matter how small the error, or how well performed everything else is. I expect many things from you, Azula, but failure is not one of them. Remember, Zuko is not here anymore. His failure can no longer stain our family. Be certain that you do not take his place." He marched back to his platform, taking his robes back, again. Azula took his words to heart and began the kata again, and again, and again, until she finally got it right. Azula practiced her fire-bending forms in one of the empty storage rooms on the Crimson Storm Station. She threw punches and kicks in quick succession, sending out plumes of orange flames through the air. She threw low-angled blasts in the roaring fire ferret form and performed the triple fire wheel attack and landed perfectly on her feet, perfectly, all the while going over the details of her plan now that she's alone. For the past 2 days, she's worked alongside the members of the Storm, learning the various ins and outs of working on the station. Being taught personally by the grouchy head engineer Cetro, who expected perfection out of her after every lesson and berating her with just about any insult that came to mind if she failed. It was a great annoyance. However, she could appreciate someone who wouldn't accept subpar work. Cetro will be very useful when she manages to take the Storm. It was too early for her to say the same for anyone else in the group. Lectro is her best bet at an ally, as his fascination with her bending will blind him to her planning, but he is just a scientist, so what he could offer her is limited. 7 Gax were powerful tools that could be used against her enemies. However, they were loyal to Myrel and might not react well to a hostile takeover from her. Angara was an obstacle that needed to be dealt with at some point, but Myrel was possibly the greatest obstacle. She flipped through the air, sending a flurry of fire around her before landing in a low stance. Unlike the rest, Myrelle was no fool. The captain was just as cunning as she was. She played nice, but there was an air of ruthlessness behind those kind black and cyan eyes. She saw it shortly after returning to the station from Kazima. Azula stood alone in Myrelle's office with the captain behind her desk staring down at her with cold indifference. "So, you know Angara's true identity?" Azula kept a stoic persona. It wasn't hard to figure out. Myrelle ignored that comment. "I'm sure Angara explained to you just how important it is that you keep that to yourself." "Vaguely, however, I can guess the importance of this secret. Even if Angara doesn't seem like she'd be much of a threat to an empire." "She isn't, but her oldest brother Colvin is one of the most wanted men in the empire, therefore she's guilty by association." Azula furrowed her brow in confusion. "I thought the empire crushed him." "They crushed his rebellion, but he is still at large. Nobody has seen him in years, but their Uncle Turan is a paranoid man and the empire doesn't like loose ends." Myrelle stood up from her desk and approached Azula, towering over the shorter girl, looking down on her while maintaining a cold, blank expression. "I'm going to be frank. The Crimson Storm and Kazima do not have the resources to fight against the Empire or Turan. You will not speak of Angara's true heritage to anyone outside of those who already know, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That information will stay in your head and never leave your lips until the day you die. Is that understood?" A clear and direct order that left no room question. The domineering look in her eyes reminded her too much of her father. "Understood, Captain." She kicked an arch of fire towards a wall, imagining taking out 2 earthbenders. Azula wasn't sure if Myrelle was catching on to her plan or if it was just an intimidation display, but she'll need to be more careful moving forward. She shot several more blasts at her imaginary opponents and continued her training until an alarm from her communicator went off, letting her know it was time to go see Electro in his lab again. She sighed in annoyance. She was hoping she'd be able to return her flames to their blue coloration, but to no avail. She was also annoyed that she was forced to go to his lab every morning before shift. Far above her in the rafters of the space, the serpentine form of the engineer Coppola coiled around a pipe, looking down at her. The pincers at the end of his tail brought up a communicator. "She's finished with her training and is off to Lectros." The voice of Commander Shaw came through. "Good, stay out of sight and make sure she gets there." "Understood, Commander." He watched as Azula gathered herself and left, with him uncoiling himself from the pipe and scurried into an air vent. Lectro stared at his computer monitor, hand over his chin in deep contemplation as he went over the data while in his lab on the Sakor. Azula sat not too far away on a deactivated B3 connected to his charging station, observing one of the holographic screens that displayed an X-ray of her skeleton. She noticed how Lectro was being uncharacteristically silent and looked over his shoulder at the screen, unable to make sense of the symbols and images she saw. "You're awfully quiet." Lectro remained quiet for a while longer before answering. "I don't get it." "Get what?" "You're firebending. I don't get how it works." He scrolled through the files again. She rolled her eyes. "What's not to get?" "I explained to you how it works several times already." "Yeah, I know, the whole chi energy thing, but that's just a spiritual way of looking at things." He closed the documents and went to one of the larger screens displaying all the scans he's collected of her and swiped through them. "But I'm a man of science and science requires facts and logic. Spiritual explanations only give a crude outline to how something works or nothing at all." She raised a brow at his declaration. It was somewhat of a culture shock to hear someone have no belief in spirits. "You have no faith in spirits or the spirit world then?" "Not really, it all sounds like make-believe to me." "Would you believe me if I said that I saw a spirit once?" He gave her a somewhat intrigued look. She called herself the Mother of Faces. She took the form of a woman made of trees with several faces on her head, no eyes, and dozens of faces floating around her. Electro gave her a chuckle. Okay, either somebody fooled you with a holographic projection, you met a really weird-looking alien, or you experienced some kind of hallucination, because what you described sounds absolutely ridiculous. For once Azula didn't lie when talking about herself outside her achievements, she simply rolled her eyes and moved on. Then what does your science say about my bending? Electro's amusement disappeared as his look of dumbfoundment returned while he went to a holographic projector. Difficult to say right now, there's still so much to learn. He pulled up a holographic recording of her fire bending. At first, I thought that maybe you had some kind of organ in your limbs that produced a combustible chemical substance, but after several scans of your arms and legs I found nothing. Then I thought that maybe you sweat nitroglycerin, but after collecting sweat samples I can confirm there is no such thing. Honestly, every bit of your anatomy shows clear signs that you should not be able to generate any kind of fire, yet you somehow do. He said disappointingly. What about me controlling the blasts of energy from blasters? She asked. Oh, that? He switched over to another set of notes. I've got a theory for that actually. You see, fire is plasma, and our weapons fire superheated plasma. Essentially, you are manipulating a different type of fire. It's actually very fascinating. To my knowledge, there is no other species in the known galaxy that can do that. If only I could figure out how it works. She didn't think much of how the science of her bending worked and didn't quite care to learn, only focusing on whatever new abilities she could manipulate. There's gotta be something I'm missing, something I'm not seeing. I'll have to expand my research. Electro said, taking one last look at his notes. Solar energy does seem to be a key factor in your firebending. He turned to her. You said your firebending is still pretty weak since you left Kazima's surface, correct? She remembered the mystic's words on the matter. Yes, I believe it has something to do with leaving a planet. That's a far-fetched theory, however I don't have enough data to prove otherwise. He changed the subject again as he fished around a drawer. Anyway, I need more DNA samples. Hasn't Dr. Bevel given you enough of my blood? Not blood this time. He pulled out 2 small cups and handed them to her. I'm gonna need you to fill these up. She gave him a strange look. With what? Urine and stool samples. Her face twisted in a mix of surprise and disgust. What? No! That is disgusting. Hey, nobody said science was a clean business. I am not giving you these bodily fluids. She almost felt too embarrassed to even say them. Listen, I don't like dealing with this sort of stuff either, but if we're going to learn about how your bending works, we need to cover all bases. Even the less than flattering ones. Azula gave him a flat expression before shoving the cups back into his hands. I'm leaving. She marched towards the door as Electro pleaded, Hey, wait. At least take one of them with you. The door slid shut as she disappeared into the corridor. Well, that went about as well as I had anticipated. What do you think, B3? The robot remained silent as he sat deactivated. Electro pulled out his communicator and called Commander Shaw. Commander. Azula just left for her shift. That's earlier than expected. Yeah, she didn't like the idea of presenting a certain type of sample, so she left. Has there been any progress on her bending ability? Unfortunately not. Very well. Keep to your work then. Commander. He stopped him before he could hang up. It feels a little wrong for me to be keeping tabs on her like this. Why does the captain want me keeping an eye on her? She's just a kid after all. That kid shot a hole into the bridge of a starship, Doctor, and is now walking freely in our station. She has access to devastating power, and the captain wants to make sure she doesn't cause trouble. Remember, she's also a primitive, and they tend to be overly curious. Electro saw the logic to his argument, but couldn't help that it was for some other reason. The commander hung up shortly after leaving him alone to try and solve the puzzle that was firebending. He took another glance at his notes and saw one of his scribbles reading as solar energy required for bending. Then he remembered Azula's explanation of the importance of the sun. An idea came to him: the galaxy is full of different types of stars. How would they affect her bending? Skeeve snuck his way into the communications component room. He made sure to close the door after entering the small cramped room. Finances weren't his only expertise, as he was crafty with hacking. After all, most of his financial work was done through hacking and transferring funds to his or his employer's accounts. After popping open one of its panels, he hooked up his own personal device to hack into it and prevent the station's comms from detecting any signals coming from Duratax's communicator. He couldn't risk the Crimson Storm picking up any of his calls with his mysterious client. He also made sure to connect the station signal with his personal communicator as a way to listen in on any outgoing calls. Information is key, and if he can listen in on Myrel or anyone else, then it could benefit him in the future. It took some time, but he was able to discreetly get into the network and leave before anyone was the wiser. He found an elevator and took it down to the asteroid's old mining tunnels and followed their path before coming to a sealed door guarded by 2 robots. Skeeve knew this room well, as it was the storage room that now housed the fabricator. His ticket to living the life of luxury and riches he's always desired. The only problem was that every entrance to this storage space had 2 armed robots standing guard, refusing to let anyone in unless they had special authorization from the captain. Skeeve knew these models: B7 security bots. Like B3 service bots, they had cylindrical bodies held up by 4 legs, but stood much taller and were chunkier, with twin blasters on each side of their heads. The Death's Head utilized this model a lot to guard various sectors of their base. So far, he's scouted out this location several times, finding there were 3 entrances. If he had any idea of the room's layout, then maybe he could find a way in. He'll probably need to find some sort of schematic. His personal communicator went off, with Cetro's gravelly voice coming on: "Skiv." He jumped behind one of the cave walls as one of the robots turned its crimson eye in his direction. "It's pronounced Skeeve." "Whatever, get to the main hangar, I've got new assignments." Cetro hung up before a response could be made. Skeeve cursed to himself. He's only been here for 3 days, and he has found Cetro to be the most irritating man he's ever met. He barks orders and yells constantly, quick to insult people, quick to change his mind when ordering people around, can never remember his name, and expects perfection. And Skeeve has found himself on the receiving end of his wrath multiple times for very minor things. Although it was nowhere near as bad as how he treats Azula. Skeeve couldn't help but feel sorry for the poor girl. She can't help that she's some primitive who's never seen such tech. After exiting the ship, Azula entered the main hangar, where the Sakor sat with a few other vehicles scattered about. She couldn't believe what Lectro had asked of her. She never felt so disgusted in her whole life. She just hopes it isn't something he presses her for in the future. She came to the office area where she knew the engineers came to get their assignments for the day, and found a few other members of engineering there waiting. Cetro looked up at her from his tablet and in a sarcastic tone said, "Well, look who decided to be on time today." She gave him a scornful look. "I left the lab early so I could get a jump start on the day." "Well, ain't we all blessed then, Azula?" "Ain't that what I said?" He ignored her and looked over all the faces in the group with his 4 eyes narrowing. "Hang on, we're missing someone. Where's Skiv?" As if on cue, Skeeve appeared by Azula's side, out of breath from running. "Sorry I'm late. I was still using the bathroom when you called." He hoped that lie would be enough to cover for him. Cetro glared at him and rolled his eyes. He went back to his data pad and began going over today's agenda. "All right, you gaggle of idiots, listen up. Today is gonna be a busy day." He turned to a former Death's Head member who was a 7-foot-tall insect woman, Grease. Gree. She corrected in annoyance. Whatever. You're gonna be here in the main hangar helping the Zuko repair team weld on some new armor. Skiv. Skeeve. He repeated. Oh my god, I don't care. Go to life support and grab all the empty oxygen tanks and bring them to Hangar Base 7 and exchange them for full ones, then hook them up and mop the floors in life support. He turned to Azula. Azula, you're with me collecting what the fabricator made. She sighed heavily. I just told you what my name was. Did I ask? As per usual, Cetro's attitude perturbed Azula, but he wasn't as bad as Angara since his wrath seems to spread to just about everyone who happens to be in his line of sight. Cetro went over assigning tasks to all of the other engineers, often getting the names wrong for the Death's Head members. Dismissed. He waved them all off. They all left for their assigned duties, with Azula standing there waiting for Cetro. Wait here for a moment, I need my ID card. He shuffled back to a workbench. She rolled her eyes as she was forced to wait on him. Capullo slithered up from behind her. Even though he was ordered to watch her, there was no rule that stated he couldn't converse with her, plus he had a question on his mind. Hey, fire spitter. He called out from below using Sev's nickname. She was still not used to seeing such a small creature speaking to her. Yes. What do you want? I heard that you and Red Cap got into a fight down on the planet. Is it true? She couldn't help but smirk. Of course, and I won. The smaller alien laughed. You beat Red Cap Angara? Yeah, right, nobody beats Angara. You don't believe me? I can't believe you. Capullo slithered up onto a crate. Angara is one of the scariest, tough as nails, people around here. Nobody can just beat her up. She snorted at that statement, crossing her arms in a lofty manner. I will admit it wasn't easy, and she is indeed as tough as you say, but at the end of the day I defeated her in a battle that was supposed to be to the death. Until we were rudely interrupted. No way. Another alien who overheard their conversation said, Angara's a beast. There's no way she'd lose to some teenager. Azula gave him a self-assured smile. Ask her about the burn on her hip and see how she reacts. Skeeve had yet to fully vacate the area when he heard this. He only knew Angara from her reputation as the infamous bounty hunter known as Red Cap, and from what he had heard she was a ruthless maniac. What little he saw of her here reflected that. To hear Azula, some primitive from a backwater planet, was able to beat her was unbelievable. Surely she must have been lying. He approached her. That's a bit of a tall order. Wouldn't you say? Tall indeed, but I filled it without a problem. Oh really? Cetro returned with whatever it was he searched for. I've known that cook Yvonne for years, and I can tell you she don't lose. Until she met me, she said with the cockiest smile Cetro has ever seen. If you really beat her, then how'd you do it? Skeeve asked. Other aliens who heard the commotion came to hear her story. This was a good opportunity to boast about her strength and win over some supporters. She gave an abridged version of her last fight with Angara, completely leaving out their first duel and exaggerating some details. They all listened intently, some believed every word while others had their doubts. Then I hit her with a blast of lightning and down she went, although that shield soaked up just about all of the damage. But I won all the same, she said triumphantly. Cetro still had his doubts. Well, it's your word over Angara's. How do we know you're telling the truth? Azula pulled out her communicator. Why don't we ask her? Angara sat in Myrel's office with her feet kicked up on a table. The captain sat behind her desk with Commander Shawl by her side. With a firm look directed towards Angara, Myrel said in a calm yet stern tone, absolutely not. Captain, I know this sounds stupid, Stupid doesn't begin to cover it, Angara. You do know what you're asking for, right? Angara scowled. Yeah, and I hate it, but I have to do this. Myrelle pinched the bridge of her nose, trying to calm the headache that was beginning to form. Taking Azula on as your protege is a terrible idea. You two have been at each other's throats since the moment you met, and that whole mess on Kazima the both of you caused only further confirms my grievances. Angara slammed her hands on the captain's desk. Myrelle. She knows who I am. If I can't kill her, then the least I can do is make sure she doesn't go shooting her mouth off. I'm aware of the circumstances, trust me. Cowrie has been calling almost non-stop about this, and I already have Shawl keeping tabs on her. She turned to her second. Where is she now? Lectro has informed me that she left his lab early and is in the main hangar. Cetra will be keeping an eye on her until further notice. She turned back to Angara. See. She won't be able to go anywhere in this station without us knowing about it. I understand that, Captain, but I can't just leave this to other people. It's my secret, nobody else should have to deal with it. Shawl rose from his seat to meet her. Your secret doesn't just affect you and your people, Angara. The Crimson Storm will be in just as much trouble with the Empire if this gets out. We will not allow what she knows to jeopardize our whole operation. Then add me to the list of tab keepers. You're gonna have to put her in the field eventually, and nobody else is going to be able to keep up with her but me. Not only that, but she's crafty. She can talk her way and manipulate anyone else you send, but not me, and if she does something to compromise us, I'll put her down. She turned back to the captain. You can't seriously trust her to keep quiet, can you? What if she's planning something with that info? Myrelle's steely gaze faltered as she contemplated her words. Do you believe she's planning something, Captain? Shawl asked with a raised brow. Myrelle looked uncertain. I'd be a fool if I said that I trust her. I've worked with people like her in the Empire. Young, lofty upstarts obsessed with glory and making a name for themselves. Those types often invite trouble. The captain remained silent for some time until she made her decision. One job. If you two can do one job together without letting your egos get in the way, then maybe I'll consider it. Angara's posture relaxed at this, although she wasn't overjoyed. That sounds fair. I'll be overseeing this job personally. I'd like to see how our little fire starter operates in the field. Give me some time to find a job that I think she'll be able to handle. I can work with that. Angara's pocket then began to buzz, and she pulled out the communicator and groaned at who was calling her. What timing? She answered the device. What do you want, Pop? Azula's voice came through loud and clear with a smugness to it. Hello, Angara. I was just calling because I was curious about our duel. Angara rolled her eyes, remembering the outcome of it. What about? Well, it was a duel to the death, and we were rudely interrupted before it could conclude, but even though we weren't able to follow through, would you consider it my win? Angara furrowed her brow in annoyance. She has no idea why she would suddenly ask this. Perhaps her primitive mind didn't know how to process it, so she lamented her bruised ego and admitted her defeat in the simplest way possible. Yes. You beat me fair and square. I was in a position that meant I couldn't fight back anymore, therefore you won. Yeah, happy. Oh, very happy. She responded back in a velvety smooth voice. See, I told you all, I won. Angara's head jumped up at that last statement. Wait? What do you mean by that? Little did she know Azula held out the device while it was on speaker, with the various members of the engineering team crowded around her, all with expressions of shock and disbelief. No way, one of the engineers shouted. You actually did it? Angara's face twisted from annoyance to horror when she heard that unfamiliar voice with chatter from the others coming through. Who's with you? Azula's voice came back with very noticeable amusement. Oh, nobody important, just several members of the engineering teams. Angara's eyes widened, knowing the engineers loved to gossip. One of the engineers' voices came through as he shouted, "Hey everyone. This girl, Azula, beat the crap out of Red Cap Angara." Angara couldn't help but shout back, catching the captain and commander's attention. "What the hell did you tell them?" "Oh, nothing special. Just about our duel the other day." "Thanks for clearing that up, by the way. The others didn't believe me." Angara's blood began to boil and she could feel the veins throbbing in her head. "Pup. When I find you, I swear to all voices in the outer world, I will dash." "Sorry, gotta go. Bye." Azula swiftly hung up before she could get another word in, leaving Angara standing there barely able to contain her rage, with her yellow-green skin on her face turning almost as red as her hair. Angara?" Myrelle said softly, "Is everything all right?" Angara seethed as her breath became unsteady. "I am going to skin her alive." After Azula's humiliation of Angara, everyone was dismissed. Azula worked alongside Cetro, doing various tasks around the station, from using her bending to weld holes in armored assault vehicles to using her meager upper body strength to help carry heavy objects. Her pride wouldn't allow her to ask for help. Now she found herself in the vehicle bay, pulling open the panel of a crab lift with Cetro at her side instructing her. "Remember, when pulling the battery out of a crab lift, make sure the vehicle is shut off or you risk shooting sparks into your face." Cetro instructed, with both sets of arms crossed beneath him. "Unplug the cable from the battery." Azula yanked hard at the cable, pulling it free. "Now pull out the battery." She grabbed hold of the handles and with all her strength pulled the blocky battery the size of a small crate out of the vehicle, letting it land on a cart at her side. "Easy. These things aren't cheap, you know." She groaned in indignation as she pushed the cart while following him to the charging stations where several batteries from other vehicles sat. Azula unplugs another battery from its station on the floor and struggles to lift it up onto the cart. "Remember, lift with your legs, not your back, you idiot." He slapped her shoulder. She wanted to say something back, but she held her tongue as she did what he scolded her for. An imperfection in her attempt to adapt to her situation, one her father would scold her for as well, only Cetro's words cut nowhere near as deep. She plugged up the other battery and pushed the cart back to the vehicle, where Cetro helped her slide it into place and watched her plug it back in. "Good, now we just need to get you to move faster than my grandmother on life support," the four-armed alien praised. They moved on to their next task, which involved her pushing a large empty hover bin behind Cetro as they went to fetch whatever parts the fabricator finished creating. They entered a service elevator that led to the fabricator. The elevator came through the roof of the storage room where the fabricator sat in the middle, surrounded by cables that connected it to two generators and several engineers that were stationed here to ensure it was fabricating smoothly. It required so much energy to function properly, and the heat the generators gave off made the room quite warm. She could see multiple arms within the compartment working tirelessly to generate various mechanical components, still amazed at what she saw. She followed Cetro to one end of the room where various completed components sat, where they both loaded them onto the cart. Cetro grabbed one end of a bunch of steel rods tied together. "Remember, lift with dash." "Lift with my legs." "I know," she said irritably as she grabbed the other end and lifted it into the bin. "So, you really did beat up Angara," he said suddenly as he grabbed one end of a tire. Azula grabbed the other end. "You don't approve?" "Quite the opposite, actually. I think it's about time someone knocked ol' Red Cap on her rear. Just didn't think it'd be you." They tossed the tire in the bin before grabbing some fabricated wire. That was possibly the nicest thing she's ever heard him say. It surprised her that he would even say something like that to her, although she didn't show it. Someone had to. I couldn't stand her attitude. Cetro let out a chuckle. "Trust me, I know. Myrelle's been letting that girl's attitude run wild for too long." She thinks she's unstoppable just because everyone else here is scared of her, but I guess that can't be helped when your bite is just as bad as your bark. He tossed the wire in the bin. Azula grinned as she picked up an empty fabricated oxygen tank. I guess my bite is even greater. Careful, kid, you're sticking your hand in the mouth of a sucker. She made a strange face in reaction to his words. Is that some kind of saying around here? Cetro waved it off. It's some Pandaren saying about hubris or something. Anyway, Angara isn't gonna forget about that stunt you pulled with the communicator. She's probably on her way here right now to rip your limbs off, and unlike me, I don't think yours can grow back. I've beaten her once, I can do it again. He snorted. There you go again, sticking your hand back in the sucker's mouth. Better yank it out before it bites down. His communicator buzzed with him answering, and after speaking on the line for a few minutes then turned to her. All right, kid, we've got something urgent to take care of. One of the mines outside isn't responding to signals from the command tower, so we gotta go out there to fix it. Her eyes widened. Outside? As in space? Your deduction skills amaze me, kid. Cetro's voice was laced with sarcasm. I've only been out into space once and I almost died, so excuse me for being less than enthusiastic at the idea of going back out there. Especially since I haven't had any formal training yet. Then consider this your first day of space training, kid. He pulled up his communicator again, calling someone else, Skiv. Get your ass to Hangar 3 and be ready to go out into space. Before she knew it, Azula found herself suited up in a form-fitting red and black spacesuit with a yellow visor. It took her far too long to figure out how to put it on properly, as it had too many zippers and buckles to keep track of, but it was definitely better and more comfortable than the emergency shield suit and offered her a lot of flexibility in her movements, something she favored greatly in her attire. However, she felt a great apprehension about going outside. The only part of her bending she knew would work in this environment was lightning, but it fried her suit the last time she used it, so who is to say it won't do the same to this one? She could still feel it, the bone-chilling feeling of space penetrating her body and her lungs struggling to pull in air that was absent. It didn't matter now. She was already sitting in a repair pod next to Skiv, dressed in the same suit, who sat there looking just as uneasy as the vessel soared through the asteroids. You know, I don't really like going out in open space very much. 0G isn't my favorite place to be, and it makes me nauseous. He shared with her in an attempt to ease his own tensions. Azula didn't care how he felt, but the sudden turbulence made her jump to grab a safety handle and hold it tightly. I guess that makes two of us. The pod approached a large spherical object the size of a small house. The two long arms of the repair pod unfolded from its side and grappled the mine, holding it in place. With the mine secured, Cetro left the pilot and co-pilot side, putting his helmet on. All right, you two, get ready to go outside. He then approached Azula. Let me look over your suit and make sure you put it on right. He pulled at several latches on the suit and readjusted some parts that were improperly secured. You did a crap job at putting this thing on. But better than most on their first time, he commented while readjusting a latch. Not necessarily what she was expecting to hear, but took the rare compliment from Cetro. Any tips you would like to share before we disembark? He put her helmet on her head. Remember, kid, in space there ain't no such thing as up, down, or sideways, so keep yourself oriented with the suit's built-in thrusters. How exactly do I do that? She asked, testing her movements after his readjustments. All space helmets have built-in tech that monitors your brain in order to predict your movements. Just focus on where you want to go, and the suit thrusters will do the rest. He then pulled a cord from the wall of the airlock and hooked it to her belt, so you don't float away. The rear of the vessel opened, and the three disembarked into the void. Cetro and Skiv were the first to leave the vessel, floating about with ease, their suits making micro-adjustments to their directions, allowing them to glide like fish swimming upriver. Azula, however, struggled to use the suit's thrusters to orient herself accordingly. She tried to focus on going straight and following behind them, only to give too much thrust, making her roll far forward and spiral out of control. The confusion it caused made her frantically try and stop herself, which only activated more of the suit's propulsion and further disorienting her until the cord stopped her from drifting further. So much so that Cetro had to drag her to the mine via cable. "Does this ever get easier?" she asked after securing her magnetic boots to the mine. "Sure it does. It's like riding a hover cycle, once you learn you never forget," Cetro stated. "What's a hover cycle?" Cetro only gave her a flat look while Skeeve couldn't help but laugh at that. "Just shut up and observe." Skeeve approached, trying his best not to look up into open space. "What am I supposed to do while I'm out here?" Cetro unhooked a button from his belt where the tip extended with bristles sprouting from the top. "Clean the gunk out of the thrusters." Skeeve's false smile faltered as he grabbed the brush. "More cleaning, great. Well, if this is too much for you, I could always slap a hazmat suit on ya and make you clean the inside of the reactor. Fair warning, they're the cheap kind." Skeeve's flattering smile returned. "Cleaning thrusters isn't too bad." Cetro took a sonic screwdriver and undid a few bolts on the mine's surface, pulling away a panel and uncovering a small computer screen and the inner workings of the mine. Azula couldn't make sense of the complex machinery she was looking at. "So, what exactly is the problem?" "Don't know, gotta run a full system scan. It's most likely just outdated software. These things are ancient, so their computers are a little slow when it comes to updating, if they ever do update. So we might just have to upload the latest program manually. If it ain't that it could be an issue with the coding on this particular one." Azula sighed. "I didn't understand a single word of what you just said." Cetro groaned. "Okay, did anyone go over with you what computers and software are? Isn't that what you are for?" The four-armed alien made a strangling motion with his hands. "I can't be the one teaching you everything." He took a few deep breaths before continuing in a calm yet restrained tone. "Just watch what I do, and we'll try and go over that later." With that said, Azula did as she was told and watched him work, all the while he grumbled to himself, often throwing out the word primitive in a derogatory manner. She wasn't trying to incur his anger with her ignorance, but she'd be lying if she said she didn't derive any pleasure from making him get all worked up. Cetro continued his work on the mine's computer while Azula observed. He explained what he was doing in technical detail on the software, however most of it went over her head. Azula couldn't help but daze off and look out towards the stars hidden behind the many asteroids and washed by a green nebula that almost looked like a splatter of paint on a vast canvas of black. She was told that each star was a sun with planets orbiting it and couldn't help but wonder which star was her home. What she didn't expect from this serene view was just how silent it was out here, the only noises being the sound of her own breathing and the voices of her comrades on the radio. She thought of her bending, and in an attempt to use it, she tried to conjure a flame in her hand, only for none to appear, just like before. Another reason to be nervous about being in open space. She may even have to rely on those cheap bending knockoff weapons, known as blasters. "Azula." Cetro's voice shook her out of her trance. "Pay attention. I didn't drag you out here to stargaze. I'm trying to pay attention, but this computer nonsense is too complicated for me. That's why I'm giving you a light introduction. It only gets more complicated from here on out." She only rolled her eyes and went back to trying to pay attention, but decided to ask more about the mine. "Mines are a good defense from outside forces, but from what I know you have to collide with them to be effective, yet space is so massive that there are literal miles between these rocks. It seems a ship could just slip through easily. Kind of defeats the purpose of having mines, don't you think?" Cetro only gave a condescending laugh. "Of course your primitive mind would think that, Azula." He then patted her helmet like she was an ignorant child. The beauty of technology means that you don't have to come to these minds to blow them up, instead they come to you. She narrowed her eyes at him. There's a less condescending way of explaining that. Yeah, but I like my way better. Skeeve rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but think that it would have been obvious for her to figure out. So what keeps them from exploding when we fly by? That's because every ship we own broadcasts a code every time we enter the ring that lets the mines know we're friendly. Skeeve's dual sets of ears perked up when hearing this, stopping him from cleaning, and he listened more intently. Without that code, you're as good as dead flying out here. Every mine that detects you would blow you away before you get anywhere close to the station. Setro continued, then went back to work. They continued having their back and forth, all the while Skeeve continued his duties and thought up a plan. In his 3 days on the Crimson Storm home base, he had only scoped out the base-level defenses of the area. Cannons and turrets, mostly, with a few anti-spacecraft artillery that could be dealt with by Cortex's forces, but the thing Skeeve struggled with the most was finding a way for him to get past the minefield, but thankfully Azula's ignorance to such defenses gave him the answer he needed. He needed to know that code if Cortex was ever going to get remotely close to the station, but the problem now is where will he find it? It would most likely be in the base's server room, which from what he saw were locked behind thick blast doors and monitored heavily. He could always try sneaking into the command tower and accessing the information there, however it was staffed at all hours and only authorized personnel were allowed. Both options were equally risky, so he'll have to thoroughly think out which was the better option. For now he'll continue his task and keep his ears open for any more useful information. Angara now stood in Seven Gax's workshop with her damaged armor lying on a table and all three of them huddled around the destroyed energy shield that was forever stuck in its open configuration. So, be honest with me. Can it be fixed? Sev studied its charge center and the retractable frame. The only way this thing is getting fixed is if whatever god you believe in comes down from the heavens to do it himself. Gax muttered something similar. How'd you manage to break it like this? Aren't these things supposed to be indestructible? Angara made a noise of disgust. It's the pup's fault. She hit me with that lightning thing she used on Skyburner. Wait, you tanked her big electrical attack at point blank and lived? The same attack that put a hole in the bridge of a capital ship? Yeah. Arm is still a little numb from it. She said nonchalantly while flexing it, so what you're saying is I've got to buy a whole new energy shield? Yup. Great, as if this one wasn't expensive enough already. Takuni Kusheri? Gax asked as he fiddled with the shield. No, they're not gonna give me a discount back at the camp. She answered, beginning to pace about their workshop. She didn't understand Gax's language, but she's been around him long enough to get the gist of what his words meant through body language and the fact that he likes to gesture with his hands when speaking. The camp's armorer has a bit of a vendetta against me after this little accident I caused in his forge a couple of years ago, and says the only piece of armor he'll work on for free is my helmet. You guys think you can fix up the rest of it? Gax observed her armor, Mari Shara Kavira. Says it'll take a few days, but it's doable. Good. In the meantime, I'm gonna wait for the pup to come back from outside and tear her a new one. She cracked her knuckles as if to emphasize her point. Still mad about the fight? No, I'm mad that she started spreading rumors about the fight, saying she mopped the floor with me when it was an even match. She's got the whole engineering team talking about it and making me look like some pushover, she complained, leaving out how Azula fooled her into revealing this herself. Sev took a seat at a stool, but you still lost the fight, and that's what most people really care about. She didn't even tell them about our first fight. The one I won. Angara paced harder around the room, so much so Sev was beginning to think she was going to wear down his floor, that girl. I hate her with every fiber of my being. That's not a lot of fibers then, shorty. Sev joked. She snapped her head in his direction, shooting him with a foul glare. Sev's slight joking mood ceased. Don't you think that maybe you're just a little jealous of her? Angara gave him a shrill mocking laugh. Jealous? Of what? Being some primitive with fancy superpowers. Jealous as in, you were the most scary badass Mercure, and then this new younger badass comes along and isn't scared of you, openly challenges you, is the talk of the station, and, oh yeah, can confirm that she's taken you on and won without severe injury. He turned on the radio hoping the sound of his favorite thrasher music will drown out the tension brewing in the air, also being a princess kinda adds to the gossip. Angara had to remember that neither of her two friends knew her true identity. She disregarded that, not wanting to think of her heritage. Sev, you make it sound like I'm some old geezer afraid of being replaced. I'm only 21. And you're obsessing over what a 16-year-old is saying behind your back. Angara opened her mouth to say something but closed it once she found the logic in his argument. Yeah, well. Shut up. Maybe you should start acting your age. Sev teased. That's rich coming from the adult who still watches cartoons. He argued back with a more defensive tone. Animation is a medium that can be enjoyed by all ages. Sev continued as he turned to one of his many prosthetic limbs that dangled from the ceiling and pulled one down to inspect it. Maybe you're just jealous that the captain's taken an interest in her. Didn't she make herself the Firespitter's legal guardian? Only to keep an eye on her. The captain thinks she's planning something. Now you're just being paranoid, Sev said as he opened a compartment on the prosthetic. I'm serious. The captain even said so. What would she even be planning? Angara paused, not truly knowing what to say. I don't know. Maybe to take over the storm and make us all her slaves. Gax laughed loudly from the back. Now you really sound paranoid. He put down the metal limb, but the captain did say she didn't trust her, so. See, she shouted triumphantly. But at the same time, I think that's your bruised ego talking. She's up to something, you'll see. Angara said before making her way to the door. Let me know when you guys are finished with my armor. You aren't going out looking for trouble, are ya? Angara didn't respond, she only slammed the door shut. Myrelle cleaned the disassembled parts of one of her many blasters in her private quarters. She finally had some free time to herself from the chaos of her work life, and the disassembling and cleaning of her weapon always acted as a detox to clear her mind, especially now that she got a chance to finally inspect her new blaster. Her peace was suddenly shattered as knocking came from her door. She recognized that energetic rhythm. It was Lectro, probably wanting to run some kind of experiment with Azula. Of course, of all times he could ask, it was during her off hours. She turned her attention back to scrubbing the blaster component. Maybe if she ignores him, he'll go away. The knocking came again with more intensity. Captain, I know you're in there. Commander Schall said you'd be here. Did he also tell you that it was my free time? He failed to mention that. Can I come in? It's very important, it involves my research on Azula. She rolled her eyes, telling him to enter, knowing he'll just keep bothering her if she doesn't hear him out. What do you have on her? He took a seat in an empty chair across from her. Very little, we're still in the beginning stages of this, which is why I would like to test a theory. She never looked up from cleaning her weapon, and that theory is? Well, as you know, her bending comes from the sun. Without it, she basically doesn't have it. Myrelle grunted in acknowledgement. But, as you know, there are different types of suns out there, so I was hoping to take her to other solar systems and see what happens? She finished for him. Oh, well, yes, actually. If we can see if there are any effects, it could give us some very useful data. along with giving us a better understanding of how to utilize her. He made sure to add a tactical reason, as those tend to sway the captain's judgment in his favor. She stopped her cleaning to contemplate this. That would be useful. Wouldn't want to send her to a red dwarf system only for it to make her explode. Precisely, he said excitedly, plus imagine all the useful data we could find. Myrelle put down the blaster part and finally looked up at him. All right, Lecter, you've convinced me. Give me the details by tomorrow, and I'll give you the okay. Yes, Lecter declared, shooting out of his seat. Thank you, Captain. You won't regret this. Be sure to find a ship that'll take you where you need to go, and I want a thorough report on everything you find. Of course, no details will be exempt. Good, now get out, she said swiftly, wanting no more talk of work. After ushering the energetic scientist out of her quarters, she finished cleaning her weapon and reassembled it, along with deciding to take her brand new weapon to the firing range. Once she entered the range and waved hello to the armament officer, an old blue Pandaren man, she noticed the range was occupied by one person, Azula. Curious, she entered the range, where she saw Azula fiddling with a small-caliber plasma pistol. She pointed it at the humanoid holographic target, pulling at the trigger, but nothing came out, a clear look of frustration on her face as she slapped the side of the weapon. Come on! Why won't you work? She shook the weapon again, so much so it made Myrelle somewhat uncomfortable and fearful that she'd end up hurting herself. Thankfully, she's not looking down the barrel. Azula began looking down the barrel. Myrelle jumped to her side and quickly pulled the weapon away. Rule number 1 on using a blaster: never do that. Azula gave her a look similar to a child knowing what they did was wrong. I can't get it to work. There must be some kind of obstruction. Myrelle looked over the weapon, then flipped a switch. The safety was on. Azula only crossed her arms and looked away to try and hide the shame of overlooking something so simple. What are you doing here alone anyway? She spoke as if she was admitting defeat. I've been thinking about how my bending can't be solely relied on given how it fluctuates out here, so if I am to be effective I need to familiarize myself with these blasters. You say that like it's a bad thing. Azula snorted, because I have to downgrade myself to using a weapon that takes no skill to use. Myrelle's serious demeanor faltered as she let out a genuine laugh at her statement. No skill? That's hilarious. It's true, all you have to do is point and shoot. No skill, no talent. Isn't that what firebending is? Pointing with your fingers and shooting? That's different, Azula said in annoyance. Right. Myrelle turned to the holographic target and began aiming with the pistol. Sure, any idiot that grabs one of these can squeeze the trigger and burn a hole through your body at point-blank range, but it takes real skill to use one effectively. She looked down the sights and aimed for the direct center of the target, like nailing a target from several yards away. Hitting one that's moving, or how you react when something jumps out. She squeezed the trigger, sending a bright red bolt dead center in the target's chest, not to mention posture, breathing, weapon type, situational awareness, and more. Blasters can be simple to use, but difficult to master. Azula didn't feel she needed to respond. If you wanted a lesson you could have just asked, so you don't accidentally burn a hole through your head. Myrelle scolded. I can manage by myself, Captain, Azula said, reaching for the weapon. Myrelle pulled away. No one will think less of you for it. I will, she shot back. Myrelle sighed. You needed a master in order to firebend, right? Same principle. You can't learn anything if there is no one there to tell you how not to get burned. Azula grumbled, but relented. Fine. Would you mind giving me a few lessons then, Sifu Myrelle? Myrelle didn't give her a verbal answer and instead brought the pistol to her attention. What you're looking at here is a basic plasma pistol. Fits comfortably in most species' hands and is standard use in the Pandaren Empire and in most other places. She pointed to the switch just above the trigger. All blasters have a switch like this that allows the weapon's firing mode to be changed between 3 different settings. Safety, stun. She switched the setting and fired a blue blast of electric energy, and lethal. She switched it back and fired another red beam. When you aren't using the blaster, it should always be switched to safety, and just like how you would never hold a knife to someone's throat unless you intend on cutting it. Never point this at anyone or anything unless you intend on shooting it. She handed it back to her. I'm sure you were told never to play with fire, so don't treat this like a toy. Azula took the weapon and mimicked her stance as best she could, but with her legs spread further apart like many of her firebending forms. Myrelle nudged her feet further together with her own. Your stance is too wide. Keep it shoulder length, and straighten your knees a little. Azula made the necessary changes as Myrelle looks over her grip. We gotta drill some trigger discipline into you. Finger off the trigger until you are ready to fire. Myrelle then gently grabbed her hands and shifted the alignment. Aim down the sights towards where you want to shoot. Azula took aim for the red chest of the target. Lock your arms and wrists. It's going to have some kickback. Once you've got your mark, squeeze the trigger, don't pull. She did as instructed and gently squeezed and fired. The bolt didn't hit her mark exactly like Myrelle's did, but was in the general area. She was surprised by the power in the recoil. It was nothing like bending at all. Fire always came out so smoothly, while this weapon felt so rough and undisciplined, almost like lightning fighting to break free of her control. If she hadn't locked in her arms, it probably would have flown out of her hands. Not perfect, but very good for your first try. Go again and see if you can hit the center. She took aim again and fired several more times, missing her target before managing to land her blasts in the general area of the target. She was confident at first, but with each mark missed, it faded with the recoil after each shot, throwing her aim off. She kept firing, hoping to at least land one until some flaps at the base of the barrel opened, expelling heat with a loud hiss and the trigger locking up. Also watch out for overheating, Myrelle said while pulling out her blaster from its case. Firing builds up heat in the battery and will automatically go into cool-down mode. When that happens, you'll have to wait a bit before firing again. She prepped her larger, bulkier weapon and took aim down the range. When you're in a firefight, getting stuck on cooldown could be a death sentence, as you'll be at the mercy of your enemy until your weapon is ready. If you don't want to be stuck waiting for your battery to cool off, you can manually open the cooling flaps after firing a few blasts. Watch. She fired up to 3 blasts at her target, nailing them in the center, then pulled back on the top of her weapon, expelling the heat quickly, then repeated the process. Myrelle's instructions were clear and light-hearted. She didn't demand perfection like her father and expected her to make mistakes. It felt surreal for Azula to receive praise just for trying and not being scolded for every little mistake. Well, I guess you were right. There's more to it than I had thought. Of course I'm right. I didn't become a sharpshooter for nothing. She put her weapon down. You really are a prodigy, though. You took to it pretty well for your first time, almost able to hit it dead center. She looked back at her target, seeing the scorch marks on the wall through the hologram. She scowled at the sight of it. Almost isn't good enough. Failure is failure, no matter how small the error or how well everything else is performed. Myrelle ceased her firing at the tone in her voice. She sounded as though she was scolding herself for not being perfect at it the first time around, as if she was expecting to be judged harshly even though she handled the blaster pretty well. Don't take it too seriously. For now, almost is just fine. Azula gave her a strange look as Myrelle packed away her weapon. Azula scoffed, such sound advice from my legal guardian. By the way, why did you make yourself my guardian? This was the first time it had been brought up since they had made her ID. What? Am I not worthy enough to play the role of royal caretaker for you? Myrelle teased, because it would have made things a lot simpler paperwork-wise when making your ID, along with sidelining a bunch of legal stuff we would have had to go through. Besides, you need some type of oversight to keep you out of trouble. You're my boss, you already have oversight over me. Yeah, but now you won't be able to do certain things without my approval, like buy alcohol, smoke spice, watch R-rated Hollywoods, travel by yourself, etc. What's a Hollywood? Azula asked. It was the first time she heard this term. The point is, if you want to do anything outside the storm, you'll need my expressive permission, or I'll need to accompany you. It was then that it clicked in Azula's head. Myrelle was using her status as legal guardian to keep a closer eye on her and limit her movements. There was no doubt in her mind that Myrelle suspected her plan, especially now that she had Angara's secret. If Azula didn't suspect tabs were being kept on her, she was more than sure now. So, am I to refer to you as my mother now? Azula said sardonically. Myrelle's brow scrunched up in a look of discomfort. I'd rather you not. Why not? You're my caretaker now, so you should have the appropriate title. Don't you think, Mother? She said with false sweetness and took joy in Myrelle's clear discomfort. You think you're funny, huh? I think I'm hilarious, actually. Myrelle only shook her head at seeing her mischievous grin and decided to wipe it off by flicking her hard in the forehead. All right, you little shit. Since you want me to be your mommy so bad, how about I start by asking you this? Have you eaten yet? Azula rubbed her forehead, grimacing at her. No, I haven't. Then let's head to the galley. I'm starving. Myrelle wrapped an arm around her, pulling her along with her. Azula struggled to get out of Myrelle's surprisingly strong grip. Isn't it packed at this time? I'll wait till later. Nonsense, that's the best time to go. Get to socialize, have some downtime with the crew, it'll be great. Myrelle said with a smile, completely ignoring Azula's attempts at escaping. No, really. I'd much rather dash. Myrelle pulled her into a headlock as she walked with her. What kind of mother would I be if I didn't make sure my little baby was well fed? She started to use a babying voice that only annoyed Azula further. Myrelle was taking clear pleasure at her discomfort, and Azula heavily regrets encouraging this joke. Okay, Myrelle, this isn't funny anymore. Ah, is my little pup throwing a temper tantrum? Don't call me pup!